Hogwarts, forbidden son of the Black and White Lord. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551, Long Absence. Compared to physical pain, the scars left by magic are more difficult to heal. Grindelwald patiently adjusted the position of the crystal ball. He turned his head and looked at Nelson with the blue eyes that were also brewing with the sky. This is also one of the sublime signs of magic. Wounds heal themselves, but magical wounds can only be resolved with stronger power. Isn't it more proof of its rigidity? Nelson asked rhetorically. Then if there is the most powerful person in this world, then he's right about what he says, isn't he? What does this have to do with magic? Grindelwald turned his head, looked at the crystal ball exuding brilliance in all directions, and said softly, "Can't the strongest among muggles be indiscriminate? Your refutation has no arguments." Woolen cloth. Nelson's blue eyes were extremely bright in the dark room, and the reflection of the crystal ball shone like a galaxy in his pupils. Soft waves are rippling on the boundless blue sea. Under the cloudless blue sky, it is difficult to tell whether the blue sea is its original color or the reflected sky. Looking from the shore to the sea, the sky is high and the clouds are light. I can't feel how frightening the beautiful waves are because of the distance. A section of railroad tracks floated above the sea, undulating with the turbulence of the waves, and accompanied by the roar of sirens. A bright red train slowly approached from a distance. Ludwig sat by the window, looked at the blue sea outside the window, rubbed his eyes. He didn't know how long it had been since he saw the color last time. He stood up suddenly from his seat, but in the turbulent waves sit back again. When he looked out of the window again, all Ludwig saw was a pure white sea that was no different from the previous journey. He lowered his head and looked at his pale palms and cuffs. Even in this train, its color was passing day by day. He had long since lost the initial unacceptability. He also vaguely had his own guesses. Ugh. He didn't say much, and the emotional fluctuations had become calmer. He only sighed, watching the rushing waves engulf the speeding train outside the window. Want to know the content of my prophecy? He is very helpful to what you are doing, and has a lot of reference value. Grindelwald tilted his head at Nelson. You can pick it up and listen to it, or listen to it later. Listen, that's fine too. No, Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson shook his head. I don't believe in these things. Really? Grindelwald turned around slowly and stared at Nelson closely. Two very different eyes, one white and one blue, blinked abnormally in the dim prophecy hall, making Nelson feel as if he was being captured by a cruel demon at the same time. The illusion of being stared at by a quiet and wise man, and Grindelwald himself, is more like being right in the middle of the two. It may help you find your lost things. If you want someone to listen to you in the future, I won't stop you. Grindelwald explained again. If it's because of embarrassment, I can avoid it. No need, Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson shook his head. Grindelwald's words seemed to have magical powers, tempting Nelson to keep brewing curiosity about the prophecy ball in his heart. I repeated again, I don't believe these things. Although Grindelwald's words were short, they revealed a lot of important content. First, Nelson could directly hear the content of the prophecy, which shows that Nelson has a place in the prophecy ball. Second, he knew what Nelson was doing, and the content of the prophecy is at least partly related to what Nelson did. In the end, he knew that Nelson had lost something, and that item, perhaps, was in his hands. Is Time Turner fun? Nelson raised his head and asked suddenly. Huh? Time Turner? Grindelwald raised his eyebrows and admitted generously. Is it called this? I thought it should at least be called an imposing name, such as Master of Time, Traveler of History, kind of like. Actually, I originally wanted to ask you for one, but time was tight, so I had to make a bad move, and I will make it up to you. Think of it as my thank you to the Elder Wand. Nelson pursed his lips and didn't say much. Obviously, Grindelwald, who had accumulated enough power to destroy him, would never allow his great career to be unstable on the eve of success factors, and the time converter that Nelson once showed is the most variable part of it. Thank you for teaching me for 3 years. Then you still made money, Nelson. Grindelwald smiled. I traded something that will give you even more power in the future in exchange for something that I can't understand, no matter how much I study it. You hurt my magic. Is it transfiguration? Grindelwald gently patted the injured abdomen in Paris and asked curiously, I have detected traces of transfiguration, and you seem to put something forever. As long as I think about the root cause of the disease, it will soon transform into a substance that is difficult for me to detect or even damage. It seems to be able to convert back and forth between magic power and matter, and it seems that there is no loss. In a few words, Grindelwald revealed the magic attached to Nelson's long sword, but Nelson was more refined than what he said. The pointer-shaped sword was composed of countless fine mayflies, and he took part of it injected into Grindelwald's wounds, and these mayflies, that are said to never stop transforming, rely not only on the magical stunts mastered by Nelson, but also on the constantly changing structure of their abilities. Perhaps this sword can be called his magic, the crowning achievement of Melon's mechanics combined with wizard's magic. Nelson never expected to use this trick to defeat a wizard like Grindelwald. He just hoped that this seemingly invulnerable man would have weaknesses. Unlike the merciful Dumbledore, Grindelwald was sensitive enough to make him an invincible enemy. Nelson, who has studied with Grindelwald for 3 years, knows that feeling better than anyone. In the past 3 years, apart from teaching Nelson some magic and skills, Grindelwald's favorite thing to do was to duel with him. It was during that time that Nelson, a self-conscious upright person, developed the habit of loving sneak attacks and traps. In order to win, he can do whatever he can tactically, including but not limited to blowing up paint buckets indiscriminately, and even throwing toads at others. This is not because he is so eager to win, but because Grindelwald is always so bottomless. In the past 3 years, in the non-stop duel with this apex wizard, Nelson's magic skills have become more and more perfect. He can guarantee that his spells will always hit the desired position at the time he wants, and he can easily predict what kind of offensive methods the enemy will use in the current environment, and the power of the spell is becoming more and more powerful, especially in the aspect of transformation. He has even been able to perform a 1 second on hundreds of items at the same time during the battle. Even though he has improved so much, every time he faces Grindelwald, the gap between himself and him is the same as in the first duel. It seems that he can always compress his ability to a level just a little bit better than Nelson, so that Nelson can squeeze out his potential and imagination in every duel, and finally win the victory with difficulty. He has forgotten to fight with Grindel. How many times has Warby tried, but the result is very memorable. Grindelwald's wins are 0. Such victories are often more unacceptable than repeated failures. He can't even judge the gap between himself and Grindelwald. Grindelwald has polished him to perfection, like carving a favorite work of art, without any secrets, and even obsessed with letting Nelson overcome his instinctive dislike of Fiend Fi. He didn't seem to worry at all that he would personally cultivate an enemy who could defeat him, and he didn't care at all about the insurmountable feud between him and Nelson. To Nelson's growing growth reveals a deep sense of relief. This kind of comfort always made Nelson breathless during those 3 years. Until today, he finally felt that the cloud that urged him to keep running forward was broken, and he was always holding his belly habitually in front of him. Grindelwald. Nelson knew that his goal had been achieved. Even though he was a little discouraged by his inability to severely insult his opponent with his strongest skill, he at least broke Grindelwald's invincible inertia in his heart, and he became more determined in his path. That's right. The birth of this scar is an indispensable masterpiece of magic and machinery. It is his painstaking efforts to water the most beautiful magic flower, the best structure calculated by Alexander day and night, and the best structure he learned from Jacunda, arrived. It's the creation of that Dr. Sykes. Before Nelson could finish summarizing in his mind, Grindelwald sighed and told the truth. You should have seen those people, a group of lunatics. It's been a long time since I had such a burning desire to explore. At that time, some people analyzed magic power, some people studied human nature, some people divined fate, some people went into madness, and some people tried to cure most people's diseases. Have you seen it? Nelson asked. I haven't seen it, I've only heard of it. In fact, except for him, everyone else may have just heard of it. Grindelwald's eyes showed nostalgia. Speaking of which, his wife was rescued by him in the end. Alive. Nelson shook his head. Later I realized that, even if he really brought his wife's body back to life, where would he find a soul that had long since disappeared? Grindelwald recalled. Later he went crazy and said every day that he had found the method of restoring the magic power to its purest form and preparing to attack his pitifully young daughter. We thought it was the ravings of a madman, and it was really unacceptable, so we gave up on him. We did not expect that he really succeeded. You learned from him. You got this magic from your daughter, right? Could you tell me what it's called? Sex restored. I suddenly feel that the name Time Turner sounds nice. Grindelwald put his hands on his chest, showing a respectful expression. His attitude towards Dr. Sykes is not as inclined to moral standards as Nelson's, but simply applauding his wisdom. What a great creation. Nelson, you have inherited perhaps the greatest magic in a century, and with your help, you can become the most powerful wizard had experienced over the years, many of whom were inseparable from the people. Grindelwald said. In the bunker of the Happy House, he also felt after the last reverberation of a deceased person in the world. A dusty man broke into their conversation and brought a prophecy that attracted everyone's attention. A person who is good at playing with life. If the medicine is kept, then the magic he is good at will not be cut off. That's right, your good friend Mr. Riddle finished him. Dippet and Iceball died under your wand, and Sykes died under the leaked news soon after being abandoned by us. Grindelwald said without thinking. He readily admitted that, even though he was recalling the past, there was no embarrassment in his words. Looking at it now, I'm the only one left among the group of ambitious people. It is really embarrassing. I remember that he is very good at the crooked ways of young corpses. Nelson said softly. New Mengad won't even inherit this. There is no need to inherit this kind of inferior spell, Grindelwald said, playing with the prophecy ball at hand. I understand what you are talking about. I admit, I did let a wizard who is good at making infernal corpses snatch it from the day before yesterday. I'm very sorry for the experience of Mr. Ludwig Kant after leaving your Time Turner. He's one of my few friends, Nelson said softly. Are you going to avenge him? Grindelwald shook his head. I'm also very fond of this young man, and specially asked Sigmund to find a way to transfer him to an area that is difficult to be protected by the German Ministry of Magic. You don't have a helper this time, and I'm not dragging you down. Grindelwald smiled, slowly drew his wand out of his arms, turned his back to Nelson, and walked squarely to the other side of the aisle between the two wooden frames. Standing still finally, he turned around and made the same gesture as Nelson. Please. A black light flashed, covering the light of the crystal ball, and the surrounding environment fell into absolute darkness. What is that? Is this the end? Chapter 550 to the real battle. Interesting. Did you turn off the lights? Grindelwald's voice seemed a little thin in the echoless darkness. His tone was full of eager curiosity. A bright light shone on the tip of his wand, but surprisingly, this ball was enough to shake the entire room. The lights lit up in the prophecy hall failed to illuminate anything, as if light and sound were lacking materials that could be used for reflection at this moment. It penetrated through an unknown distance in vain, and in the end, could only helplessly dissipate in weakness. Grindelwald lowered his head, curled his fingers, and squeezed his hands into fists, feeling the real texture from the fingertips, but the light from the tip of the stick couldn't even illuminate his own hand. He chuckled and stretched out his hand to the side probe. However, the bookshelf that made the two of them move disappeared inconveniently at some point, and the other side of the palm was empty. In the absence of reference, he had no way to judge where he was, the distance, or even the distance. Judgment time. In the boundless darkness, only the tick-tock rhythmic sound of the pointer rotation was extremely clear. Grindelwald's heartbeat also began to become faster with this unrecognizable sound, and even his emotions were caused by physical changes and showing a tense situation. Feeling the beating of his chest, he passed his wand to the side, and a straight red magic spell flew aimlessly into the distance. He didn't know how far he flew, but he didn't reach the limit of darkness. After that, it dissipated feebly. The red reflected in Grindelwald's eyes faded, and the darkness seemed boundless, which made some of his guesses overturned. We haven't bowed face to face yet. Grindelwald said lightly, with a smile in his words, and Nelson's response came intermittently from all directions. I bowed, and I have been waiting for you. His ears trembled slightly, as if identifying the source of the voice in the dark. At the moment when Nelson's last syllable fell, Grindelwald's arm stretched to the side changed from slightly curved to straight, wrapped in the green light of fierce sapphire like a crescent moon in a still night, like a fish dancing in the deep sea, scorching waves rippling and darting towards the direction of his finger. Ding. The crisp impact sound came from a distance. It didn't sound like a clash of curses, but more like a confrontation between two swordsmen's needle points. The crescent flickered for a moment in Grindelwald's peripheral vision. The thumb castration stopped abruptly, as if the video recording had been paused, and the dancing flames were frozen. He slowly turned his head in the direction of the collision. In the next second, this supposedly powerful spell was broken into countless pieces like a shattered mirror. They fell to the ground and struggled. In a moment, it dissipated helplessly. Have you transformed the spell? Grindelwald asked curiously, is it the same as the magic you used in that exam? That's right, Nelson's response appeared in the opposite direction. This time Grindelwald didn't seize the opportunity to make a shot. He stood still and listened to Nelson's explanation. Everything that can be changed can be deformed, and things that are eternal may only exist in myths and legends. Hearing Nelson's explanation, Grindelwald was silent. After a while, he showed a dumbfounding expression, shook his head, and sighed. You are really brave. I'm a cautious man, Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson's voice appeared behind him again. Contrary to Grindelwald's guess, Nelson did not wait for the opportunity to attack him. Instead, he was waiting for him to complete the last step of the wizard duel etiquette, and wanted to fight him openly. From idea to achievement, it needs to go through countless design and practice, which may be difficult for a talented wizard like you to understand. Do you think my magic fell from the sky? Or did you slap your head and remember the dream at night, after waking up one day? Grindelwald smiled and stood there silently for a while, unable to determine what magic Nelson used. He also stopped guessing and stepped on the ground with his toes following the rhythm of the pointer. Grindelwald raised his wand high. The hem of the long trench coat danced with his movements. A blue flame ignited out of thin air above his head, like a rising sun, almost to light up this impenetrable darkness. Under the sudden high temperature, the airflow surged crazily due to the uneven heat. The hunting wind rolled up around him and swept away in all directions. The shattered flames seemed to surround the raven that was dying of bad luck. Grindelwald stood in the center of the flames. The flames that could not be concealed by the darkness danced on his face, and the strange colored white pupil seemed to be the hottest flame heart. The hem of the windbreaker fluttered, and Grindelwald raised his wand to his chest, bent slightly, and said in a singing tone, "In this case, I will satisfy you." Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Please. The moment he raised his head, the frightening fierce flame swelled even more wildly. This flame is so savage, people can't help but think of the battle songs howled by the indigenous residents in the primeval forest after hunting. The crown made of feathers was ignited by the bonfire that went straight into the sky, and the blood-stained spears shining like new under the scorching of the flame. This flame is so cold, facing it is like facing a well-ordered army, making the audience instinctively return to the war that just ended in the not-too-distant past. On the tracks of the flame-breathing chariot, an inseparable battle formation was formed, and the soaring artillery fire precisely fell into the positions that had already been covered by craters, harvesting the angry lives of the resistors. This group of flames is so vigorous. Countless tongues of flame protrude from the center of the flames, like snakes' halls, like stabbing halls. It tends to be ruthlessly transparent in such a beautiful gradient. It is enough to ignite the air, enough to ignite everything it touches, enough to make anyone who faces it terrified. But it is just that way hidden in the darkness, blending with the boundless darkness, gnawing at the claustrophobia that restrains it, and hiding in the arms of the enemy, waiting for the opportunity to deliver the most fatal blow. Nelson didn't wait for Grindelwald to complete his gorgeous stage arrangement. At the moment when the flame swelled, a steel giant that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the flame demon appeared behind Grindelwald. Its waist, chest, back, and shoulders, the gears on the wrists, and even fingertips are turning crazily and even become red due to the high temperature during the friction. The liquid flowing through these mechanisms emits scorching steam under the stimulation of high temperature, returning to the most primitive state of lost fog. I don't know how long the powerful magic power has been accumulated to drive this heavy steel body. He clenched his hands into fists and raised it high above his head. If the sun can be seen at this moment, it will definitely be a scene that can block out the sun. Doomsday scene. The magic power pulls the mayflies that make up its body to converge towards the front of the fist, making the pair of iron fists even more terrifying under the blessing of the dense magic script. Grindelwald only had time to look up, and a strong sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Without needing to be touched by the pointer drum, his heart beat wildly, but in the face of the imminent powerful blow, instead of revealing the slightest fear, he became even more excited because of the faster heartbeat. Grindelwald bowed slightly, standing up, squinting his eyes, and looking carefully at the top of his head. An unstoppable light composed of runes is bombarding down at a speed far exceeding human reaction. Alexander's power was concentrated in this fist, but compared with those runes that represented different effects, the power of the Iron Fist itself was not so important. The Iron Fist hit the ground heavily without any hindrance, and hit the place where Grindelwald was standing. The flames lingering above his head were torn to pieces by the wind of the fist, and also lit up Alexander's huge figure, the castle on his shoulders, just like the king chess facing each other on the opposing chessboard. The flame wreckage hangs on his body, spreading along the melted armor to the whole body, like an extremely gorgeous armor. The magic power of fierce flame stagnates, and Iron Fist, the runes attached to it, each showed their magical powers. For a while, they deformed, extinguished, hit, hindered, etc. All kinds of magic gathered together, vowing to help the fierce flame that was about to collapse completely dissipate. Grindelwald's comments didn't resonate. At this moment, he was still standing in the original position. A thick tongue of flame gushed out from the wand, raised above his head, and the armor clinging to Alexander's fist went upward. The moment he touched the giant's finger, these flames melted the thick pieces of metal, and the crimson molten iron dripped from Alexander's fist, and was vaporized by the hotter fiend fire, raising the surrounding temperature to even hotter than the legendary purgatory. He could feel that his body was becoming dry and dehydrated because of this, and there was a faint throbbing pain from the abdominal wound. His face became flushed, but his eyes became brighter and more excited. Yes, that's right. This is much more powerful than the house-like toys of the Triwizard Tournament. This is the servant that a powerful wizard should control. Only such a strong man is qualified to recognize the world after inheriting his desire and mantle. Grindelwald's heart was beating wildly, but this time it was not because of the drumbeat, not because of the high temperature around him, but because of his long-lost fighting spirit. However, I still have some confidence in myself. Grindelwald's dry but clear voice sounded under Alexander's fist. I used to always worry that my career would not be completed, but now I'm sure of victory. Nelson didn't make a sound, but his response was conveyed to Grindelwald through Alexander's fist. A vigorous mist gushed out from the armor pierced by fierce fire, and when it met the flame, there was a sizzling explosion. With a loud noise, the flames were quickly extinguished, and the scarlet one eye on the top of the giant's head suddenly lit up, and the pieces of armor revealed fine spider-web-like cracks in an instant, and split into pieces like drizzle, one by one covered by silver light. The mayflies took shape in an instant, and they formed an orderly formation, wrapping Grindelwald and the fiend fire around him in the shape of a sphere. In an instant, Grindelwald's sight was covered by a dazzling red light, and one equally excited one-eyed stared at him firmly, and in the next second, the brilliance of the spell burst out at the same time. The roar of the explosion did not ring in Nelson's ears, but was replaced by tinnitus after the aftershock. The strong impact made his eyes go black. He stood still, and stood in the distance. Alexander's body was completely burned in his sight. Still maintaining the posture of hitting the ground with a heavy fist, he waved his hand, and the huge body of the giant disintegrated instantly, turning into pieces of crystal snowflakes, fading away the burning fierce fire, and disappearing into the surrounding mist. Nelson did not celebrate the victory, but raised his wand more seriously, and as Alexander retreated into the mist, a flame attached to his skeleton and followed. He took a step back, swallowed by the twisted mist vortex behind him, and stepped into the blurred illusion. Grindelwald raised his head and looked at the pure white world around him, the pure white hall, the rows of pure white shelves, and the pure white crystal balls. He heaved a sigh of relief, lowered his head, and looked at the wand in his hand. After all, this wand that had been with him for many years could not compare with the Deathly Hallows like the Elder Wand. At this moment, the wand was covered with cracks and blackened scars. Nelson's blow, although it didn't bring him fatal damage, it could already bring him an irresistible threat. When his eyes suddenly went dark, Grindelwald raised his wand subconsciously, and the flames lit up all over him. He shook his head and said with a smile, "Have you chased you in so quickly? The flames are growing wantonly in the boundless darkness, becoming stronger and more aggressive, just like Grindelwald himself." He tilted his head slightly, the sharpness of the flames reflected in the white pupils, spreading wildly in the flames. His wand pointed forward slightly. Burn. Incomparably simple vocabulary, not even runes, not even spells. It was a sentence in German, and he gave orders, as if talking to flames, and the restless fire quickly responded to his words. Expect, just like the spring is covered by catkins and presents a vast expanse of white grass and burns due to a dropped cigarette butt, with Grindelwald as the center, a small spark appears under his feet. The moment the spark touched the ground, the spark swelled suddenly, and then spread into a ring of fire that was enough to enclose him. The ring of fire expanded rapidly to the surroundings, and walked a distance of several meters in an instant, revealing the clumsy shapes that Grindelwald was stepping on. The white stone floor tiles. He violently tore open the dark cage that bound the duel, and the down-to-earth touch made a satisfied smile appear on his face. "Fight me with the wand, wizard." Grindelwald raised his head and said softly, while Nelson's figure was standing not far in front of him, erratic in the darkness still spreading in the flames, maintaining the distance between the two, saluting. When the duel started. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Normal Wizard. Be careful not to lose it to me again. Looking at the old wand in Nelson's hand, Grindelwald joked lightly. This ancient wand has been well maintained in Nelson's hands. It seems that it even forced him to be darker and deeper at first, enough to be compared with the surrounding darkness. Melting into one, the magic power that is huge enough to overflow surrounds Nelson's fingertips and staff. Bursting out dazzling electric lights, neatly shaped silver balls surrounded Nelson's body, forming a series of devastated rings like star rings in the rapid rotation, and the bright runes engraved on the balls stayed in the flight trajectory. A more shocking picture flashed behind him. Grindelwald recognized the meaning of these ancient runes: simple storage and release. The principle is not complicated, but no one has ever done this before. These stored magic powers are just this is where it comes in handy. This is also the source of Nelson's strength. Even if he faces an opponent who is 100 times stronger than him, he can still defeat him through time savings. I have always felt that I have never really defeated you, Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson lowered his eyebrows, stroking the restless elder wand with his fingertips, and he even smelled an old bloody smell, which is the old blood in this inheritance. The wand of death, which is full of death, is expressing its excitement. After many years, he finally encountered a fight worthy of it. Nelson raised his head sharply, staring directly at Grindelwald, and finished. The little silver balls of the mission died down and returned to their original birthplace. The giant, which is slowly repairing itself, stared at the battlefield under its feet with its scolared single eye, serving as the only witness of this duel. Nelson raised the corner of his mouth. Thank you for losing it to me on purpose, and now, I want to be the true master of the Elder Wand. Nelson's face in front of him is full of high self-confidence, which Grindelwald has never seen in hundreds of duels in 3 years. Grindelwald's face is reflected in Nelson's blue eyes, and the dazzling red is on the tip of his staff. Gathering, they rushed towards Grindelwald. Grindelwald's reaction was also quick. He raised his arms subconsciously, and the scorching ring of fire surrounded the hair on his forearm. The next second, the thick red light hit his arm, and hastily condensed the fiend flame was torn to pieces in an instant, but the explosion of the flame, before it was extinguished, also shifted the direction of the curse. It rushed straight into the air, and never dissipated for a long time, even turning into a ball hanging high in the blur. Bright sparks in the white night of illusion. Disarming curse? Grindelwald's long-lost surprise appeared on his face. He turned his body sideways, and the embers on his forearm after the flame extinguished, gave off curling blue smoke. Under the blue smoke, the sleeve of his long trench coat was torn. A large piece, revealing the blood-stained white shirt underneath. Are you sure this is really the disarming curse? Nelson didn't answer his question. Behind him, a corner of the black covering the blurry illusion broke through. The bright glare made Grindelwald subconsciously squint his eyes. At this moment, Nelson's figure dissipated into a wisp of white mist appeared above Grindelwald's head in the next second. He held the pointer-shaped longsword in his hand. His body opened like a stretched long whip, and the edge of the sword cut through the seemingly invisible mist in the air. There was a deep ravine, and the blade was surrounded by dark and monotonous runes. Feeling the sound of the wind above his head, Grindelwald instinctively raised his wand, trying to escape the danger through apparition, but the magic didn't work. At the same time, Nelson's voice could barely reach his ears. Visible blockade. A sharp sword appeared in Grindelwald's sight. On the smooth sword like a mirror, he saw Nelson's extremely firm posture. He held the sword in his right hand, and the old wand in his left hand was casting it simultaneously. With the counter curse of apparition, Grindelwald realized that apparition was completely useless, and the wand in his hand turned under the dexterous control of his fingertips and pointed precisely at Nelson's face, relying on the direction provided by the reflection of the mirror. You can't apparate either. Grindelwald almost laughed out loud with excitement, but he preferred to put this excitement into his increasingly flexible mind. Green zigzag lightning gushing from the tip of the staff, through the gap in his ribs. He rushed straight to Nelson's face. Disarm you. This green explosive weapon was obviously a joke made by Grindelwald and Nelson. Seeing that his offensive was easily resolved by Grindelwald, Nelson turned his head sideways to avoid what looked like Cruciatus' curse. Attack. A moment of stiffness was enough for Grindelwald to organize the next round of offensive. When the next spell was lit on the tip of the staff, Nelson picked up the spell with the edge of his sword and fell to the ground. Another black walnut wand held by Nelson at the handle. Each fragment of the blade reflects the figure of Nelson half kneeling behind Grindelwald. Just before Grindelwald's next spell arrives, these fragments were quickly spliced together in the air to form a kite shield that could cover Nelson's whole body. The curse slammed on the kite shield, but Nelson was no longer behind the shield. On the contrary, the shattered kite shield showed the appearance of a sword again. Sharp, relying on the energy of the spell explosion, formed a metal storm that crazily cut Grindelwald. Intensive and crisp impact sounded in this metal storm, and tongues of fire leaked out from the gaps in the shards. The dense drumbeats soon came to an end. Grindelwald held a piece of burning sword tip. His expression changed from normal to normal out of the flames. At the moment when the anti-apparition spell disappeared, the two figures flickered almost simultaneously in different directions on the battlefield. Nelson was constantly approaching Grindelwald, accompanied by the cold attack and the flames that Grindelwald kept pulling away danced together. Only a few seconds had passed since the two of them met each other at close range for the first time, but even after a short delay, Grindelwald's surroundings were once again engulfed by the boundless darkness, and he did not summon flames to change the unfavorable battlefield, because he understood that Nelson, who was already close, would not give him this chance. So what did you deform? He looked around, still unable to reach his fingers. You confused my senses? No, I can't be affected by your confusion spell, even if it is as thick as the disarming spell just now. Nelson didn't answer him, and the disturbing sound of the pointer turning began to remind him at some point. You haven't changed the environment either. My flames can tear apart this black camouflage. Grindelwald stood quietly. The magic power accumulated in his hands made Nelson dare not act rashly. You are very smart. You understand that you must let me always stay where you can see, so that you have a chance to defeat me in the dark. But your sword just now still made me grab your tail. You are there, right? As soon as the words fell, Grindelwald flicked his hand lightly, and the cursed magic power flew out into the darkness with the sword tip held by his fingertips. Not long after, there was a sound of metal collision behind him, crisp sound. There was a smile on his face. Let me think about it. What exactly did you transform? In the Newt's exam, you showed enough transformation magic to transform magic power, which was also reflected in your performance just now, but it not enough to block my perception. Crack, click, click. The only response to him was silence and the lingering beat of the drums. I have not changed, and the things I should perceive have not changed, so what is deformed by you is the process. Grindelwald raised his eyebrows. This is too abstract. Can you change the information I receive? Even if it can be realized in theory, this is an unimaginably huge project. The rotation of the pointer still didn't stop. He raised his head and cast his eyes on the scarlet moon that hung in the sky from the beginning. Why? Let me think about it. Grindelwald narrowed his eyes, as if he had completely given up his defenses, and said softly, under what circumstances can I see things, when I haven't stepped into the illusion? Boom. He raised his head, and handed out his wand in the opposite direction to the sound of metal clashing just now. A flame that wasn't too big, could even be said to be small, rushed out, illuminating Nelson's figure, but Nelson's disarming spell still hit the target. On his back, he was holding the wand tightly, but the wand, which had gone through high-intensity battles, finally couldn't hold on. It broke in two from the deepest crack, and the upper half flew out, and fell into the darkness under his feet. Among them, only the lower half was still held in his hand, and bright sparks burst out, making his face flushed red. Oh, can't you hold back? Or, I found you. He no longer cherished the magic wand that had accompanied him for many years, and raised his arms high, pointing to the scarlet moon hanging high in the sky in the distance. Is it? This big guy named Alexander? Grindelwald showed an uncontrollable smile on his face, and the roaring fire dragon rushed out of the broken wand, stretched out his fangs and claws, and rushed towards Alexander. Go. All I can see is that when this guy hit me with his fist, your magic needs to rely on the huge computing power brought by its exquisite alchemy core. Am I right? Just when the fire dragon was about to hit Alexander's one-eyed eye, Alexander's iron fist popped out from the side, pinched its head and tail, and pulled it in half, and at the same time, it was torn. Grindelwald's chin was slightly retracted, looking at the sword on his neck and the half of the wand held in Nelson's hand. He showed a helpless smile. This is different from the gentleman you claim to be. You like it very much. A sneaky attack. Black is also a color, Mr. Grindelwald. Nelson chuckled. You can't prejudicially think that it represents evil, just because it can obscure perception and absorb light. Similarly, it was stolen by Prometheus. The kindling of fire does not necessarily bring light to people. If only you had this kind of logic at the beginning of our conversation. Grindelwald closed his eyes and let Nelson take the remaining half of his wand from his hand. I recognize your strength, Nelson. But the familiar, yet unfamiliar wooden grip quickly returned to his hands. What is this? Grindelwald opened his eyes, and the cold touch on his neck disappeared. He lowered his head, saw the elder wand in his hand, and raised his head. Nelson was still standing where the duel started, ready to bow and salute, as if nothing had happened just now. He recalled the battle just now, the step-by-step traps, the dangerous crisis, and Nelson's fighting style that seemed to be specially prepared for him. He was very much like himself, and totally not myself. Are you giving me a second chance? I just want to see the gap between you and me, Nelson said seriously. There was no other emotion in his eyes, no tactics and traps, only vigorous fighting spirit left. He bowed again. You chose my wand. Grindelwald agreed. In his eyes, Nelson is no longer the student who needs his step-by-step guidance and a little bit of education, but a wizard who is enough to be an opponent. There was a splash between them. Grindelwald closed his eyes and fell into the same darkness as before, turning off the lights, but Nelson's figure became brighter in this darkness. He raised the corner of his mouth and pointed at Nelson in his mind with his wand. When he opened his eyes, the flames devoured Nelson, who had just appeared in that position. Just like you know what I know. Grindelwald laughed. Do you think I'm not a prophet? Nelson backed away in shock. What can he learn from this? But Grindelwald obviously predicted his trajectory just now. He distanced himself and finally began to cast spells like a normal wizard. In the illusion, Nelson was able to display a transformation skill that was several times stronger than in reality, allowing his imagination to be unleashed. It seemed a lot more bizarre, mountains rising from the ground in front of him. Those powerful spells were so powerless in the face of the uncanny workmanship of nature, bombarding the pale and proud mountains in front of him time and time again, but they just disappeared, with no feedback. After tentatively attacking for a while, Grindelwald gave up his useless efforts. The moment he lowered his hand, the unshakable mountain collapsed, collapsing into pieces of rolling clouds and mist, floating in this pure white world. You are stronger here than I imagined. Grindelwald looked at the mist surrounding Nelson with interest. This group of things made of only magic actually revealed an intimate attitude. Nelson didn't even need Nelson to resist the spell released. Just holding the group of mist, it melted silently like ice cubes thrown into a coal furnace. I'm really more and more interested. What do you know about this place? Seems to be more diligent than Hayabo. Could it be that you were originally a dead person? I have another idea. Grindelwald rubbed his chin and raised his wand, but at this moment, an anxious voice came from afar. Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams. Disappointing. He curled his lips, looked at the blackness that had not dissipated in the distance, put down his hands, and nodded at Nelson. Let's go here. The mist quickly receded around them. Behind the dense wooden frames in the Hall of Prophecy, a panting boggart poked his head out, clutching his heaving chest, and said to Nelson, who had just discovered, "Be careful, here comes Green Devil." "Are you calling me, sir?" Grindelwald patted the ashes on his collar and smiled, seeing his boggart almost fainting from fright. What a disappointment. Grindelwald shook his head, turned and left, and when Mr. Boggart finally recovered under Nelson's comfort, he appeared behind the wooden frame again, completely making Boggart choke and faint going over. He shrugged his shoulders, looked at the boggart that Nelson was carrying, and threw the Elder Wand over. "Your things, put them away. We will have a truly hearty battle one day." "Is this a prophecy, Mr. Grindelwald?" "This is a statement," Grindelwald said after a moment of silence. "Of course, I think I should find a crystal ball." Chapter 554 Rumors. So he really walked in generously? It's really generous to walk in. Just to put a prophecy ball here? Just to put a prophecy ball. Mr. Nelson and Mr. Boggart walked one after the other between the wooden racks where the prophecy ball was placed. Boggart carefully checked the location where Nelson and Grindelwald had just been found. After confirming that there were no traces of fighting, he asked curiously. Said, "Grindelwald, is he here to see you?" "Mr. Williams, why do you think so?" Nelson turned his head and asked, "Didn't you just say that he came to play the prophecy ball?" "I think, TSK. Mr. Boggart carefully confirmed that Nelson's prophecy ball was still there, and then glanced at another one with Grindelwald's name that appeared next to it, and trotted. Then he followed up and said, "There have been rumors in the ministry. They said, well, I know you are not that kind of person. Forget it. I won't say it." "What do you mean?" "It's okay. I've become a habit of being talked about." Nelson blinked and said with a smile, "After all, there are very few pictures of my chocolate frog, so it's normal for them to scold me." "I'm not scolding you." Boggart wiped the sweat from his brow, panted and whispered, while trotting behind Nelson, making his voice intermittent. "When Minister Rich notified the Department of Mysteries when recording you, many people objected. They said that you have lived in Nurmengard for a long time, and you have already betrayed Britain in your heart. You must have a purpose in coming to the Department of Mysteries this time, such as stealing our secrets and so on." Haha, the double feeling of being poked at the point of laughter and being poked at the heart lingered in Nelson's mind. He scratched his head and asked, "Then what did Minister Rich say?" "Before he came and expressed his opinion, those who opposed were refuted by Miss Selwyn." Boggart thought of the funny situation that day and was infected by Nelson's laughter, so he couldn't help laughing. "She said, Miss Selwyn is another colleague of ours in the Department of Mysteries. I don't know if you have seen her. When the prophecy hall just officially arrived here, it was she who held the welcome ceremony for me. Although said it feels like celebrating her grandson's birthday, she manages the brain hall. That place, well, I suggest you don't go to know about it." Boggart's face showed an expression of accidentally eating filth. and he looked at Nelson with pleading eyes, obviously not wanting to talk about it. I should have met her, Nelson agreed. I met her when I first came to the Department of Mysteries. You can continue to talk about the rest. Phew, that's good, said the pardoned boggart, wiping the sweat that dripped down his chin and laughing. Putchy, she said, what's the matter with the rags in the Department of Mysteries? Easy to steal? If you are really worried that someone is interested in something important, you'd better go home and hide your old lady and mother-in-law together with those shady magic books in the basement. After all, a handsome boy, don't you let us shady old people see the world. Haha, although it's embarrassing to say so, the Department of Mysteries does seem to have nothing good to offer. Although it looks mysterious, the former minister, when we came to inspect, everyone was completely clueless about the progress of their own investigation. He hunched over, imitating Miss Selwyn so vividly that Nelson and himself burst out laughing. I think it's just that I don't want to say it, and the phased results may indeed not be able to be summarized. Nelson thought of the brain that would be absorbed by Ron Weasley in the future. It turned out that C-roll, that's what Ms. Wen did. Although she didn't know what that thing could be used for, it looked pretty powerful. He said, this Miss Selwyn is very hot. I heard that she used to be the director of the memory write-off office. After retirement, she always came back to criticize the current director. The minister at the time, Fully, couldn't stand her, so he transferred her to an institution studies that ancient magic under the Wizengamot. It is full of old wizards with high qualifications, strong abilities, but eccentric tempers like her. It is said that she also wrote a book about the forgetting curse, but unfortunately it was not published. I guess it may be because the content is too explosive. Boggart gossiped enthusiastically. After Minister Rich took office and Justice Shafik fell, she was transferred to the darker Department of Mysteries. In short, she severely refuted those people, and those people also, because she was too old. She was too ashamed to fight back, so she could only turn her head and scold me. Sorry to trouble you, Nelson said apologetically, not expecting that his job search would cause such a big trouble. You can give me a list of them, and I will find someone to give to their door. Throw big shit. No. Minister Rich asked me to take care of you. I should give you a list of them, so as not to be targeted in the future. I don't know who is behind the tricks, but some of them were just impressed in Azka yesterday. Ben, you don't have to worry about me, Boggart said with a smile. Anyway, you will leave the Department of Mysteries in the future and go to those departments with windows to get promoted. Nelson froze for a moment, looked back at the short man, and said nothing. Some people said that day that you helped Minister Rich bring down Justice Shafik and came to power. They were worried that you had too much power at a young age, so they agreed to let you come here. But the director of the Wizarding Population Office, he also said that you have a blood relationship with Judge Shafik, and you are a collateral blood of the Shafik family, which may represent part of the will of those ancient families. Mr. Black from the International Affairs Department said that he is your friend, which means that you are the good man who saw the old lady crossing the road in the corner alley would go to help him. Haha, I believe this. Mr. Williams, you are my son. Cough cough cough. Mr. Boggart, who ran too fast and talked too much, coughed violently while holding onto the shelf next to him. Nelson raised his eyebrows when he heard half of his words. Ahem, the best role model. Mr. Boggart finally finished his sentence after taking and drinking the water Nelson handed over, and Nelson's eyebrows fell back. Someone said that you and Grindelwald have unresolved hatred, so he should be transferred directly to the Aura office and lead the charge when Grindelwald attacks. To be honest, I would rather what they say is true, so that I don't have to be in these. I've been lost in the messy and contradictory information for so long that it's hard for me to equate the you they say with the boy I saw on the construction site of the Department of Mysteries. Plus I'm really afraid of those weights level prophecy, so I have been avoiding you before. It doesn't matter. Listening to Boggart's narration, Nelson's eyes flashed a hint of amusement. What they said may be true, but the fragmented narration presents an absurd sense of fragmentation. I've seen it's an even stranger story. Just now, Grindelwald came to the Hall of Prophecy accompanied by Minister Rick. The minister told me, by the way, let me tell you your needs, and I will convey them to the ministry. Then he asked the logistics office to make plates for you. Listen said that you are here too. Grindelwald will disappear immediately. The minister is worried that he will be bad for you. So let me come to you first and let you leave here first. Boggart lowered his head in embarrassment. His tone became lower. But I'm really afraid of his vicious reputation. Before I have time to protect you, I will die first, and I still need your protection. I really can't imagine how a demon who has killed so many people can swagger in and out our Ministry of Magic. My cousin died at the hands of those bloody saints. He had a son your age, maybe a little younger, born a crazy child with no father and mother, thinking about becoming an aura after graduation and avenging his father all day long. When I saw his name on the list of auras to be admitted, my mood was really complicated. This child inherited his father's courage. The young Wu is not like my younger brother who only hides in this kind of place where the sun cannot be seen, but I'm very scared. I'm afraid that his mother will lose her only son after losing her husband. Shaking his head, he walked forward dejectedly, not even noticing that he passed Nelson, who was stepping out of the way. This is the attitude of ordinary people towards Grindelwald. He is not a reformer like Nelson who has never looked at the past and can chat and laugh with all kinds of big men, nor is he like Tom who has accumulated his own strength and can use his magic wand to kill anyone. The powerful person in his eyes is not a lover like Dumbledore who loves the world and can even understand Grindelwald's ambition. He doesn't have the patience of Nelson to withdraw from everything and even learn magic from his enemies. He is not as perverse as Tom who dared to provoke Grindelwald, nor is he as patient as Dumbledore trying to use his love to influence everything. He is just one of the hundreds of millions of beings in this world. His special features may only be magic and excellent memory, which gives him a job in the prophecy hall to accompany those prophecies that may never be heard by anyone. Bulls work for the rest of their lives, and their life is so fragile. He lost his relatives in the ambition of the big man, and he couldn't even protect his own son. He just walked with his head buried in this way, suppressing the emotional outbursts accumulated in the dark underground for many years, thinking of his respected cousin as an aura, but the habit he developed made him unable to speak loudly or see the edge. The wooden frame is like a lonely and deep forest, almost completely swallowing his courage. Grindelwald is no longer here, but he can still feel the feeling that passed from the depths of his soul when he just faced Grindelwald coming fear. Don't be afraid. At some point, a warm hand rested on his shoulder. Boggart raised his head blankly and saw Nelson's smiling face beside him. He was about to apologize for his ecstasy when he saw Nelson wave his hand. The wooden frame filled with prophecy balls in front of the two retired neatly to the two halves like the personal guards of the royal family, making room for the two walking in the narrow aisle to walk side by side. Nelson raised his head. After the wooden frame moved to the sides, the huge prophecy hall looked much wider. In the distance, on the small wooden table, dim lights were cast from the desk lamp that had accompanied Boggart for many years, warming the owner's sight. There's nothing to be afraid of, isn't Grindelwald alone? Nelson had thought that Mr. Boggart might be a character specially arranged by Rich or someone to make him stand firm, and he even guessed who is the cousin's son that Boggart said, but it doesn't matter, and he didn't want to think about it. He just patted Boggart on the shoulder and said softly, "Didn't they have a lot of love for me?" Discussion? You don't have to be afraid of him, no matter which one it's based on, do you? What? If I really belong to Nermengard as the rumors say, then I know Grindelwald so well, you will not be hurt. Nelson smiled. If I match another rumor, then if an unavoidable war really breaks out, I will only fall in front of you, and please rest assured that I will not fall. Let me tell you a secret. I just had a duel with Grindelwald, and the winner is I. Really? Really? Boggart's eyes trembled, and his eyes were full of disbelief. This is another rumor that only you know about. Nelson raised his index finger to his mouth and made a silent gesture at him. Didn't you just say that Minister Rich asked me to tell you my needs? Ah, yes. It just so happens that I need some materials to advance my research, Nelson said earnestly. By the way, some of them need to be obtained from Alvermorny. Come to my office with me. I will hand over the letter to you. Okay, I'll lock the door and go with you. By the way, your nephew, should it be a nephew? A cousin? Nelson asked. A 6th year student at Hogwarts? 7th grade in September? A Gryffindor? How did you guess that? Boggart asked in amazement, and began to recall whether he had revealed any information about his nephew just now. The memory of ordinary people allowed him to recall every sentence in the conversation with Nelson without hindrance. The key to confirming that he did not reveal anything. After receiving the information, he was even more surprised and awed by Nelson's speculation, and subconsciously said, "Is it a prophecy? No, it's just that I happen to know such a boy." Nelson narrowed his eyes. Alastair Moody, right? Well. Nelson agreed. Can you ask him if he lacks an internship? If you have nothing to do during the holidays, come and help me. If you have something to do, that's okay. Come and help me after you turn it down. He'll agree. Nelson said, whoever just happened to teach him fighting needs a finishing touch. The old hapless guy has been quarantined. These chapters were played on a mobile phone. Please ask for a ticket. Chapter 555 Nelson Serious Work Williams. I didn't expect you to come in person. Nelson raised his head from the mountain of drawings on his desk and looked at the bright girl who came in with a surprised expression. She was holding a pot of yellow daffodils in full bloom and stepped on it without hesitation. Nelson moved away from the magic threshold a second ago, and a chubby dog wagging his tail followed her attentively, staring at the pot of flowers in her hand with a snarl. Here, a gift for you. It's been a long time. Are you so motivated? She stuffed the flower pot into the arms of Nelson, who stood up, patted the soil on her hands, and said solemnly, "It's poisonous. But don't eat it when you're very hungry." Do I seem like someone who can do that kind of thing? As long as you don't discuss green things with me, I can be considered a botanist. Nelson placed the flower pot in the most prominent position on the corner of the table, and the somewhat dark room was therefore adding a touch of color. He touched the soft petals, picked up the puppy that was pounced on the flower pot, and rubbed its already scribbled head with a wild way. Haha, Dinkus, long time no see, you're getting fatter and fatter. Dinkus always wants to swallow it to taste the saltiness. The girl seemed worried that the guy who used the word fat to describe her pet would eat it while she was not paying attention, and took Dinka backseat, put it on the top of his head, and said, "I received your letter yesterday. Just a while ago Newt told me that the group of guys who have been watching around the school had disappeared, so I came to play with you. Come here, so it's been a long time, and I've never been in England before. How do you feel?" It doesn't feel much different from the United States. Not bad. At least not as vulgar as they are. This is the hometown of Americans. Nelson shrugged. I mean, how did you get here through legitimate channels? I thought you were a black family all along. Lorianne. Professor 12trees helped me with the formalities. I'm Miss Wendy Tucker Ora now. He is such a warm-hearted little old man. Lorianne walked around Nelson's office with her hands behind her back, looking at the furnishings here with a smile. His probing eyes occasionally glanced at the towering objects covered by black cloth behind Nelson, and from time to time he stretched out his hand and used a broom turned into a stick to wipe away the dust that had not been cleaned from the corners. The big bright red bow was trembling behind her head. She twirled the dust with her fingers in dissatisfaction and muttered, "Did they really lock you into the basement? The entire Ministry of Magic is underground, probably for some kind of mysterious atmosphere. By the way, there is a high probability that the enthusiastic little old man you mentioned is in the same group as the person you are stalking. Don't touch that. It's dangerous." Nelson stopped her reaching for the thing covered by the black cloth and said, "By the way, what do you mean I was really locked in the basement? Did someone tell you that I was locked in the basement?" Meme told me. Lorianne put her hands behind her back, put the dinkus on the ground, and let it play happily. She told me that your British Ministry of Magic is a bunch of jealous guys. Being a high-ranking official with a rich salary, you have a bad stomach behind your back. These stinky men will take everything that can be tricked out of you. Wait. Nelson interrupted her, leaving aside the fact that I'm also a stinky man. Who is this meme you're talking about? Why are you so cynical? Don't you know her? Luolian asked back in surprise. She told me that she is very familiar with you. She is your tutor, and she taught you the floating spell. Levitation curse. Meme. Melissa? Nelson raised his eyebrows high, almost flying to the ceiling. Is that Melissa Sykes? Yeah, you really know her. She really stinks. Wait. Nelson held his forehead. Let me take it easy. Professor Sykes is in Alvermorny? No you. She wasn't in Berkshire County, where Grindelwald and Dip had fought. Did you run away in the chaos? I haven't found her since. Professor 12 Trees said that they sat off the guests after receiving Professor Sykes. After that, even Grindelwald had no news of her. It turned out that she had been hiding in Alvermorny. Yeah, Lorianne responded naturally. She just came here 2 years ago and found a job as a gardener in my nursery. She usually stays with me. She told me that she was persecuted by a group of bad people looking for an asylum, so I used a little magic, you know, and those wizards don't seem to be able to do anything with something different. Lorianne showed a face of successful prank, rolled her eyes at Nelson, who had complicated eyes, and said with a smile, "It's true what she said, and there are a group of bad guys chasing her, but I didn't expect you to be among those bad guys. You good or bad, Nelson? Is she really a gardener in your garden?" Nelson asked earnestly. "Anything else? Otherwise, my garden only needs to be weeded, but sometimes she will go to the school to help those teachers. After all, she can be regarded as half of the same class." Lorianne thought for a moment and replied, "She is indeed very powerful, and there are some things. Well, I invited her to be my lab assistant last month. You know, my families are kind of clumsy, just like I taught you. They can't even clean the corners of the room. Since May after Mary came to help me, many preparations for alchemy became very simple." A chubby head protruded from Nelson's pocket. It was the first alchemy puppet that Nelson made after learning alchemy from Lorraine. "Familiar," the exclamation point. It shook its head and seemed to be clumsy to her. The evaluation of was very dissatisfied. It seemed that she wanted to stretch out her fist and gesture at Lorianne, but how could there be a fist with an exclamation point? It had to spring most of its body out, hooking its feet around the edge of the pocket and swinging at Lorianne like a crazy doorknob. "You have to be careful." Nelson only had time to show a fifth of his smile when a black shadow flashed by and the exclamation point was snatched away by Dinkus in the blink of an eye. He twitched the corners of his mouth and looked at Dinkus, who was delighted to have found a new molar stick. Hearing the exclamation point of Man of Steel fighting the puppy, he turned his head and asked after a long silence, "What did I just say?" "To be careful." Lorianne stood on tiptoe, put the back of her hand on Nelson's forehead, and shook her head. "I don't have a fever. I understand." Mimi said that her sister was poisoned by her ignorance, and she just kept going. "That green butterfly in my room made your memory worse." "I didn't." Nelson dodged to avoid Lorianne's hand, and his whole body tended to turn red and hot. "It's just that Dinkus' shocking performance just distracted my attention." "Well, as long as you are fine." Lorianne withdrew her hand, stretched her hand to the position just now with interest, looked at the palm that was much taller than her, and said with a smile, "I remember you used to be so tall, Boom. Many years have passed, woolen cloth. I'm afraid that, when I go home, I will become an old girl." Lorianne's tone suddenly became a little low, and Nelson didn't know how to comfort her for a while. She investigated the secret of reversing time as promised, but she still stayed in the relying on the huge magical power to travel through her own stage. The agreement a few years ago is far away, and even now he has to let Lorianne come to help him rebuild the construction of the time converter. Just when he opened his mouth and was about to say something, Lorianne showed his face. He smiled and asked, "By the way, what did you just tell me to beware of?" "Oh, I mean, Professor Sykes may have a purpose in contacting you. You have to beware of her. She is a powerful wizard. If she suddenly attacks you, I'm afraid you will be overwhelmed." "Hearing what you said, I feel like I'm a piece of meat," Lorianne said with a smile. "It's not bad, but I don't dare to let her touch the experiment of time. It's hard for a wizard without your foundation, the risks they bring. And even if you tell me that she has evil intentions, even if she really has evil intentions, she is the only person around me who can talk." Nelson didn't know how Lorianne had lived alone in Alvermorny these past few years, and he didn't know what Professor Sykes had brought her. He was silent for a moment and said, "I hope she can feel pain after leaving London." "Change your past memory. Has she done anything outrageous?" "Forget it. She just cheated her teammate to death. You take this. I don't have much time to go to the United States to find her troubles. When I get back, I hope you will tell her to take care of herself. If she really has something for her family fantasy, please use a method that a sister can accept. Nelson walked back to the desk and took out a wooden box from the drawer. It can't protect you immediately. You can take it with you, and if Professor Sykes does something wrong, you can shoot her with it. What is this? Lori-Ann took the wooden box, flipped open the lid, and frankly caught a black thing that fell out. Walter P38, my previous gun. I modified it a little bit. It can hit 100% of the people you want to hit. It was originally used for sneak attack. Forget it. Do you know how to use it? An automatic pistol. I know it. A friend of mine who fell from the sky used this kind of thing before. This unique pistol is different from the mass-produced ones in Germany. The handle is engraved with gorgeous patterns, and you can vaguely feel the warmth and tremors from the magazine. He raised the gun to his ear, posed a handsome pose, and made a beau sound from his mouth. I like your gift. It reminds me of the past I almost forgot. Lorraine put the pistol and the wooden box in his pocket and directed the familiars who had been waiting outside the door for a long time to bring the boxes one by one. These are the things you want. My research on time has reached a deadlock. As a foreigner, I really can't find my place. I think your research has stalled because you didn't participate in it at the beginning. Come in. I don't know the principal, so I brought you a copy of the test records and materials, and I also helped you build a telescope that can see the stars more clearly. Come on, Nelson. We all have to reasons for the results. Looking at Lori-Ann's earnest eyes, Nelson was stunned. Looking at the young girl in front of him, who had hardly changed from when he lived in Germany, it seemed that time in this world didn't want to leave traces on foreigners. His eyes feeling a little dry, he lowered his head, rubbed his eyes, and said, I have to correct it. It's semi-automatic. I understand. Nelson agreed. The last time converter fell into someone else's hands by accident. I think his ability can completely help us make a breakthrough. As for me, I think I have some clues. I know, I have 100 hearts. Be careful on the road. Understood. Whoever messes with me, I'll shoot him with a gun, right? Lori-Ann beckoned. Dinkus broke free from Nelson's shackles and chased after him, and the group of alchemy dolls who put down the wooden box also ran away in a line. She walked out the door and waved her back to Nelson. Goodbye. Next time we meet, don't grow to 2 meters. The huge red bow was bouncing around in the rotunda of the Department of Mysteries. Under the light of the bonfire, Nelson lit like a living butterfly. He raised his arm, beckoned Lori-Ann's back, and waved the wand. The things in the wooden box flew out by category and neatly filled the vacancy on the shelf by the wall. He left an overview record, sat on the chair, and read it carefully. The door was on his. The front door was slowly closed, making this small room once again isolated from the world. When the alarm clock on the table started to make noise on time, Nelson jumped up from the chair at the same time and stopped the alarm clock. The table was already covered with densely written manuscript paper, and there were bright words floating in the surrounding air. Nelson, who had no place to take notes, stayed in midair. He stretched, his sedentary joints cracked, he yawned big, reset the spell, put his bag on his back, and walked out of the office. Looking at the empty hall, Nelson clearly felt that there was no one in the surrounding doors. He scratched his chin in doubt and said to himself, I will not be the only one working seriously in the entire Department of Mysteries. Right? No way, no way. Hey, is anyone taking the elevator together? Nelson could only hear his own echo. Mr. Boggart, are you there? You didn't go to a meeting and didn't call me, did you? Forget it. It's important to get off work. I'm hungry. Chapter 556. At this time, King's Cross Station will usher in its rare congestion twice a year. In today's relatively mild weather, students who take the Hogwarts Express to leave school may have a good holiday start. The platform was full of parents who came to pick up the students. They dragged their families, husbands and wives, and even held the hands of younger brothers and sisters who were not yet 11 years old. They watched the railway track disappear straight into the distance, feeling anxious. The children who have been away from home for many days. The closer the scheduled time of the train, the more silent on the platform, even though the headmaster of Hogwarts is the respected and trusted Albus Dumbledore, but in such a who can guarantee that he won't hear any other kind of bad luck when he is looking forward to it? Nelson and Tom were also one of the many parents waiting on platform 9 3/4. They were young and out of tune with the environment here, which caused the wizards and witches around them to look inquiringly from time to time. A slightly bleak story has already been made up in my heart. Two handsome young people without parents not only have to work hard in London alone, but also take care of their younger siblings who are still in school, and even have a few sympathetic hot ladies want to step up and care about them. There were a few discerning wizards in the crowd, and these employees of the Ministry of Magic recognized Nelson, a newly promoted dignitary who has caused a lot of rumors recently, but has been quiet after joining the job. Organize the language, thinking about how to make friends with him by coincidence. Nelson was wearing a neat suit, with one button of his shirt unbuttoned and no tie. He wanted to go to the Ministry of Magic to ask to leave first, and then came to King's Cross Station to pick up Christian and Adele with Tom. But when he arrived at the Ministry of Magic, he was told that, although today is Tuesday, it has long been customary for wizards with children to ask to leave at Hogwarts, so this day is a holiday for the Ministry of Magic, and only some people who need to work overtime will come voluntarily. Mr. Williams, the clerk at the logistics office across from Rich's office, told Nelson that way. He raised his head, helped his eyes that were stamped on his nose due to his deep sleep, and said with a strange expression, "You young, with a child who is at least 11 years old? I'm going to pick up my sister. Oh, I'm sorry, we may not have had time to inform you. I'm really sorry. Today is a holiday. If you have children, you can also have a holiday together." He stood up from his seat with a thump and apologized again and again. "In fact, it is okay for you not to come to work as before. Minister Rich told us that wizards like you need to find inspiration in life instead of just sitting in the office like us." Wait. Nelson raised his voice. "Who told you that I didn't come to work before? I didn't miss a day, and I added at least 5 to 10 minutes every day. Is that so? But I didn't see your name on the timesheet," the clerk responded confusedly. "But you don't need to record attendance, and don't worry about salary. Remember the overtime pay for me." Nelson left the Ministry of Magic in disgrace after asking what the Ministry of Magic's attendance was. No more, no less. The tremors under his feet brought Nelson back to reality. He just opened his eyes without getting too excited. Like many times before, this tremor probably came from the platform next door. This is the third time Nelson has come to this platform in the recent period. The first time was to say goodbye to Ludwig, and the second time was to say goodbye to Hogwarts. This time, he came to pick up the younger Christian and Adele go home. Will the train come? Tom stood aside, changed his posture to a little more relaxed, stuck his head out, and looked at the empty railroad tracks in the distance, and said, "I doubt if they can get the train in such a short time. Hogwarts Express fixed. The trauma on the carriage body may be repaired soon, but magic is probably a big project, and we need to contact the family who presided over the construction of the train at that time." Nelson rubbed his hair, and said, "The letter said that Hogwarts will still use it. A train arrived on time on the old route, and I'm afraid I've bought a new one for temporary use, or borrowed one from Muggles." "Borrow?" Tom shook his head. HMPH. There was still the tremor of passing trains under his feet from time to time. Nelson looked around, and many wizards who cast their eyes looked away after meeting his gaze. "I think Mrs. Cole can be entrusted to take care of them." "Mrs. Cole? Let her go." Tom curled his lips. "And throwing two little girls who just had a vacation to the orphanage, won't your conscience really hurt? That's too cruel. Leave it to you? You wake up later than the 23-year-old yellow dog that is diagonally across from us. I'm afraid you still need Christian to cook for you. Can't I just ask Adele to cook for me?" "No, I couldn't get up before, just because I was preparing for the interview, and now I'm ready," Tom argued. "I can put them take it to Hogwarts." "Come on, it's even more cruel to throw two little girls who just had a vacation from school. Anyway, they can't be thrown into the orphanage." Tom resisted Nelson's casual proposal. "Why do children with families go there? Jonas's house is so big, can't they accommodate the two of them? Personal, of course." Nelson understood Tom's thoughts. He agreed and said, "I will help them make an amulet to ensure that I can be by their side at any time." Ugh. The faint sound of the siren came from a distance, and the tremor under his feet never stopped. Nelson squinted his eyes and looked towards the end of the railroad track. A brand new train was spewing steam and slowly approaching from a distance. No different from the passenger trains operated by Muggles. It's really here. It wasn't just Nelson who noticed the arrival of the train. Many wizards who were chatting on the platform stopped their ongoing conversations and crowded towards the railroad tracks. The train slowly entered the platform, but the driver didn't seem to be very proficient in the operation. Amidst the sharp friction of the brake pads, a group of people waiting on the platform watched the train passing the platform at an extremely slow speed and were taken away by the train after a while. There was a bewildering embarrassment on the platform. Nelson turned his head and looked at Tom, who was also confused, until the train completely disappeared into the station. Besides, after being silent for about 5 minutes, the train finally came back. Dumbledore stood on the roof with his wand raised high, and beside him were McGonagall and Flitwick, who were shrouded in their backs. Flitwick had a dumbfounding expression on his face. As for Mag, he wished he could cover his entire face with that top wizard hat. Sorry everyone, Dumbledore's voice sounded on platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express is currently facing an overhaul, and we have activated a train that we just purchased, and some of the magic has not been properly running. The train slowly backed into the platform and stopped, and the three stopped right in front of Nelson and Tom. Dumbledore winked at the two of them, jumped off the roof, and walked back into the door. The sharp-eyed Flitwick immediately disappeared with a wave of his wand, leaving only McGonagall, who had lost his lord, standing on the roof blankly. After noticing the expressions of Nelson and Tom holding back their laughter, she raised her chin proudly and appeared in front of them. I suddenly remembered that Hagrid's greeting was still with me. McGonagall found an excuse for the two opened their mouths and disappeared in the next second. Nelson and Tom looked at each other for a moment and finally couldn't hold it back. They covered their stomachs and let out a suppressed laugh. Along the way, they sideways avoided the spell that might turn him into a mouse or an ant from the maddened Mag. Although the process was tortuous, Christian and Adele finally found Nelson and Tom, who were overjoyed. Compared with Adele, who was sent by the prefect, Christian looked very lonely. After she and Moody waved goodbye, silently came to the three of them. Tom lowered his raised arms, returned the wand that Adele had been holding in his hand to play with Adele, and took the box in Christian's hand with one hand. Just as Christian was about to say thank you, Tom had already snatched Adele's wand away again. The guy who snatches a little girl should be stuffed in an oil drum and rolled down the hill, don't you think? Nelson said to Christian with a smile. Come on, what's the matter? Forgot platform 9 3/4? How do you get out? No. Christian shook his head, followed Nelson, and walked towards the leaving pillar. The scene on the road was very strange. Tom kept teasing Adele with a suitcase for two, while Nelson followed behind and cared about Christian's study and life. Look, he forgot to give the box a floating spell. Nelson laughed a little loudly, letting Tom use Adele's wand to release the floating spell secretly. Some people like to be brave. You have to understand, Chris. Not long after, a group of people came to a Chinese restaurant that Nelson had already reserved. When the steaming meals were served on the table, their vacation finally really started. Nelson, I heard that you found a good job at the Ministry of Magic. Christian lowered his head and rummaged through the beaded pouch he was carrying. It didn't take long before he found a small black wooden she straightened her waist, handed the wooden box to Nelson with both hands, and said softly, you used to take care of me. I made a present myself. I hope you like it. Oh. Nelson took Christian's gift box with a smile, placed it squarely on the left side in front of him, and said in a low voice, can I open it and have a look? Hearing Nelson's tone of voice, Tom covered half of his face with his hands and turned his head away. Of course. Christian smiled and cast a sigh of relief at Nelson in suits and ties. I've never seen you wearing this kind of clothes before, and I didn't expect it to go well with you. I hope my gift can match it. Nelson stretched out his hand and stroked the ribbon of the gift box with his fingertips. The tightly bound gift box was opened, revealing a carefully rolled grey tie. Nelson wiped his hand on the hot towel beside him. Carefully pick up the tie and spread it over your leg. Tom looked over his shoulder, nodded, and said, it's a bit unmanageable, but it's okay. By the way, could you please speak in a normal voice? Of course. This is a grey formal tie. The fine stitches hidden behind the tie show the maker's intentions. On the dark grey mesh satin, clusters of neat and beautiful ranunculus leaf patterns are embroidered with frosted silver thread, which is gorgeous, but not exaggerated. Nelson looked at the familiar colors and patterns, was silent for a moment, and showed a bright smile. "Thank you for your hard work, Chris. It's very good of you to like it." Christian breathed a sigh of relief, unlike when she was a child who was afraid of Tom, and felt that Nelson was easy to get along with. Now she has more and more awe of Nelson, even though he is not much older than herself, and he is smiling all day long. "I feel more and more that Nelson is more like his majestic elder. I'll wear this to work tomorrow." Nelson put away his tie, picked up the chopsticks next to the bowl, and said, "Eat, don't let it cool down." Looking at Nelson, who was playing with 2 chopsticks like magic wands, Tom showed surprise. He had never seen Nelson display such a talent, so he couldn't help imitating it, but soon he gave up. "By the way, didn't you have a good relationship with Professor Sykes before?" After the starter was removed, Nelson, who was holding the rice bowl, raised his head, pointed to the plate in front of him with his chopsticks, and puffed his cheeks, and said to Christian, "Try this. It's sweet and sour. You should like it." "Well, thank you." Christian awkwardly rolled up a bunch of vegetable leaves on the plate with a fork, raised his head suddenly, his movements froze, and he didn't even notice that Nelson caught a dropped fork with his wand. After a while, she blinked and said, "Professor Sykes. I haven't seen her much since she left Hogwarts. Do you know where she is?" Nelson added half a bowl of rice and asked casually, "I remember that you were quite close before, and she always tutored your charm class alone." "Do not know." "Oh, it's okay if you don't know," Nelson agreed, poured a bowl of soup into Adele's small bowl, and said casually, "I have good news for you. I found her. If there is no accident, you see Professor Sykes again soon." The diner's comments said that this sausage should not be missed. Nelson commented, as if it was really just a casual chat, "But I always feel that it is not Chinese food." Chapter 557 Torture. Eat it while it's hot. Don't be nervous. It's not a parent-teacher meeting right now, and I won't punish you for confinement, Nelson said enthusiastically as he picked up food for Christian. "Isn't it to your taste?" "It's delicious," Christian said, picking at the plate in front of him with his fork. "It's just Professor Sykes." I suddenly remembered something. Tom sat with his arms folded and closed his eyes. After feeling that the topic at the dinner table was becoming unsuitable for Adele, he opened his eyes and said to Nelson, "I said before that I would take Adele to the sidelines. Lane has long experience. Have you finished your meal?" I looked at the menu. "This meal is as long as a French meal. I'm afraid it's a restaurant opened by a Frenchman." Tom curled his lips. "When I came back from shopping, the main course hadn't been served yet. But I want to eat." Adele raised her head from the plate, wiped the sauce on her face with a napkin, and scratched her head blankly. "Tom, you just want to go shopping by yourself." Wand with a strange shape in his hand. "This rare one should be able to sell for a lot of money. If you sell it now, I should be able to buy everything I wanted before." "Give it back. Come with me to Slantside Lane, and I'll give it to you." Tom shook his wand, like he used to catch rabbits with vines on the wall in the orphanage, luring Adele to chase him out of the restaurant. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Nelson, and didn't say much. "Don't worry." Nelson's voice was drowned out by the wind chimes in front of the shop. Tom walked out, and returned the wand to Adele. "In the tight, did you find out where Professor Sykes is?" And raised the corners of her mouth. She slowly raised her head, flying a nervous blush. "This is really good news. I remember her arrest warrant has been issued." "It has been issued for many days. You must have been troubled by this for a long time, seeing that the criminal is about to be caught." I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. She kept moving on the stool, showing that she wanted to leave quickly, but Nelson kept talking, making her anxious and nervous. "That's none of my business, and the legal enforcement department won't pay me." Nelson shrugged, looking at Christian, who was flushed and dodging his eyes, raised his arm and snapped his fingers. Turning his head to the approaching waiter, Fuhr said, "Give this lady a glass of lemonade and add more ice cubes." "Me." After the waiter left, Christian opened his mouth but couldn't utter a complete sentence. She subconsciously hugged the beaded bag in her arms. Except for some valuable things, it was filled with the newly created words, to communicate with Professor Sykes. In Christian's view, Professor Sykes is to her what Grindelwald is to Nelson. He is an unacceptable mentor to the world. A trace of anger and powerlessness soon rose in her heart. Why did Nelson agree? It's not fair that Eva is so upright and learning art, but she and her mentor have to learn secretly. Not everything can be as simple as studying for a test, Nelson said softly. Christian raised his head abruptly and patted his forehead vigorously. She thought that Nelson had used legilimency on her and knew what she was thinking at the moment, but there was no reaction in her mind at all. Dare to look at Nelson again, even dare not look at him, for fear that he will see something in his eyes. Are you rebellious, Chris? Nelson took the lemonade from the waiter, put it in front of Christian, and asked with concern, you look very pale. High altitude sickness? Altitude sickness? Christian gulped down a mouthful of lemonade. A lemon seed slipped into her mouth along the drink. The bitter feeling spread in her mouth, and the sharp corners of the fruit core violently it passed across her mouth and throat. But she didn't even feel the taste. She just forced a smile. I'm just happy for you. Nah, just went to work at the Ministry of Magic, and you have made such a big contribution. Professor Kex once. Many people said that your magic level has surpassed some Hogwarts professors. You should catch her with your own hands. After all, she has done so many wrong things before. You seem to be deeply touched, Chris. Nelson held his chin and smiled. I haven't said anything yet. Why did you recruit yourself? Melissa Sykes is hiding in Alvermorny, isn't that right? Nelson pursued the victory and asked softly, you have been in touch with her all the time. Why? I have no contact with her. Oh, really? Nelson raised his eyebrows. Then what's in your pouch? I have to say that the untraceable stretching charm works well, but please note that when dealing with such soft items when using it, make sure the contents don't roll around. Walking with you always feels like a student who is going crazy near the end of the term, flipping through his blank textbook over and over again. Maybe you can find it within a 10-mile radius. Two guys listening to rock. Can't hear you in your bag. Is it so harsh? Christian subconsciously opened the small bag and took a look inside. When she realized that Nelson was on the opposite side, she hugged the bag tightly again and looked at Nelson nervously, only to find that he was not moving at all. It seemed that he had no interest in what was in the bag, or that he already knew it all. Is it a letter? Nelson took out a tightly rolled piece of parchment from his pocket and handed it to Christian. Here is your report card. Your grades in charms are very good, and you are better than others. The grades of the subjects are much higher. I think it is not surprising that Professor Sykes has trained you so well in an individualized way. Can't I just study hard by myself? Of course I believe, but with the help of Professor Sykes, you will be even better. Nelson agreed. In this way, a student who is obsessed with dueling clubs can also pass the test than a guy who spends in the library every day. Better grades. Are you spying on me? Christian wanted to stand up and leave here, but her body couldn't exert any strength. She knew that Nelson hadn't used magic to restrict her movements, nor had he poisoned her food. I know, it's just that I don't dare to do it. No, you misunderstood, Chris. Nelson shook his head, took a sip from his teacup. I don't need to monitor you, and I have no motivation to monitor you. These are only things that a parent has the right to know information. Although Mr. Riddle also cares about you, but as a Muggle, he can't understand the meaning of these things. So your transcript and professor's comments were sent to me. How do you know? You may not know that there are student activities on the report card, including club activities and so on. This is just a simple analysis. To tell you the truth, as a member of the dueling club, although I haven't participated in many club activities, but at least I'm clear about the activity time. Since you can get such a high score in the club attendance, you will naturally not participate too little, and the time for studying will be greatly taken up. Nelson spread his hands and said with a smile, if without a good teacher, I'm afraid your charms class will be as bad as other subjects. Christian buried her head lower and lower, almost hiding under the table. She knew that everything Nelson said was true, but she couldn't find a reason to refute it. Until the wind chimes at the door rang again, Tom's figure appeared in the corner of her vision. She immediately straightened her back, pretending that she was choked by the food in front of her, and wiped 2 hands on her face indiscriminately, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I don't have any money." Eyes took out a wallet from his pocket and threw it to Tom. "Stop harassing me, can't you see I'm talking to Chris?" Tom turned his head to look at Christian, who was left with the back of his head, called her name, and swallowed the second half of the sentence. "Forks," Christian replied. "Whatever Nara asks, just say what you want, okay? I won't say that I'm for your own good. I hope you can make your own trade-offs. You are an adult witch." Tom tried his best to calm the emotions in his words, turned around and left the store holding his wallet. "Ah," Christian whispered again. "Oh, Tom, I discussed it with him early in the morning. You know, he has a bad temper. I worry that with him here, especially if the conversation has reached this point, we may not be able to get along well." "Talk," Nelson said. "I don't want your first day of vacation to be unpleasant, Chrissy. How dare I be unhappy?" Christian lowered his head timidly. She felt that she was not sitting at the dining table, but sitting in the interrogation room of the Wizengamot. She deliberately lowered her gaze so that Nelson, who was at the same level as her, looked like a high-ranking judge. "Don't you know everything?" Her 2 hands were crossed and placed on the dining table tremblingly, as if she was handcuffed. The fork trembled and slipped from her fingertips, and the soup was all over the back of her hands. "I heard you say it yourself, Chris." Nelson picked up the napkin, helped Christian wipe the back of his hand, patted on both hands, and said softly, "Don't be afraid. I won't put you. If I arrest you, I won't hand you over to the Auras and send you to Azkaban. I just want to know what exactly Professor Sykes gave you to allow you to take such a big risk to hang out with her." "I swear, I didn't reveal any news about Hogwarts to her," Christian said tremblingly, as if he had just been picked up from the water. His hair was wet with sweat, shaking like chaff. "I swear, she didn't ask. I did keep in touch with her, but it was all about magic. Other than that, it was just chatting. I can sign an unbreakable oath with you. I believe you, Chris. There is no need for the unbreakable oath." Nelson blinked. "Non-subjective behavior will also be counted in the oath. Chris." He raised his voice so suddenly that Christian was so startled that he almost fell out of his seat. What's wrong? Don't be so timid. We are talking, not torture. I'm not a judge, and you are not a prisoner." Nelson said in a deep voice. "Look up at me. Do you want to protect Melissa Sykes? You can't even control yourself. How can you protect someone who is so much stronger than you? What position do you have to hide it for her? What ability do you have to hide it for her? You can't even tell a lie. Hurry up and leave to inform her. If you really want to protect her, give me a reason why you have to protect her instead of killing my patience with her here. She is not you. She is not my kin, let alone my sister." Christian had never seen Nelson like this before. How could this be her gentle brother? Even though she had never seen Grindelwald's real face, at this moment, she felt that the Dark Lord should have such an aura. I'm the daughter of a liar, but I can't even tell a lie." Bit her lip, with tears in her eyes. She felt like a boat facing a storm, powerless, and could only pray for the mercy of the sky. "I do not want this. I must remind you, Christian Jewel, you are not anyone's daughter, nor is anyone's puppet. You are just yourself," Nelson said in a vibrating voice. "Melissa Sykes lurked in IFAMONI. It's not like she told you to avoid the enemy. Her enemy has long been overwhelmed. Her real purpose is to contact the inventor of an important magic that can reverse everything, and she colluded with the second Salamangery and you. The behavior of the students who have studied together for 6 years is even more difficult to explain. Don't you want to say it?" Hearing Nelson's narration, Christian's emotions almost collapsed. She wanted to speak, but her voice couldn't make a sound. "Don't you want to say it?" Nelson asked again, but only a muffled whimper came back. "I understand." Nelson nodded. He pushed his chair away and stood up, drank the last tea in the cup. Just when Christian was relieved that he was about to leave, he walked up to the girl, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her up from the seat. Looking at Christian's shaking pupils, Nelson sighed and said, "I'm going to take you with me now and grab her with my own hands." Chapter 558 Melissa Sykes. Professor Sykes, long time no see. "Oh, Williams?" In the flower bed, a thin woman raised her head from the lush flowers. Even though she was engaged in such hard outdoor work, Professor Sykes' skin was still fair, and the years seemed to have left no marks on her face. The middle-aged woman still looks like a young woman who still has charm, and even a plain linen dress can hardly conceal her outstanding beauty. The sun cast mottled spots of light from the edge of the straw hat, leaving a line on her face like a Central American wizard, and this spot of light moved slowly as she raised her head, and it stayed on her neck, like a scar on the head of an owl, stayed at the tip of her nose again, dividing her into a black and white painting, which reflected with the sickle and wand in her two hands, presenting an incomprehensible central idea scenery. Haven't seen you for a long time. She nodded with a smile, shifted her eyes to Christian next to Nelson, and blinked at the trembling girl. Even though it was just a distant glance, Christian really calmed down a lot, and clasped his hands tightly. The nails on Nelson's palm also slowly loosened. I didn't expect that we would meet at such a time, and in such a place. Fate is really interesting, isn't it? She hung the sickle in her hand on a branch beside her, wiped her wand on her apron, and said with a smile, "Times have changed. I'm no longer a professor at Hogwarts. And I'm no longer a student of Hogwarts." Nelson agreed. Many things will change over time, but some things have already lost the qualification to change. Are you here to ask that, teacher? Professor Sykes didn't care about the sarcasm in Nelson's tone and the thorns hidden in the words. She waved her wand and carefully washed her hands with the water spell every day. Fingers, fingernails, and the stains hidden in every fingernail. After doing all this, she took out a delicate silk veil and wiped the wand over and over again, from beginning to end, even when Nelson was standing in front of the sun. Without interrupting her, she was like the last nobleman of a dynasty sitting on his seat for the last time on the last day when the building collapsed. I thought you could at least say, recalling the old days. You are not Albus. You shouldn't be such a confused man. What kind of man is a man who understands style? Nelson took off his hat, nodded slightly at Professor Sykes, and put his hat back again. Are you referring to the kind of man who is used to forgiving on behalf of others? That is indeed satisfactory. It's a gentleman's demeanor, Professor Sykes. I really want to do this, but I may not be qualified to forgive you for those students who were hurt by the obscure, and I don't have enough wealth to compensate them instead of you. Wealth? I mean, it's none of my business, Nelson said. I'm here for the trouble, my own trouble, and the other guy's account is for the other guy. You are a rude man. After a long silence, Professor Sykes lowered his head and said in a voice that only Nelson could hear, "Do you mind if I dress up? I want to be decent, and this may be the last thing I can hold on my own." Nelson let go of Christian's grip and shrugged noncommittally. "You can stare. Don't worry, I won't run. I have nowhere to go." Professor Sykes saw, stood on tiptoe, hung his wand on the treetop, took 2 steps back, turned and walked towards. He walked to a corner of the garden. "Come on. Take Miss Jewel. I still have the last spell to teach her." Nelson pushed open the low wooden door in the middle of the fence and stepped in. Christian stood still and looked at Nelson's back, clenched his fists, and after hesitating for a moment, he caught up with him. Lorienne's flower garden is as colorful as herself, and all kinds of flowers that Nelson has never seen are blooming at the same time. She seems to remember the preferences and habits of her only friend. There is little green in the flower garden, which makes people walking in it. Nelson didn't feel that bad. Where his footsteps passed, familiars pulled the flower stems and vines one after another, so that his footsteps didn't hurt those fragile flowers at all. At the end of his sight, Nelson saw the figure of Professor Sykes disappearing into a cabin. It was an extremely simple cabin, located in this remote location, which was almost like the farmers in the southern United States who married black slaves. His stables were no different, and his voice rang out in the cabin when he was surprised that Professor Sykes lived in such a place. "Miss Cornello is very enthusiastic. Not only did she arrange an alchemy magic circle that is different from wizards, it is enough to protect me for several years, and she also tidied up a beautiful and warm house for me, but I always feel that I'm not suitable to live there. You should have dealt with my sister later. That room is too much like a happy home, even though it is really comfortable and happy, but whenever I lie on the soft mattress, I can always think of my father in a happy home. What the family has done, the sense of guilt and uneasiness almost sees the timing of my sleep every time, constantly disturbing the soul and life of a sinful person like me. Her voice is ethereal and helpless, as if she floated from the pasture behind the red pine forest more than 10 years ago. Compared with the name Happy House, it is more like an airtight prison, where people live in, everyone in it is imprisoned, and to this day, has not let go of its nightmares. So I asked her to let me build a hut outside. After all, the gardener should live here, shouldn't he? Nelson stepped on the threshold of the hut, and Professor Sykes' words stopped his steps, and he was dazed. Christian almost bumped into his back. Wait a minute, Williams, I'm changing. Nelson turned his back, helped Christian, who almost fell, and waited for Professor Sykes to finish changing. After she spoke again, Nelson raised his leg and walked in, but this time Christian didn't dare to follow come in. The first sight is a cabin that cannot be called cozy. A hard bed with a thin sheet is placed in the corner of the cabin. Perhaps because Professor Sykes is not skilled in building houses, the room is not a regular square shape. The bed in the corner of the wall presented an uncomfortable angle, and the cyan quilt was spread out on the bed evenly, and there was a small standing coffee table at the head of the bed. Professor Sykes was sitting in front of the writing desk and dressing table opposite the end of the bed. There is a half-written letter in front of her. She is fully dressed, wearing the gorgeous dress that appeared at the Ball of the Triwizard Tournament, and is holding a handful of hair and pulling the knotted ends with a comb. In front of her is a mirror that is almost as big as the wall. Nelson can easily see the whole house in the mirror, including the expressionless self and the smiling Professor Sykes. The mirror makes the room look better. It's getting bigger, but Nelson can't imagine how a person who is troubled by nightmares can sleep peacefully under such a mirror. Welcome to my home. Professor Sykes turned his head and reached out to Nelson. There is a bottle of gold powder on my bedside table. Can you pass it to me? After receiving the vial from Nelson with the floating spell, she unscrewed the cap, leaned close to the powder mirror, dipped the golden inside with a face swab, and smeared it on her face. I have lived in many places. Happy Home, Hogwarts Dormitory, Ravenclaw Head's Lounge, but without exception, they are not as solid as this place makes me feel. Such a mirror seems to be more harmful to sleep. Nelson commented. What about other places? For example, the hotel on the run. No, this mirror makes me feel very solid. Professor Sykes did not respond to Nelson's question and continued to talk about her mirror. I'm used to sleeping without pajamas. Every time I wake up from a nightmare, second can always see my frailty and ugliness at the first moment. I have nothing to lose, and I have nothing to lose. A person who is alone often wants more, especially if she once had everything, Nelson said, leaning against the door frame, squinting his eyes. I'm still curious, you exposed the location of Hogwarts to the first. What is Salem's intention? This is tantamount to suicide for them, and you will get nothing. I hope you will not give me a ridiculous answer. What position are you asking me this question? Professor Sykes turned his head. Half-painted makeup hung on his face. The golden powder was applied to the lid of the right eye, and there was a dark glint in Nelson's eyes, light, like a perverse smiling face, with teardrops like weeping. Hogwarts? Ministry of Magic? Dumbledore? Or yourself? Myself. I understand. Professor Sykes turned his head, sighed, and continued to apply makeup. You have to know that once you get contaminated with some things, you will fall into the quagmire, and those who struggle hard tend to sink deeper and deeper. The Sykes family, apart from one unfounded charge, is most commendable for our research on magical animals, and you should understand that, whether it is magic, alchemy, potions or other things, inventions for the purpose of harm are always the most. When I was young, I was the orphan of the Sykes family. As a lucky survivor, I thought pleasantly that everything left by my father would become the capital for me to rebuild the family. Even if they were evil, I would not reveal any secrets to outsiders, and those people don't seem to have the idea of robbing knowledge. I realized later that they just need someone to do these things. Professor Sykes sighed and continued. When I understood by the time it was too late, I had gained wealth, fame, and the power to be promoted from the long and evil business. I was driven like that in a carriage with no brakes, and fell into the abyss. Isn't this your own choice? Yes, you are really rude, Williams, and don't expose a lady's sophistry so casually in the future. Professor Sykes smiled, and turned his head. The golden makeup shone on her face, like a dancer about to take the stage. Even if the symmetrical and flying paisley pattern was moved from the fabric to her face, there was no trace of it. With a sense of disobedience, her eyes are raised up, like a pair of wings that are about to fly away, and the vine-like lines are drawn along the eyelids to the temples, extending to the jaw. It's obviously me who is intoxicated by this feeling. I think I'm a smart person. I thought of many ways to get rid of their control. I first thought of power. This is a shortcut that any wizard who is weak in nature will think of. Staring at Ravenclaw's diadem, I thought it, and Rowena Ravenclaw's wisdom would give me the power to say no to everything, but unfortunately it doesn't recognize my wisdom. I have tried countless methods, tried to cut off the supply of key venom, tried to contact newcomers with higher quotas, tried to seek help from Albus, and even thought about Grindelwald, the Demon King who destroys order, Sykes said. The professor's voice became deeper and deeper, but every time, I haven't overcome my desire. Professor Sykes, said Nelson, straightening his back, this doesn't seem to be cause for regret. Yes, this is my own choice, so I thought of Second Salem, when I was at the end of the road. I thought that, as long as they created chaos, I would have a chance to go to the ground by eliminating the crisis, or get out quickly through the chaos. Professor Sykes smiled, without the slightest bit of self-ashamedness. I chose the second option, because you guys solve the problem too quickly, and they are really useless. The only luggage Juaz took away was the tea set. In my plan, I would completely get rid of the shackles of British power, and rely on Sykes' skills to rebuild our family in America, but the ridiculous thing is that my former allies quickly found someone to replace me, and the second Salem I had high hopes for turned out to be a toy of the Magical Congress of America, more of a clown than me. Your confession astounds me, Professor. Nelson narrowed his eyes and studied Professor Sykes' neck. I really didn't expect that you found my place so quickly. She twisted her neck slightly, stretched her sore joints like most women who had finished a day's work, stretched out her hand, and tied the hair that hung down to her forehead behind her ears, revealing her thin and almost transparent earlobes. There is an almost closed ear hole on her face. Compared with when she was a professor at Hogwarts a few years ago, she has lost a lot of clothing and appearance. I thought this peaceful life would last forever. Go down. Do you like a quiet life? It doesn't look like it. I didn't like it before, but after staying in this kind of life for a long time, I became more and more infatuated with it. Professor Sykes looked at Nelson in the mirror, glanced at the wand in his hand, and said seriously, if you give me another once I have a chance to choose, I will be willing to be calm, and I'm also a little curious about how you found me. It must not be Miss Jewel, she answered herself. She can't tell me where I am. It was a coincidence. Nelson said in a deep voice, your mistake is also here. Why do you stretch out your hand to an innocent person who may cause trouble? Trouble? Do you think you are trouble? Professor Sykes asked back. Don't you think it will be an opportunity for me? At least for you. Yes. I'm so sorry. Professor Sykes opened the drawer and picked out the pitifully rare jewelry. I just think she looks like me. No matter what the result is today, I hope you can forgive that girl later. I took advantage of her, but it wasn't her intention. Chapter 559 Jealousy. When I was young, I witnessed my loving father torture my mother with endless neglect and isolation. He blamed it all on his research that he thought could change the world. I don't understand. When you understand magic, the essence of magic, when you learn the true meaning of magic, will your family and your life really become happier? Professor Sykes' eyes slowly moved to the flowers in the corner of the dressing table. It was a pot of flowers that Nelson couldn't name. He had seen it in many places, slender branches, celery or coriander-like branches and leaves, and 5-petaled purple flowers. It is so ordinary that Nelson has no curiosity to explore its name. He only knows that the flower buds of this flower that are about to bloom will be playful when pricked, but this is from ordinary to the unusual. Flowers were planted in precious celadon flower pots by Professor Sykes, and not even a single weed could be seen in the clean soil. I think this flower is like me. I can see it everywhere on the roadside, but it is wrapped in a gorgeous shell that doesn't belong to me. It makes people look glamorous, but when the pot is broken, I have nothing left, Sykes said. The professor caressed the delicate petals with his fingertips. closed his eyes, and with a hard heart, he pushed the flower and a stem off, and awkwardly inserted it into the hole on the earlobe with unskilled movements. I asked my father this question, and he said that my vision is too low, and that the daughter of the Sykes family should set her sights on farther and higher places, instead of enjoying the aftermath of her ancestors. In a house that he is no longer satisfied with, he said that his research was more important than anything else, and even asked me if sacrifices were required in the pursuit of magical truth, would I be willing to make sacrifices? Then will you? Nelson leaned against the doorframe, nodded and stood behind Professor Sykes, his eyes hidden in the shadow of the brim of his hat, and asked exactly the same question as Dr. Sykes had. I'm actually kind of envious of that girl, the girl you hung out with all the time, the girl who was next to you every time I caught you sneaking around in Ravenclaw Tower, the girl who was in the Triwizard tournament, the girl who danced with you at the ball. Professor Sykes didn't answer Nelson's question for the first time. She tilted her head and began to put another flower into the ear hole of the other ear. Talking about the not long ago, when she mentioned Hualei, she is obviously so ordinary, but at that ball, she wore a skirt like flames and petals, and her eyes were full of young, melancholy and sad, but full of vitality. Like the K-pop I have seen. Have you seen it? I'm really envious. A person can live so carefree, worrying about girls' thoughts and daily schoolwork, and can also seize opportunities without scruples. Burn yourself. She is my student, a student of Ravenclaw, but as the dean and professor, I can't live like her, Professor Sykes said lightly. You know what? I'm jealous of her, jealous to madness. I don't understand why a Muggle-born girl can live so unscrupulously. Why danger and pain will stay away from her. Why someone who obviously doesn't love her will go to great lengths to protect her. Why a girl who obviously deserves to die. How can anyone be so foolish as to live in me, under the watchful eyes of the respected Professor Melissa Sykes, who wants only to use her stupidity to hurt me over and over again. She turned her head suddenly, her red eyes were like a dying lamb, and like a crazy devil, she stared at the position where Nelson stood, but Nelson was no longer there. What symbolism? Why do I suffer so much? Why do you nosy people watch me fall into the abyss, and don't want to help? Why do you dare to represent yourself from the top? Interrogate me. Am I some minor role for you? You are as hypocritical as Albus Dumbledore. The only response to her was empty silence and anger on the verge of exploding. You see, that stinking train full of idiots is not the route that Shafik revealed, although he did, but an old man behind bars, not relying on Hogwarts students. How could your idiots know how the ever-changing Hogwarts Express works? Why do they know you care so much about that girl? Why do they know you don't allow people to insult your friends? The bait to lure you to take action? The air in the hut became icy cold, and Professor Sykes' teeth even started to chatter uncontrollably. She roared emotionally. I just want to prove that all feelings are hypocritical. Why do you want to fight for an irrelevant person? Garbage, even willing to give up enough time for you to master everything? Why? Why? You've crossed the line, Sykes. Professor Nelson appeared in the mirror. He was standing obliquely behind Professor Sykes, in the blind spot of her vision, and his wand was firmly pressed against the back of her head. You are not worthy of this title. I didn't want to be called this for a long time. Every time I was called a professor, I couldn't breathe. Professor Sykes vented all the emotions that had been suppressed in his heart for a long time. Her eyes were red, and she was panting constantly. Roughly, even though Nelson's wand was pressed against the back of her head, she still turned her head to look in the mirror and continued to adjust her makeup. Go ahead and talk about my father. He asked me a question at that time. I gave him an affirmative answer. I adore him so much, love him so much, but he just took me as a joke and said to me, what a good boy. Your mother and sister will think the same way. Excitement. The tears made her makeup look like Shura in hell, and the smile hung on her face, making her look even more ferocious and distorted. Her tone was full of love, but it made Nelson shudder. I'm obviously the most serious. The one who learned the family's animal taming magic is obviously the smartest, most beautiful, and most proud of my father, but he can't see me at all. I think, if my mother is gone, he should take a second look at me. The corners of Nelson's mouth twitched. He didn't understand why he would be so perverted every time he heard his enemy's last words. Could it be that happy lives are different and unfortunate people have their own outrageous ways? You don't think I killed my mother, do you? How is it possible? I love her, but she couldn't bear her father's indifference to her and left this world with hatred, Professor Sykes said, while drawing his eyebrows for himself. Just Nelson didn't know how much she whitewashed her words. What I didn't expect was that after my mother died, my father suddenly realized that he loved her. Haha. He started to catch passing muggles and mother's relatives and made a wildly bold decision. He was determined to resurrect my mother. I know this part. No, you don't know. I think men are so hypocritical. No, all people are so hypocritical. The living don't cherish it and save her from the kingdom of death after death. It's ridiculous. I watched my father become stiff and stupid day by day. I saw him put all kinds of people's heads on other people's bodies like crazy. I had to hand him the knife with my own hands. He even wanted to put Jacunda has become a container for his mother. The mother who will be with him in the future will be my younger sister who is not as high as the table. Ha ha ha. Although there were such speculations before, and they were almost inseparable, but from Professor Sykes' own ears, Nelson finally confirmed it, and outrageous people really have their own perverts. They're also hypocritical, aren't they? Professor Sykes smiled, his brows intertwined, very much like the Dr. Sykes whom Nelson met, but had met many times. I can't bear to fall like my father. His magic can make him the greatest father. Obviously he is on the right path. Why delay himself? Because of a little entanglement? So you reported Dr. Sykes' experiment? I thought they would admire their father for trying to find the essence of magic. I didn't expect them to be just a bunch of jealous villains. Even if what you said is right, what's the difference between you and them? Nelson sneered, and the scorching electric light around the tip of the staff made Professor Sykes' hair curl up. So, you killed Dr. Sykes, your beloved biological father. In a way, you are also doing harm to the people. I didn't. It was their jealousy that killed him. Professor Sykes retorted sharply, and there was a bang from outside the room. Nelson looked towards the door. Christian, who had fallen due to the shock in his heart, was covering his mouth and struggling to get up with the door frame. Nelson's eyes were on the two, went back and forth, and some understood why Christian was so close to Professor Sykes. Your jealousy succeeded in killing Dr. Sykes, but it doesn't seem to be enough to kill Miss Myrtle Warren. Jealousy makes you unrecognizable, Sykes. Do you think people who are merciful, kind, nosy person, why should you meddle in your own business? Nelson stretched out his gloved left hand and pricked Professor Sykes' chin. The one slid across the makeup on her face. She didn't seem to give up hope of life. These complex and complicated lines contained unique magic power, but the moment she came into contact with Nelson's wand, they quickly collapsed like snow facing the rising sun. The magical light burst out in front of her eyes, and her pupils shrank suddenly. She didn't understand why her carefully arranged this simply fails. This is the highest achievement of Dr. Sykes. He is not as useless as you think. The delicate makeup slowly peeled off, and even Nelson's young face, when he saw her, was the effect of nude makeup, as the lines dissipate together, revealing the ugly, age-beyond face underneath. But he doesn't seem to be teaching you that. Melissa Sykes, your pain, isn't it yourself did you choose? If you take good care of your mother, and persuade your father seriously, your family may really become great and noble. If you choose not to covet the glory and wealth that venom brings to you, you will not be reduced to any. If you don't kill your students because of jealousy, your disgusting allies won't be arrested and imprisoned, and you won't be left alone. Hush, listen to me. Nelson smiled and helped Professor Sykes shut up. I came here with respect for the professor, but at present, it seems that you don't need it. If you don't put claws out to Chris, I don't even bother to care if you're running or crawling. If you don't poke your disgusting jealousy at Myrtle, I'll even give you a chance to reform yourself. But there are no ifs. Professor Sykes broke free from Nelson's grip, screaming hoarsely. She felt the magic gap between herself and this young man visible to the naked eye. The only plan left was to fight desperately, the last hope. She was still unwilling to give up her ugly body life, and she is not willing to give up her ridiculous persistence that shirks responsibility. That's right, Sykes. There are no ifs. Nelson smiled and raised his wand to her temple. There are no ifs, and you have no chance to change. None of you are willing to help me. No one is willing to help me. She had disheveled hair and a hidden face. She could not see the appearance of the beautiful professor at all, baring her teeth and claws like an old witch in a fairy tale. Joke under when I was leaving, I met you once. I knew that Albus was not him at that time. I asked that imposter if he would take me away. Everything about me belongs to him. But you are all targeting me. You are all persecuting me. With all due respect, ma'am, Nelson said softly, you're probably less attractive to him than a sexy goat. What? Among all the people I sent away, even if they didn't make up in advance, I'm afraid you will be the most disgraceful person to leave. You can't kill me. Professor Sykes yelled, you dare not kill me. Oh. Why? The smile on Nelson's face disappeared. Are you really unwilling to be decent? That girl. Yes, Christian Jewel. That little muggle-born liar. She pointed at Christian with a bony finger. All the calmness and demeanor she had pretended before disappeared, and she began to panic, unscrupulously speaking. She is connected with my life. Not only can you not kill me, but you have to protect me. Yes, meet my needs. I need. Nelson ignored her rambling nonsense, turned his head, and looked at the pale Christian. I know, it's hard to take. She was holding the wand, staggering and firm, looking at her hand holding the wand. Professor Sykes cursed. It was you who told me the route of Hogwarts. You promised me to help me fulfill my wish. It was you said you wanted me to correct your brother's mistakes, but you chose to approach me. You have done so many wrong things, and you still want to be alone. You little liar. Ravenclaw shouldn't recruit you who are born liar stuff. The word liar deeply hurts Christian's heart. Her already pale face turned livid, her eyes darkened, and she almost fell to the ground. Nelson didn't help her, but watched her encouragingly as she stood up by herself. Neither Tom nor I expect to see you grow into a strong person, because being strong is always accompanied by hardships, Nelson said softly, but I hope you can be a sober person. You don't have to grow up suddenly, it's too scary. I'm afraid you will become as old as her. Nelson winked at her and said with a smile, leave the rest to me. Someone can help me. Is she out? As soon as Nelson finished speaking, Lorraine's familiars, who were still digging the ground just now, rushed in. One of them knocked down Christian with a sweeping kick and carried her away amidst her exclamation up. Boom. With the heavy closing of the door, Nelson looked at Professor Sykes with disheveled hair in the mirror. Why hasn't this mirror shut me in yet? If this rune is delayed any longer, it will run out of battery. He blinked, and strangely shaped magical animals that looked like sutures suddenly appeared around him in the mirror. They salivated and rushed towards him. Nelson raised his wand, and the green poison that spread to his mouth and nose quickly melted. Being defeated by your own father's magic may be a difficult thing for you to accept. Matter. Flower is cosmos. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560. Happy Home. Happy Family? Nelson raised his head. He didn't know when the environment around him had changed into that familiar manner, but compared to the barren, decayed and deserted appearance he had seen before, the prosperity here almost reappeared in Sykes. Before the doctor's research was exposed, this family known for raising magical animals was once a glorious scene full of people. There were noisy conversations in my ears, wizards with bright clothes, but indistinct faces crowded the stands for customers to choose magical animals. They surrounded special cable cars and walked among fierce beasts, repeating the path and words in Professor Sykes' memory. He didn't notice that the surrounding goods had already turned into twisted and hidden monsters. Cracks on the mirror surface and reflections from the glass appeared in his vision from time to time. Nelson blinked and realized that he had entered the mirror world carefully arranged by Professor Sykes. There was a heavy panting sound beside him, and he looked in the direction of the sound. Melissa next to him was as beautiful and moving as usual in Hogwarts, but just a step away from the mirror, her eyes were full of resentment. She still maintains the old look after Nelson tore the disguise, like a monster that will not die, but will continue to age. When the beautiful face and the ugly essence stand so close and appear in his eyes at the same time, Nelson can truly feel the impact of that gap. He can feel and even understand the crazy, a desperate hatred, even though he knew that her pain was never brought by him, but by herself. The mirror behind her showed a broken beauty. Christian, who was sitting in the flowers outside the hut, covering his mouth and weeping, also appeared in Nelson's sight. Her face was abstractly cut by the broken mirror. In her eyes, the elder brother who was locked in the mirror was also in the same situation. The magic prepared by Professor Sykes didn't seem to work very well. With the collapse of the mirror, those monsters who rushed towards Nelson were cut by the mirror before they could get close. It became fragmented, and outside the mirror, she struggled to maintain the operation of the magic. Her eyes were full of horror. Why? There is such a tide of magic power. Why? Don't worry, I will wait for you to complete this spell. I may have forgotten to tell you beforehand. Don't try to transfer or imprint the wizard who has mastered the restoration of Sykes, Nelson said patiently instead of stopping Professor Sykes. Analyzing the mirror of their eyes is a big project. I didn't expect you to be able to complete this job in such a short time at Hogwarts. Don't look down on people. Professor Sykes' old face became more and more obvious, and the deep trench-like wrinkles were ruthlessly destroying her proud appearance. You are just bluffing. Well, you're right. Nelson shrugged, didn't argue with her, just folded his arms silently, watching her strenuous movements. Melissa in the mirror rushed towards him, but was blocked by the crack in the mirror. Way to go. Compared to you, your sister Jacunda is at least self-aware. Nelson, who was extremely bored, fiddled with his hat and said casually, at least she won't regard kidnapping me as a feasible plan. Are you still talking big? Professor Sykes' waist bowed deeply, like an old jackal crawling on the ground. Her image couldn't even be called a professor at all, and mirrored compared with the reflection that started to move in the middle of the night. It looked even uglier. It sounds like you've seen her before. Yeah, I had an impressive exchange with her. Nelson shook his head, recalling the frightened girl in the log cabin by Lake Ontario. She may not be bad in nature, but she still went astray after all. I gave her a chance to make her own choice. Sounds really lofty, really worthy of being a big man who became an official of the Ministry of Magic at a young age. Haha. Professor Sykes coughed and waved his wand. The cracks in the mirror slowly healed and disappeared in front of Nelson. The repair of the broken mirror made everything in the happy home come alive again. I just don't know if you can still be as calm as you are now when you have felt my claustrophobia and begged me to let you out. Calm, Sykes. Nelson watched her hand movements. The mirror of their eyes, which he had glimpsed before, appeared in front of his eyes. Yes, it becomes as easy to read as a popular novel. Noticing Professor Sykes' mistakes, he kindly reminded, what you should do now is not to strengthen, but to open up. For this kind of magic that reflects people's hearts, it must be transparent to maintain basic operation. Don't talk too much. Professor Sykes turned his head viciously. She heard Nelson's voice from behind, but there was no one in the room. She turned her head again, stared at Nelson in the mirror, and said, do you think you know a lot? Of course I know more, or I wouldn't have given Jacunda Sykes a chance. Your sympathy is really cheap, Melissa said with a sneer, clutching her chest. It's obvious that she is the one who caused direct harm to you. It's that she put the winged demon in your bag. It's that she and you have the deepest hatred, and you are still willing to give her a chance like this? Then what can I do? I'm just so soft-hearted. Nelson shrugged, showing an artificially embarrassed expression. She calls me daddy. Is it? The cracks in the mirror were repaired with difficulty. Professor Sykes looked at everything in the mirror with a smirk, watched Nelson's figure fall under the overwhelming beast tide, watched Nelson stretch out his hand in despair under the pressure of the beasts, and watched looking down at the young and beautiful self beside Nelson, enjoying the sweetness of victory. Nelson's pleading and admiration came from his ears. Shocked by such powerful magic, he longed for Professor Sykes to give him a chance, longing to become her faithful servant. Nelson, who was still invincible before, knelt in front of the mirror with blood all over his face. His palms were bloody from the sharp fragments of the mirror. Professor Sykes felt extremely happy about the despicableness of such a high-ranking opponent falling into the clouds. I really enjoy this feeling. You see, envy is not the gravest of sins, but it is enough to make a man stupider than anyone else. Nelson in the mirror twirled a hat he had taken off, sitting behind a desk, That was exactly the same as the one in Dumbledore's office. On the desk was the tea set that Professor Sykes once cherished. When did it become the flamboyant robe that Aberforth often wore? When he played Dumbledore, the beautiful Melissa in the mirror sat beside him, carefully fiddling with a tea set on the table. He raised his head. The blue eyes cast a pitiful glance from behind the half-moon eyes. In your heart, am I such an arrogant, rude and stupid person? Looking at the face that suddenly turned into Dumbledore in the mirror, Professor Sykes, who had finished casting the spell, fell into a daze. She listened to the voice coming from behind her and turned her head stiffly. After putting on new sheets, Christian laid pale on the bed, tightly covered by the quilt, and Nelson was sitting on the edge of the bed, drawing wisps of emerald green mist from the girl's temples with his magic wand. Why does a person who lives in the gutter all day have such a big mirror? Nelson glanced at her, then continued to turn his head to care for Christian. Maybe you have been with flowers and plants for too long, and even feel that human intelligence has fallen to this level. When did you obey your invitation, and entered the mirror without any scruples? How is it different from you who easily succumbed to those people's sugar-coated shells? Nelson raised his head, picked up the steaming potion by the bedside, and rushed. She smiled. Didn't you realize that I just came back from the Goblin Academy? I even got a little bit of cow dung on my leather shoes. The potion you used on Christian was too rough. I didn't poison her. Professor Sykes wanted to yell hysterically. She didn't understand what was going on, but at the moment she couldn't even speak aloud. She repeated repeatedly, I didn't poison her. She was poisoned. You're in a hurry. I didn't say you poisoned her. Nelson shook his head, picked up a spoonful of potion with a spoon, blew on it to cool down, and handed the spoon to the girl's chapped mouth. Don't you feel ashamed at all for taking advantage of the one-sided justice of this girl who broke out of the quagmire, and using power as a bait to get her to do things for you? She begged me to give her. Fortunately, my speed is fast enough, and I didn't miss the good show. I even want to applaud you. You are the first one among all my opponents who can kill yourself without my presence. Cough cough. An ugly moan came from Professor Sykes' shriveled chest. Don't you think it's strange? Nelson tilted his head and asked curiously, why would I stand here and let you lock me in the mirror? Am I stupid? Why, after being locked in, I didn't want to break free and escape, but instead watch the scenery of your home. Why do I know that this mirror uses the magic of the mirror of Erised? Even if Merlin is here, I'm afraid he can't see what kind of magic is such a big mirror. Why am I kind enough to remind you that your spell has gone wrong? Do I look like the kind of person who would put his own head in the gallows? Why, after doing so many stupid things, I still praise your magic skills at a critical moment? Am I sick? Why? A series of why hurled at Professor Sykes, and his expression quickly became bewildered and even confused. What I present to you is not your mirror image, but the desire in your heart. Even Professor Dumbledore can't resist a magical item like the Mirror of Erised, which has infinite temptation. You, who have been immersed in it for so many years, have long since deepened. Do you think you locked me in? You yourself locked in. Nelson sighed, and this sigh was particularly harsh in Professor Sykes' heart. In her opinion, Nelson was disappointed by his opponent's boredom. He shook his head, gave Christian a sip of medicine, and said softly, your longing is really embarrassing. The scene in the mirror has already changed unconsciously. The younger and brighter Melissa Sykes is sitting in the seat that belongs to Dumbledore. Sometimes it is Nelson's face, and sometimes it is Dumbledore's face. The person who is standing respectfully is standing aside, completing the complicated tea drinking ceremony for her, and the bright jewels hanging on her body are enough to overwhelm him, even if they are placed on a giant. Looking at this pure and worldly desire, Nelson did feel a sense of dullness. He experienced various crises in his magical adventures, and he was surrounded by dangers at the hands of various powerful enemies, and he was more or less victorious in the end. Although they are on the opposite side, those touching original intentions make Nelson remember every respectable opponent. They may be inhumane, they may be sinister, they may be difficult to defeat, but at least they are tall. Nelson shook his head and cast a pitiful look at Professor Sykes. It's a pity. What? It's nothing. It doesn't make much sense to say these words to such a person, and even the humiliation has become without a sense of accomplishment. He looked at the happy family in the mirror in a daze, and it had already returned to a peaceful pasture, where the grass grew, and the warblers flew. "Jacunda, get on the broom and run." Dr. Sykes' voice came from a distant hut, and amidst the explosion of spells, a broom that would cross the Atlantic Ocean in the future, soared into the sky. In the red pine forest within sight, a girl hides behind a tree with averted eyes, leaving a color that quickly fades. "You've been shirking responsibility since then, haven't you?" Nelson's voice came from afar. "I've never been able to understand the story of the happy house. It's midsummer, and it's like the time difference from now. Where are you? What about it? Do I need to make up a makeup exam after failing to graduate? You obviously have 10,000 ways to make up for your mistakes, but you chose the worst one, blaming it on others." Nelson helped Christian, who was waking up, to sit up. She insisted on drinking the medicine herself, but she didn't take her eyes off Professor Sykes. She unconsciously raised the teaspoon, and the bitter potion slipped from the corner of her mouth. Professor Sykes' bony forehead rested on the mirror, sinking in a little bit. As Nelson said, he didn't do anything, and this woman who had been prevaricating all her life just locked herself in empty desires. The ancient rune appeared on the mirror, but it was the world presented in the mirror. Looking from the outside, it formed a more recognizable talisman. "What I present to you is not your mirror image, but your inner desire." Chapter 561. "You really caused me a lot of trouble." Professor 12 Trees stood in the hut, facing the mirror covering the entire wall, stroking his beard and worrying. "It's really a big trouble. If you didn't take her in at the beginning, wouldn't the following things cease to exist?" Nelson squeezed an ice bee brought by Professor 12 Trees and slowly rubbed it on Christian's temple. As the ice shell melted, the green color inside leaked out, emitting a smell similar to the scent of mint. Reminded Nelson of the compensation that Professor Sykes had given him, the bottle of potion called Fresh Spirit. Maybe she still had some regrets in her heart at that time, but after escaping from Hogwarts and the ups and downs she experienced, her evasion and jealousy completely destroyed her rationality, and her soul was sealed in vain desires. Professor Sykes has long since disappeared, replaced by a girl hiding in the shadow of the red pine forest. The scene in the mirror is like an abstract painting, and the happy house is scattered among the broken mirrors. The liquid that cannot be seen from the material oozed from the cracks in the broken mirror, and was quickly sucked in by the mirror. In some fragments, the scene of happy house is ordinary and peaceful, with docile magical animals wandering in the pasture, and enthusiastic customers playing with them. But in other fragments, the appearance of the pasture has become terrifying and hidden. Those magical animals that were cut apart by the broken mirror experienced seemingly completely random combinations, showing a frightening and terrifying posture. And some even made Nelson, who was watching, feel instinctive discomfort. Some of them were frozen in the picture, and some were still in progress. The movements of those parts, the paws were left, the hooves were right, and the head connected to the tail was gnawing on the turf, which made Nelson's scalp tingle. Nelson also saw himself in the mirror, in the corner of the mirror world near the house. He was sitting behind Dumbledore's desk, and Dumbledore in Professor 12 Trees' clothes gave a woman with her back to the mirror make tea. But this is not the scariest part of this mirror. On the mirror near the dressing table, a pair of hands are holding the mirror tightly. The world broke free. Scarlet blood flowed from the palm cut by the sharp fragments of the mirror, so real that it seemed to be flowing on the side close to the room. Nelson couldn't even tell whether Professor Sykes, who was sucked into the mirror, was one of the two hands, the woman enjoying her own service, or the dazed little girl hiding in the red pine forest. When Professor Sykes cast the spell, although the mirror showed strong aggression, such a bizarre transformation began when she was locked in the mirror. Nelson became more and more convinced of the connection between magic and emotion, which was more clearly reflected in the mirror using the mirror of verized spell, and Dr. Sykes' desire swallowed her, becoming stronger and more powerful, bright, becoming uncontrollable in the constant expansion. TSK. No matter what, she was your former teacher. I know the teaching habits of Hogwarts. The first spell every little wizard learns must be the levitation charm in Charms class. She is also the one who led you into the gate of magic. Professor 12 Trees sighed and looked away from the mirror. There are many ways to solve the problem, and she can obviously be more decent. I remember you and I was not so cruel when she was studying. Professor 12trees, isn't it your own choice to be decent or not? I mean, Albus Dumbledore is too bad. He actually taught the Horned Hydra to be a ruthless man. Professor 12trees shrugged, looking at the broken mirror in front of him. I suggest you tear up your Hogwarts graduation certificate now, and I will send you a copy of Alvermorny, so that you can cleanse your mind damaged by Professor Dumbledore. Why don't you speak? Professor 12trees turned his head and cast a questioning look at Nelson. Did my joke embarrass you? Professor, the horned serpent is about to hollow out Mount Greylock with its toes. I have to sigh, Hogwarts is really outstanding. Professor 12trees stretched out his finger and slowly stretched it towards the mirror in front of him. The huge suction in the mirror immediately attracted his fingertips firmly. He felt as if he had suddenly opened the cabin door on an airplane, and it was difficult to resist. The huge force was about to pull him into the fragmented world in the mirror. He swung his wand violently. The emerald green vines pierced the floor under his feet and quickly grew into a verdant wall, separating him from the mirror. 12 Professor Shu's body leaned forward under the suction force. Seeing that his fingertips were about to be glued to the mirror, he grabbed his shoulder with one hand, and a blast sounded between the wall and the mirror surface of the vine man, bouncing him back. The dizzy Professor 12trees raised his head and found that he was being supported by Nelson. Nelson did not keep his eyes on him, but stared at him who was being uprooted and sucked in greedily by the mirror with shocked eyes. Tengman, as Professor 12trees' life-saving magic in a critical moment, it is naturally not weak, but when facing the mirror, it is so weak. She and your principal are both young wizards. Why can they create such powerful magic? I have heard of the mirror averized. It is an ancient object whose age cannot be verified. Modern magic is so different from ancient times. She can still reproduce and apply it. Is this the inheritance of the wisdom of Dr. Sykes? What amazes me even more is how did you escape from the trap of this mirror? Not magic. It's really not that magical. Nelson narrowed his eyes. Professor Sykes' fatal blow was far beyond his expectations. In his opinion, anyone facing this mirror may be caught off guard. He felt scared for a while. If he was really as arrogant as Professor Sykes imagined, maybe he is the one who is crying in the mirror world now. It's terrible. What are you teaching in your school all day long? Professor 12trees was a little agitated. Is this something a charms professor should know? It shouldn't be some kind of cleansing spell or clear spring spell. Is there a flying curse at most? You haven't told me. How did you break this spell? I forgot to tell you. Nelson shook his head. Professor, I wasn't here at all just now, and I don't know who she was casting a spell on just now. I think she might be confused by her own imagination in the mirror, and it has become her own opponent. Is it the backlash of black magic? Professor 12trees understood. I feel better, and that's right. This kind of magic is not something that someone like her can control. A person like her? Are you familiar with her? Sigh. This matter is my fault after all. I hope you can help me when dealing with the follow-up issues. The Congress can no longer stand the exploitation of your Ministry of Magic. Professor 12trees shook his head with a sigh. It was a long time ago. A battle of astonishing intensity broke out at the foot of Mount Greylock. According to the report of the professor who arrived at the first time, one of the parties in the battle was the former headmaster of Hogwarts, Armando Duppert. There's something wrong with him, like an old man on drugs. I know about that, Professor. And has Melissa Sykes been here since? That's right. She asked for our help and claimed that she had been controlled by Duppert and coerced her peers. Combined with Duppert's dark and red state at that time, we believed her words, said Professor 12trees. Worried about the mirror, he said. Of course, the most important reason is that we know she is wanted by the British Ministry of Magic. Shelters for the sake of cover? Is it necessary to be so wild? Of course it's not necessary, but you know her value. Why is she wanted by the British Ministry of Magic? What is it about her that attracts so many people's attention? Professor 12trees did not treat Nelson as an outsider at all. Frankly said, maybe she knows something about the Second Salem heritage. Maybe she has hidden the weapons that her father, Dr. Knowledge and Knowledge as a former Hogwarts professor are also enough to help us a lot. In the previous incident, we lost too much, and we had to find ways to make up for it as much as possible from other shady places. What needs to be paid is only a place to stay, not to mention that your friend Miss Cornello is willing to help her. I think the news from her whereabouts was leaked by Miss Cornello, who set off to deliver things to England a few days ago. Are you not afraid that I shall bring this news back to England? This is commonplace. Professor 12 Trees shook his head and said leisurely, and you won't. Okay. Nelson shrugged. So did she actually spit out anything useful? Guess. Professor 12 Trees narrowed his eyes, showing a kind smile that an old man of his age should have. You tear up your Hogwarts diploma and then go to the principal's office to get a new one, and I will tell you. Okay. Nelson shrugged. If she didn't give you something good, you might have been sent to Azkaban for you a year ago. Yes, the adult world is cruel, especially for someone like her. At the same time, the eyes of the two moved to the mirror that had completely inhaled Fujiman. In the mirror, there was a green wall in the fragmented happy home. They fell into silence for a while, and only Christian, who had finally fallen asleep, and heard a soft snoring sound. I think Alvermorny will soon have a haunted house worthy of its ancient history, Nelson said wistfully. A haunted house with a mirror to another world. I don't think the history of a school needs to be reflected in this way. What do you think? I just tried it, and it can't be easily destroyed. Nelson pointed to the flaming craters in some of the fragments. The magic that attacks it will go directly into the mirror. If you want to try to destroy it by contact, I have experienced it myself. Damn it. If any student sleepwalks here in a daze and is sucked in by the mirror, how should I explain to his parents? Fortunately, I have enough time to solve this problem now that I'm on vacation, 12 Trees said. The professor shouted his old teeth. I can't even ask others for help. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken her in. I can only find a way to block it, Nelson echoed. I suggest using concrete to seal the room directly. In order to prevent the concrete from being sucked in by the mirror, it needs to be repaired regularly, or use the permanent magic of self-replication. I can help. Alvermorny did it, and I happen to have some cement on hand. That's really great. Professor 12 Trees agreed, but this magic still needs to be completely solved, and sealing it up is not a long-term solution. I only hope that Professor Sykes level it can't be done like the Mirror of Verized, where one mirror can pass through 10 generations, and the Mirror of Death is still there. I'm afraid you will be disappointed. This thing looks like an ecological tank, maybe an independent closed loop. Cement first. Wait. Why do you still have some cement on hand? The leftovers from before. I mean, why do you have such a thing? Why do you have such a thing left? As the designer and construction party of the Wizard World Expo venue, Nelson spread his hands. I have a little cement left, so it's normal. Speaking of which, how did you get here? Professor 12 Trees turned his head and stared at Nelson suspiciously. I didn't know that a student who disappeared 2 years ago had disappeared without a trace until you broke into the lounge of Goblin Academy. Back to school without a sound. This is a common thing. Nelson walked towards Christian, imitating Professor 12 Trees' previous tone, and said leisurely, I'll send this kid back first, but I didn't call Professor Sykes immediately. It is also because of her that some magic is really difficult to eradicate, and being locked in the mirror like this gave me enough time to solve the hidden dangers in Christian. Is this child named Christian? How could he do such a thing to his own students? Professor 12 Trees saw Christian's weakness and the harsh magic that restrained her at a glance, and his tone carried a trace of indignation. As a teacher, doing such a thing is really not worthy of sympathy. I'm going first. I'll be back later. Do you need me to help you? Ask Professor Dumbledore for leave. Oh, you should be on leave too. Professor, I have already graduated. You just wanted to give me a diploma. Forgot? Nelson picked up Christian and walked out of the cabin. I'm working in the Ministry of Magic now. I'm such a wretched wretch. But I still feel sorry for her. At home in London, Christian woke up slowly in her own bed. She grabbed the sleeve beside the pillow, looked at Nelson beside the bed, and said in a hoarse voice, some people's pity is not worthy of sympathy. Tom's voice rang in Christian's ear. She widened her eyes and suddenly realized that she was holding Tom's hand that was holding a cold towel. Tom, Nelson and other three of Dale were sitting side by side in a line from tall to short, and Myrtle, who was invited by Nelson, was walking into the holiday with a bowl of potion. Christian looked at the bright ceiling above his head and said in a daze, I might be like her. Professor Sykes' life lacks people who are willing to help her. If there is with such a person, will everything be different? Her teaching and helping me are at least true. What a silly child. Under Tom's sigh, Christian fell into a coma again. She doesn't even want to help herself, so who can help her? Chapter 562. These damned outsiders have become more and more rampant recently. In a luxuriously decorated banquet hall in Berlin, an obese man was biting the bloody steak on the plate with his teeth. He threw the knife and fork aside and stared at his feet with a pair of cloudy dark green eyes full of hatred. On the sparsely populated street, his eyes quickly turned to the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church not far away. He stuck out his blackened tongue and licked his lips. A trace of hunger and greed flowed in his eyes. 3 of my people died last week, and you must give me an explanation today. Confession? At the corner of the long table, a tall black man slowly put down his knife and fork, raised his head, and glanced at the fat man, raised his chin and said, we gave you an explanation last week, and today is 1 month away from the full moon. What about Zal? Are you running out of brains so quickly? Reborn. The fat man gritted his teeth. Thick black bristles came out of his paws. His face showed the characteristics of a wolf or a dog, and the teeth dripping with blood gave off the stench of rotting flesh. The sharp nails pierced deeply into the net row of his hands, spurting blood on his face. You shameful guy who was hung and beaten by a British wizard. Do you believe what you say? What is the resistance of being Muggles? Murdered. When will Muggles defeat my wolf cubs? As long as you're stupid enough, orangutans can tear you and your wolf cubs apart. Paris, pretending to be Ribbon, swallowed the strong steak in his mouth with difficulty and laughed. Maybe this is a reason why orangutans can become natural enemies of wolves. Well, because you're stupid enough. The green glowing wolf eyes became bloodthirsty. Okay, stop arguing. We are here for dinner today, not for you to provoke the rogue gang. An ordinary looking old man at the head of the long table raised his head and said sullenly, although it seemed that it only takes a second for the werewolf to tear his throat. But when he spoke, everyone on the long table put down their cutlery and listened carefully to him, maybe because of his strength. Wealth or power, or maybe just afraid of the faint blue eyes that were frankly turning in the eye sockets. I had someone use a flashback spell to recreate the scene where the 3 werewolves died. Although they were hurt by the spell, they were still alive before they died. The magic against Muggles was used, so they died at the hands of Muggles, which is a definitive fact. Do you believe it yourself? The werewolf suppressed his anger and used his last bit of reason to prevent himself from making mistakes. On the territory of the gangsters, my children were killed by magic. Don't you say it was the wizards of the gangsters who did it? Forget it, and still say it was made by Muggles? How do Muggles use magic? Do you pray like they're goddamn gods? Then get struck by lightning like this liar Ribbon? Don't question my judgment. But, I have received some news. A new voice came from the end of the long table. There seems to be a method in the world that allows Muggles to use magic. My people were attacked by Muggles. The discussion joined more and more people. This magic? Germany blocked the news, and according to some rumors, this kind of magic had appeared even earlier. I will ask people to follow up and investigate this matter. If this statement is true, it has touched our roots. We must find the source and kill it. The old wizard at the head of the table terminated the discussion and said, this time, I came here mainly for 2 reasons. The first one is that our stable supply of potions has been determined to stop supplying indefinitely. Damn. Oh my god, what can I do next? Without venom dispensing, how can I control those restless guys? I must kill that bitch. You don't need to kill me. The old wizard at the head of the table interrupted their initial complaints again. I have reliable information earlier than the British Ministry of Magic. She is dead. In this regard, we have the same interests. We must find a new source of supply. Before that, we need to find an alternative method. The second thing is that we have a traitor among us. The banquet hall fell into silence for a moment. Suspicious eyes collided on the table. Only the melodious music played by the musicians who were bathed in monkeys and crowned floated out of the window, echoing on the street decorated with gold and silver outside the window. At the end of the street, next to the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church, a murder among the dark wizards present was taking place in an alley. On the opposite side of the alley, there are almost two completely different worlds. Miss, is this your first visit to Inclined Side Lane? Christian, wearing a black dress, was walking with his head down on the alley close to the alley. She had just come out of an alley that took a shortcut. Walking fast, this is a habit she developed many years ago when she was a habitual thief. She likes to hit a target of the day with her shoulder first. During the process of apologizing, the hand holding the shoulder can easily reach into the opponent's pocket and used his fingers to pinch the bulging wallet out. Boom. A shaggy little boy ran past Christian with his head buried. Two people who didn't look at the road collided. Their bodies moved sideways in the same posture, slid past each other, and disappeared into the crowd. She saw a similar machine on the side of the street, a glass box full of dolls. Just put in a steel coin, and you can use the rocker outside the box to control the iron claws inside stuff. At first, she was attracted by the doll in this claw machine. For a girl who lacked this kind of toy in her childhood, it was indeed very attractive. Bad memories of a life of pickpocketing came to mind, like a whip whipped behind her, driving her away from her destination. The surroundings are quiet. She has rarely visited London in recent years, and for a while she forgot how to get to her destination in alley where she lived, as long as she could remember. A dirty and narrow alley surrounded by various violations. An alley full of crooks, robbers, and pickpockets. The dirtiest and ugliest rubbish in the city. An alley that even the City Hall of London acquiesces from cost and security considerations. An alley in the shadows next to the busiest neighborhood in London and his equally young companion there. He was handicapped by breaking off his arms and legs, and then thrown on the financial street next to the wall to beg for those well-dressed gentlemen and ladies. It was an alley she had never returned to since she left, an alley that could no longer be found now, as if it had never appeared in London, a city full of music and music. The surroundings were quiet, her memory drove her feet here, but the scene in front of her was already very different. Did I go wrong? Christian shook his head. She raised her legs and looked at the soft calfskin boots under her feet. Was it because these boots didn't fit in that alley that she didn't find her destination? The surroundings were so quiet that Christian couldn't even hear his heavy breathing after a long walk. Miss, is this your first visit to Inclined Side Lane? After hearing the yelling sound coming from in front of her, Christian stopped suddenly and raised her head. The sounds of the surrounding world suddenly came back, and her earrums trembled violently with the sounds that were too rich to be fully received. Screams of shouting, footsteps, laughter, bargaining, cries of children, roar of car engines, sound of horseshoes, music. The huge amount of information instantly transformed the line in her impression that nothing but silence was silent. The alleys were knocked down, and a prosperous market was built on the ruins. Miss. In front of Christian, a young man wearing a chocolate-colored frog headgear stretched out his hand stuffed in the pinball cover and waved in front of her. Are you okay? Looks bad. I'm sorry. I seem to have gone the wrong way. Christian shook his head and bowed his head habitually to apologize. The startled young man jumped aside like a frog, avoiding his bow. Sorry, I must have gone the wrong way. You don't have to be so nervous, miss. The young man took off the chocolate frog's hood, showing a lively smile. Short brown hair like twine was knotted on the top of his head, and dark freckles were evenly spaced. Sweat sprinkled on his dark face due to long hours of outdoor work, and his raised garlic nose was full of sweat. Looking at Christian, who kept apologizing, he panicked and threw the hood on the ground, waving her hands to calm her emotions. It's my fault, miss. I shouldn't disturb your thinking. Where are you going? I'm familiar with this area. Maybe I can take you there. It took an unknown amount of time for Christian to wake up from the wave of collapsed impressions. She raised her head, quickly calmed down her emotions and tagged herself, and took out a yellowed piece of paper. The young man squinted his eyes and looked at the piece of paper in Christian's hand. After a while, he showed a knowing smile. It was a clipping of a newspaper, a report about a police crackdown on a child trafficking gang 7 years ago. From the faded photo, one can vaguely see a dilapidated alleyway, escorting the wretched prisoners one by one in a lingering manner. You didn't go the wrong way, miss. The young man bent down, picked up the hood he had just thrown away from the ground, patted the dust off the frog's eyes, and said with a smile, I was here when Slopeside Alley was first built. Look at the store. You are really asking the right person when you ask me. Christian showed a blank expression. It has been a while since the trip to Alvermorny. Although the mental head has recovered, it will take a long time for the trauma of the mind and body to be fully recovered. Recovery. Today is the 7th day she can go to the ground. Under her repeated pleading, Nelson agreed to let her go out to relax. She held the newspaper clipping in her hand and asked suspiciously, "Do I go wrong?" "Of course, miss, you went right." The young man put the hood back on and said what he said at the beginning again. "Is this your first time in Slantside Alley? Why don't you go to our chocolate frog store? Sit down in the store. Let me introduce you to the situation here." "How do you know I'm here for the first time?" "You're dressed too ordinary, miss." The young man fixed his headgear and turned into a 2-meter high chocolate frog walking upright again. "I'm not saying that your clothes are not good. You are beautiful. You just came here. Alley guests always have more or less magical features on their second visit." "Characteristics of magic?" "Oh, for example, a can of butterbeer with automatic ice making and unlimited refills, shopping bags from wizard clothing stores, traffic cards attracting 4 nights public transportation, portable magic gramophones, etc. Some novel and useful gadgets." It was only then that Christian noticed that this funny big frog covered in advertisements walked on the street without attracting the attention of other passers-by. There were even children trying to jump up and sneak up on him, licking his chocolate-colored frog head, and the pedestrians on the street are just like it. What he said, the boundary between wizards and muggles are indistinguishable from the appearance alone, which made her suspect that she had arrived at a wider Diagon alley with a 5-story bus parked on the side of the road. Looks like a wobbly center of gravity. When passing a crowded road section, these towering buses that seem to be moving castles will pop out of the wheels, stretch out 4 mosquito-like slender legs, and carefully walk away from the crowd. "Step over your head. Come with me, miss, and I'll take you to get a guide map." "Thank you." Christian reached for the small beaded bag, wanting to take some tips from the wallet to the enthusiastic young man. But when his hand touched the wallet, the tactile sensation of the cut opened by the knife made her suddenly sober. She turned her head and looked at the bustling crowd behind her. The child who had just bumped into her had long since disappeared. Christian laughed dumbly. Takes on a very different role. She stretched out her hand in embarrassment. Miss, I actually wanted to remind you just now." The 2-meter high upright chocolate frog spread his hands and smiled helplessly. "It's just that you were too absorbed in thinking just now, and I didn't find a chance to remind you. Actually, I'm a witch. Let me invite you. It's just my turn to take a break. Judging by your appearance, you are not the one who is short of money. You must visit our chocolate frog store in the future." The upright chocolate frog didn't hear Christian's words, and he led the way ahead and walked towards my shop. This place was exactly the same as the alley in that newspaper clipping earlier. The London government wanted to find a cheap street for demolition and relocation, so it decided on this place. It used to be it's a playground for the blind and criminals, and there's hardly any land to pay for. Christian didn't say much, looked at the slit wallet, shook his head with a smile, and followed. "We hired the best construction team in the world. That is, the Zweig construction team that built the Alexander building," the young man said proudly. "It turned that dirty alley like this in 2 weeks. But the strange thing is, there is actually a house with real property rights there, and the officials of the Ministry of Magic confirmed that it has an air with magic, so the protective magic, based on the contract, has not been fully laid." "Oh, by the way," said the upright chocolate frog, turning his head when he arrived at the door of the shop, "now there is an event with a prize of galleons in Slopeside Alley. Find this Mr. Richard Jewell or his heirs." Chapter 563 The Cabin. Since when did this place become like this? Sitting among the employees of the Chocolate Frog specialty store, Christian looked at the back of the upright chocolate frog taking off his holster and asked softly, "I don't remember it being like this before. By the way, I don't know your name yet." She saw the embroidery of the Abbott family crest on the neckline of that young man. In her memory, there seemed to be a girl named Abbott in Hogwarts who was as good-natured as this young man. In the blood family, the ones who are as spread out as Weirly and Abbott have become rare outliers. "My name is Daniel Abbott." Sure enough, this young man is the wizard of Abbott's family. He grabbed the towel on the back of the chair and wiped his sweat, then took a chocolate frog from the shelf and threw it to Chris. Cheyenne said, "Miss, have a piece of chocolate first. You wait for me here for a while. I'll come after changing clothes." Christian found a chair to sit on, opened the packaging of the chocolate frog, and squeezed it into his mouth. Before he woke up, a picture slipped out of the packing bag and fell into her hand. She looked down, and there was a wooden sign inside the blank picture, on which was scrawled in ink, "Going out for business. I'm not here at the moment." Looking down, a familiar name came into view: Nelson Wertning Williams. "I actually got nah." Christian couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although he finally had this opportunity to release the wind, Nelson was still with him like a shadow and everywhere. She suddenly understood a little bit the origin of Professor Sykes' surprised expression when he saw Nelson. It was like skipping class to go to a concert, but found that the guest of the concert was her class teacher. It was terrible. Her mouth fell down. Chocolate the frog suddenly isn't sweet anymore. Shaking his head and stuffing Nelson into his pocket, Christian said to the locker room, "When did this place become like this?" "I can't tell." Chocolate Frog walked into the locker room with his big head in his arms, and there was an intermittent voice from inside. "I also came here with my family after the construction of Diagonal Alley to read their reports. It seems like it only took a few days to fix the street and the numerous shops. Not long ago, it can't be said that Diagonal Alley is the same every day. In the earliest days, even most of the shops sold here were different from what they are now. They were screened and eliminated by the market." Abo said, "Like our chocolate frogs. It is a high quality product that has undergone market testing, and I suggest you go back and buy more." "I will." In the beginning, there were not as many people here as there are today, and even the streets were the result of several expansions by the Ministry of Magic. Abbott continued, "At first we thought this was just a new picture. After all, the lives of wizards and muggles, there are not too many overlaps. For example, when you go on a trip and see Russian dolls, you feel very exotic, so you buy a set, but you can't come to buy Russian dolls every day. In our impression, whether Muggle goods are to wizards or wizard goods are to Muggles, they are no different than Matryoshka dolls. So it flipped our perceptions a lot, you know. Chocolate frogs do a lot better business here than in Diagon Alley, so even I myself come here from time to time, and my father even made my younger brother Charlie opened a chocolate factory in London and shifted the focus of his business here. That must be a special chocolate factory. Of course, if you have a chance, you can visit." Abo came out after changing his clothes, looked at Christian with chocolate sauce on the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "The taste is not bad, right? Speaking of it, miss, I always feel like I've seen you somewhere." This kind of strike-up line is a bit old-fashioned, Mr. Abbott. "I'm serious, miss, I look at you very familiarly." Christian understands that this Mr. Abbott is not very old. Maybe he has just graduated from Hogwarts not long ago, so it is normal to be familiar with her, but she is not in a hurry to reveal her identity. Navigating the magical streets as a former Muggle is fun. Maybe it's because you look like Mary Doro. Of course, I mean when she was young. Haha, you really know how to joke. Christian wiped the corners of his mouth and stood up. "Would you mind telling me about this again?" Of course. Abbott led her out of the shop and onto the street. "Actually, the merchandise is also very interesting. In the beginning, the wizard stuff was the wizard stuff, and the Muggle stuff was Muggle stuff. As I said at the beginning, everyone can't use each other's gadgets, but when some genius started selling self-cleaning mops, everything was different. Okay, you may not know that wizards don't need mops. Generally, they need house elves to help them clean their homes. If they don't, they can be solved with a cleaning spell. However, Muggles just need a mop. If there is a mop that can mop the floor by itself, of course, when it was first developed, it would hit the back of the user's head from time to time, but the frequency was very low. Later on you would buy it, miss." "I will." Christian said, "I know this kind of thing. My brother gave me a bottle of Coke with unlimited refills a few days ago. You must be attracted by it? Forks. Let me guess, blue or red? Blue. Your brother must be a man of good taste." Abo agreed earnestly. This kind of thinking is to turn Diagonal Lane from a trick shop that is trying new tricks into a place that London citizens will immediately think of when shopping. Although the products here are more expensive, they can free your hands. They are more durable and trendy, and no one will refuse a mop that can mop the floor by itself. He couldn't help raising his voice, causing passers-by who looked at him with crazy eyes to avoid him. It's changing all the time here. Is it changing every moment? Yes, Abbott said, stomping his foot on the ground. Can you imagine? Less than a week ago, the street was hollowed out, and in the middle of the night the ministry let a building the tall iron giant dug a tunnel under the alley, and many customers who come here choose to take the train that runs underground. Subway? Oh yes, that's the name. Abo said excitedly. There are other means of transportation. Christian smiled and listened. You should know that this is a magical street, ma'am, the enthusiastic Abbott said excitedly, after seeing Christian nod. The wizards have a bus that imitates your Muggle cars. It's been in operation for 100 years. Just stick out your wand. Like me on the side of the road. He stood on the curbstone, stretched out the wand he just took out of his pocket, and held it forward. The next second, the night bus appeared in front of him. Sorry, I don't want to take the bus, I'm just showing others. Abo stuck out his tongue at Christian, while standing in the cursing exhaust of the night bus. Like this, stick out the wand, and the night bus will come to you. Seeing this scene, that seemed like a wolf is coming. Christian covered his mouth and laughed, and Abo also scratched his head and laughed when he saw this. Although the car is a Muggle invention, you seem to be. I have not been on such public transportation for many years, and the British government hopes that the Ministry of Magic can help them improve the living standards of London citizens and even the British. So with the cooperation of both parties, the knights of the bus appeared. Are those vehicles as tall as castles? Just as the two were talking, a bus with 4 long legs passed over their heads. It looks completely different from the night bus just now. It's the newest model. The night bus is old school, and the dogs don't die. Ibo's words were interrupted by the exhaust gas again, and the driver yelled and cursed in the thick smoke. You have to pay as soon as you hail a car. I forgot just now. I didn't expect to hear your kid talking bad things when I came back. What's your name? You won't be welcome on the night bus from now on. Bah, who wants to sit? Abo took out the money honestly, not forgetting to say firmly, if there is no choice for that dangling old car, who would sit in it? Amidst the scolding between the two, the night bus swayed away with exhausted fumes. Okay, let's move on to the bus, Abbott continued, with his afro-covered head on his face. The Muggle government paid for it, the Ministry of Magic helped, and they found an inventor from some unnamed department. Nelson Williams, on the blueprints for the night bus, designed the car, which would go from London to Manchester in 2 hours, at 100 miles an hour. Nelson. Yes, although I don't know what he was called the inventor of because he invented it, but obviously he is a well-served inventor in the design of the knights. Originally, the Knights bus was created by the Shafik family designed, but in the past few years, the people of this family have hardly seen it. Maybe it has declined, and the wizard's sketches are generally more abstract. He can understand and build a more powerful car, in my heart, and enough to match the top. It's on par with pastry chefs. Abo showed approving eyes. I went to Manchester to find friends to play Quidditch 5 days ago, and I feel that it's not much slower than taking the flu network. The two were walking on the bustling street. In the shop windows by the side of the road, the products that Christian had seen before, but had not seen completely, were dazzling. Compared with not long ago, the shops here were generally replaced by the types of goods are also richer in houses with even higher floors. Overall, this city is becoming more magical and more convenient every day. I went out without a wand one day and didn't feel the slightest inconvenience. Abbott sighed. The life of a wizard, it's boring. Muggle life is hard. If we had exchanged like this in the early years, the world would have been very different. Not long after, the two walked to the middle of the alley. In the middle of the road, a dilapidated house was standing there quietly, covered by a clean and bright glass cover. Behind the roof and the door made of a piece of old iron sheet, Christian only felt his heart skip a beat, and the experience of the previous 10 years of his life emerged before his eyes. The notorious liar, the old man who always liked to slap his bearded face when he was drunk, the hero who protected her, the child of the devil under the trafficker's stick, the one who tied the last meal with her, the slut who went to big restaurants to spend everything in one go, after making a meal, and the father who gave her a newsboy hat on her birthday and then collapsed in the rainy alley and never came back, seemed to be sitting in the hut. She sighed while looking at the pot with clear soup and little water, and looked out the window from time to time waiting for her, the little liar, to come home. The daughter of a liar must be a liar. For example, my father is a tenor singer, but I choose to be a liar. You also told me yesterday that he is a pilot who is good at a difficult maneuver called Valkyrie dive. Really? I must have misremembered. He is actually a cabinet minister. Christian was immersed in the memories, and when she came to her senses, the anxious Abo was about to carry her to St. Mungo's. What's the matter with you, miss? Abo asked nervously. Could it be that the chocolate-eating frog was poisoned? How could it be? Christian smiled, and a publicity officer who had been standing behind Abo wearing a penguin leather case and didn't know which store it was came over with a bunch of balloons and picked one of them. He gave it to her and quickly turned around and left. Unexplainable guy. Abo scratched his head, staring at the backs of people who came and went in confusion. You really scared me, miss. If you eat chocolate frogs and do something wrong, my father will probably kill you. I just saw this house, and I was a little fascinated. Oh, that's good. Abo breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, there is a picture in that chocolate frog you just had. Did you see who it is? Nelson Williams. Abo's eyes were staring like a cow, but he looked more like the poisoned man. After waiting for a long time, he finally forgot what Christian said just now. He let out a sigh of relief and said, I really envy the owner of this house. I don't know how long it takes to open a store here to earn so much money. Has this house been here all along? Yes, it's been a long time, Abo recalled. This may be the only thing from the past that remains on Diagonal Alley. You don't know the owner of this house, do you? My god, you just drew Nelson Willow, Alton and Williams. You don't know the owner of the house, do you? This sentence attracted more eyes than the chocolate frog jacket before. Almost everyone in the street stopped and stared at Christian in front of him. The only thing from the past that remains? She took a deep look at the cabin, shook her head. I don't know. Chapter 564. Traitor? Barry smacked his lips, picked up a napkin to wipe the meat sauce and soup from the corners of his mouth, looked at the old man at the head of the table, and grunted. Would you like to hear what I just said? The old wizard's restless blue eyes stopped moving, and he stared at Barry together with his normal eyes. What's your opinion? That blue magic eye seemed to be a creature with its own consciousness, and the old wizard's eye sockets were swollen. It didn't have human emotions, but it was scanning Barry with a hair-raising look, as if savoring prey. This should have been an extremely horrific scene, but Barry looked back at each other without fear, and chuckled. Traitor? Everyone here, which one is not a traitor? My loyalty to Prussia. Someone soon came forward to refute him, but Barry just smiled and sarcastically said back, oh, my god, what did I hear? Loyalty to Prussia. Big guy, this guy said he has a heart for Prussia. Loyalty. I suggest we patch up that Muggle statue and replace it with his head. Ha ha ha. Sparse laughter came from the long table. I said, man, what kind of people are we? Scoundrels, hooligans, thieves, robbers, murderers. We are a group of dark wizards. Liburn, I have to refute. I don't agree with you putting the rogues of the rogue gang at the top of your ranking. Okay, change it to your name. Barry pouted and looked back at the face of the person who expressed his loyalty at the beginning. We came from all over the world, and we were driven to the manhole cover by the people on the ground. Don't you think it's ridiculous that a cockroach rat in the movie, a traitor to his own country, is now expressing his loyalty to a concentration camp of bastards? Liburn, that's enough. The old wizard at the head of the table tried to interrupt Barry's impassioned speech or curse, but his voice was drowned by the laughter on the long table. The traitor I'm talking about is not you. You are the bastard, standing in a group of bastards, promoting your noble qualities, loyalty. My god, you are making me laugh. Everyone here, is there a Prussian? Barry looked around. No one answered his question. He straightened his waist, grabbed half a piece of steak on the plate, stuffed it into his mouth and bit it, with blood and saliva flying around. He said in a vague voice, loyalty? Think of this place as a group. Do you want us to join the nationality you imagined next, and swear an oath on the socks you hang on the bamboo pole? Or is it your master, the old man who was kicked out of Nocturne Alley? Stuff. Borgenbok, not content with his little business, ready to set up a new regime here? A Prussian Ministry of Magic sandwiched between Germany and Nuremberg? You want to die? Don't be afraid, I'm a little scared. He pointed his finger at the old wizard at the head of the table. Under his loud bombardment, Borgenbok became the target of public criticism, with a calm expression on his face. Traitor? Who is not a traitor here? Aren't you a traitor? Borgenbok. Barry raised his hand, pointing at the angry Borgenbok on the table and cursed. I saw your sanctimonious appearance, and that it seems like stolen eyes are disgusting. You don't really think you're doing serious business, do you? Set up a decent banquet hall, and ask us to come over, and play a little game of who's undercover. I saw your people use the door yesterday. The key is at the No 12 warehouse, to send a batch of dragon skins to the UK. By the way, the person who intercepted your shipment is here. You. Borgenbok slapped the table angrily, and his furious expression and frantically rolling blue eyes were not enough to express his excitement. You keep saying that you need to accumulate power to interfere with the hearts of the magic departments of various countries to encircle us. How can I see that you bought those scarce resources cheaply from the people in this banquet hall and then sent them all to your UK at a high price? Barry has already entered the scene, just like a qualified dark wizard who was diligently doing things but was assassinated by his allies. He glanced at the dark wizards with different expressions in the banquet hall and sneered. Yes, the British are the most powerful people in this world. The most superficial people in the world, but their demand for some shady things is impossible to stop. I didn't see that the British Ministry of Magic wanted Borgenbok, but why did he run to here? It's just because Prussia is profitable. He tricked you fools into selling him cheap magical animal materials, venom, and shady magic that you worked so hard to get, and then sold it, and now you came to find the traitor, and you cheerily stood up for him. Sure enough, it is not without your willingness that you can be kicked out of your own country. Reborn, if you continue to talk nonsense and make such groundless accusations against me. Borgenbok held down his violently beating eyes, suppressed his anger, and gritted his teeth. I think Prussia there's no need to accommodate a bunch of rascals. Traitor, but behind the rogue gang. But what about Nuremberg you've been thinking about? Your dog legs are very happy when they are enjoying the medicine. Of course I'm not saying you're a what do we need? We need chaos, and we need the world to be kept in tension all the time. That's why the Ministry of Magic, to which each of you are connected, is willing to save your life. Barry interrupted Borgin again. Bork imitated Grindelwald's words and said impassionately, only in times of chaos, Prussia, an extrajudicial land, has meaning for them. This is the real prison. The establishment of political power in the prison was followed by violent storms. Now the Ministry of Magic all over the world is in contact with Muggles. The British ate the first crab. They told others that from the Muggles can also wring out as many gold galleons as we do. No one will make things difficult for galleons. Not only do you not want to find ways to make yourself more valuable, but you follow some people here to play some ridiculous tricks. Barry wiped the soup with his sleeve indiscriminately, spit out a piece of rib that was not cleaned in the direction of Borgenbok, turned and left the banquet hall. Everyone at the table looked at each other for a while, and several people followed him. Then he stood up and walked out. The banquet ended unhappily, and only the initiator Borgenbok and a few people were still sitting there. No one cared about Barry's traitor speech. It was a loose alliance only one afternoon, before it was declared disintegrated, stained with blood. I just said that you humans are not suitable for eating half raw meat. It should be cooked. Behind him, the werewolf who was chasing up said rudely, if you're really sick, let me take a bite, so you don't feel sick. I'm afraid you'll lose a tooth. Barry raised his arm, turned around, and pressed the wand he drew out at some point against the werewolf's throat, and said viciously, but he didn't maintain this image for long, and continued to turn around and vomit. Go, wait for me for a while. The werewolf shrugged, and stood aside with his arms outstretched. When Barry finished vomiting, he said sweetly, lemonade can help you. Only because that old Borgenbok's food is so disgusting. Indeed. The werewolf said, picking his teeth with his dirty paws. That's not a real steak. What? After all, it's not good meat, said the werewolf. I thought about it, and I think you're right. I'm really thankful. I didn't expect you to be the first to figure it out. There were others, but I stopped them all. I think my wolf cubs might have been murdered on your territory by Borgin boxmen, said the werewolf. Recently, there have been a lot of new faces on the streets of Prussia, almost like him. Yes, I don't believe in the nonsense that muggles use spells to kill people. The only possibility is that he is doing it. That's not true. Barry raised the corner of his mouth. I don't know how long the undercurrent in Prussia has been brewing before those big shots decide to put all the hidden conflicts and ills here to solve it. This place is now a powder keg. I suggest you find a forest to hide, so as not to be splashed by sparks. Boom. What do you think we should do? The werewolf didn't quite understand what Barry said and asked, I think we should find a way to drive Bodgenberg out of here and let him go back to his nocturne alley. Have he always been like this? In the banquet hall, after a long silence, Borgenbok's magic eyes withdrew from the direction of the alley and scanned the remaining diners. Who? Reburn. He relied on the rascals to help many people, and it is said that he also has the support behind Nermengard. He has always been rampant. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Borgenbok's magic eyes looked in Barry's direction through the wall again. Contradictions, reluctance, and even the pitiful few in this land. The bottom line. What are you talking about, Mr. Bork? It's nothing. I'll go meet him for a while. Moody, what are you doing here? Looking for your uncle? Nelson, who got off work on time, walked out of the department of mysteries yawning, with marks left on his face from sleeping on the table. When he stepped into the corridor, a familiar boy caught his attention. Compared with the first time we met, Moody has grown a lot taller. His tall and muscular appearance is full of vigor, and his round face makes him look even more well-behaved than when he first entered school. But that hangs on his face, the stern and contemplative expression on his face, made his temperament uncoordinated, giving people a sense of bitterness and hatred. At this moment, he was standing in front of the elevator door, staring at the wizard who came up from the Wizengamot downstairs with scrutiny, as if he was trying to find a few law-breaking guys from this group of people. Although he couldn't see him in the elevator people, but Nelson could still feel the sting when they were looked at. I just came home last week. Moody turned to look at Nelson when he greeted him, bowed politely and said, Mr. Williams, my uncle told me you are free today. Let me come, I'm looking for you here. He should have told me earlier, or just come to my office to find me. Nelson walked quickly to Moody's side, cast an apologetic look at the uncomfortable Wizengamot wizards in the elevator, and put his arms around Moody. Moody's shoulder pulled him aside. Alastair, do you want to duel some lucky passers-by from the elevator? Take it easy, this is the Ministry of Magic. Ding, it's me who doesn't want to interrupt your work, Mr. Williams. I've seen a lot of your inventions on the streets of London. I shouldn't be holding you back from more important things, and my uncle told me about the stuff in the Department of Mysteries. It's very confidential. The elevator door closed slowly. Moody stared at the iron door in silence for a long time, and said slowly, but I think the dark wizards in that group are worse than the ones I met during my internship in the Department of Magic Execution. Okay, Nelson shrugged, patting Moody on the shoulder and guiding him towards the stairs. That's the first thing I'm going to teach you, Alastair. Not everyone knows the dark arts, even the dark wizard. And even if he was a very good man before the Ministry of Magic announced his arrest. If I remember correctly, you want to be an aura, not a ranger, right? Moody stared at Nelson's profile for a long time and didn't seem to fully understand what he said, but when the two walked up the stairs, he nodded and said, I see, Mr. Williams. Are we very unfamiliar? Nelson raised his eyebrows. Of course, it's not very familiar, but it's not that unfamiliar, right? Okay, Nelson. Moody was a bit too simple. Calling Nelson Mr. Williams, who was a senior not long ago, made him feel very uncomfortable, so he changed his words logically. Uncle asked me to maintain respect. Mr. Boggart is indeed a fastidious person, Nelson agreed, and asked, do you have any plans for this vacation? I was going to continue my internship in the law enforcement department, but I turned it down, Moody said. Uncle said you need my help. Don't worry, Nelson patted him on the shoulder. I will pay you, and I swear, your vacation will be much more interesting than serving tea to your boss in the legal enforcement department. Chapter 565 Professor of Black Magic. Nelson, how do you think black magic should be defined? In front of the elevator door, this kind of question and answer has been going on for a long time. Magic used with the motive of harm, black magic, is the violence of wizards. Then some spells, such as impeding spells, can also hurt wizards. Can it be defined as black magic? When you were an intern in the aura office, how did the auras define the dark arts? They had a book, and they judged it by the way it looked, like black or green light beams, and cold feelings, Moody said, trying to remember the meager content of the pamphlet. All in all, magic similar to the unforgivable curse, belongs to the category of black magic. So what is the unforgivable curse? Nelson asked. The Cruciatus curse, the killing curse, and the imperious curse. Have you seen any of these spells? Nelson demanded. No. Moody shook his head decisively. So you have never seen them before. How can you tell if the black magic you see is similar to it? I don't know. Moody fell into a daze. These are symptoms, Moody. Nelson stopped suddenly, and Moody, who was following closely behind, almost missed the brakes and hit his back. Nelson turned around and said with a smile, for example, if I say, there is a person, 17 years old, a student of Gryffindor, who is highly skilled in magic, studious and sensitive, strong-willed, with a heart of justice, and only drinks the drinks that he carries with him, who do you think I'm talking about? Christian? Haha. Nelson couldn't connect Moody with the crazy retired aura, couldn't help stretching out his hand, stroking his messy hair, covering his face and smiling. If what I just said is Chris, but is it possible that this passage was directed at someone else? Other people? If I want to refer to Chris, what's the best way? Is it a bunch of useless attributives? Nelson shook his head and withdrew his hand. No, it's her name. But Chris also has a name, Laura Riddle. So does Christian refer to her? Even the name is one of the signs of the transaction, but it is more intuitive and clear. If you really want to understand something, let's see its essence. Nature. Moody. There is no research or substantive evidence to show that black magic will cause substantial damage to the user's health and magic power, but it is extremely harmful, so it is only used by wizards who live in order. Severe boycott. Do you know why? Because it has an irreversible and cruel blow to those who are hurt by it. Moody's mood seemed to fluctuate suddenly. He clenched his fists, and the veins on his forehead twitched. That's why it is irreversible. Forgive. You're right about one aspect, Moody. Nelson continued, looking at Moody's painful expression, hesitating for a moment. On the other hand, it breeds because of emotions, and it will also affect your emotions. The profound truth of magic, but the simple and clear essence of magic under the incomprehensible appearance. Moody's face was full of blankness. At Hogwarts, he had never heard such words in class. It may be difficult to understand. Nelson shrugged. Let's put it in a simpler way. What are the advantages of black magic? Can you tell me? Black magic, how can it have advantages? Moody was a little at a loss. If I have to say it, it's powerful, right? It's power. You need stronger emotions to support it. Ding, the elevator stopped at the floor of the Department of Mysteries again. It was a while before the Ministry of Magic got off work. There were a lot fewer people in the elevator, but there were still a few sparse ones. Nelson acknowledged at the people in the elevator, and led Moody went up. Easy to learn. As the elevator went up, Moody kept muttering this sentence, apparently lost in further thought, and didn't even notice it when Nelson carried him out of the elevator and even out of the Ministry of Magic. For example, I will teach you a spell, Moody. Maybe you will use it in the future. The street where the Ministry of Magic is located is a bit remote. Nelson looked at the desolate street, rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, then Moody snapped his fingers in front of him to wake him up, raised his wand and said, come, read to me. Although Moody didn't know what medicine was sold in Nelson's gourd, he still managed to imitate his movements and raise his wand. Soul. Out of body. Out of body. Seeing the movements that Moody was just completing, Nelson showed a smile, as if he had succeeded in a prank, patted Moody on the shoulder, and said, very good. Is it simple? It's not that difficult. What is it? Moody commented pertinently. In terms of spells alone, they are not even as awkward as a levitation charm. Very well, it's just an ordinary spell. Nelson agreed, raised his hand holding the wand, and pointed to the side of the road. A spider struggling to weave a web waved its legs. Shirley reluctantly left the half-woven web and flew towards him with claws and teeth. Just when Moody was wondering what Nelson was doing, a ball of green light emerged from the tip of his staff, wrapping the spider hanging in midair. The curse was also spit out from his mouth. The soul is out of the body. Subtitle: No animals were harmed in the making of this clip. Moody watched dumbfounded as the spider did a drunken tap dance in the air, then wobbled towards him with his drunken fists. On the head, Moody's eyeballs moved closer and closer as the spider got closer to the eyes, and finally became almost cross-eyed. He watched the spider doff his hat in front of him, then waved to a thick and sharp pincer suddenly stabbed at his eyes. Moody flinched back from the spider's attack, but Nelson laughed in his ear. "Don't worry, Moody, it won't sting you," Nelson said softly. "Do you know what the spell is?" Yes, as you think, Moody," Nelson continued until Moody opened his eyes and gave him a deep look. "One of the unforgivable curses, the Imperious Curse. Is this the unforgivable curse?" Moody raised his trembling hands and stared at them. Just now, he was coaxed by Nelson without knowing it, and learned what he hates. It is also the most unforgettable black magic, the Imperious Curse. Tears welled up in his eyes. He widened his red eyes and stared at Nelson. You actually tricked me into learning." "No, you didn't learn it." Nelson frowned slightly, just a look and expression, but the young Moody fell silent, as if under the Imperious Curse. Nelson shook his head in dissatisfaction when he saw his performance. Shaking his head, he said slowly, "Do you think you have learned it? Come on, raise your wand and use the spell you just learned at that spider." Moody raised his hand uncontrollably. He knew that he was not influenced or manipulated by Nelson, but he did so. For this senior who was dubbed a hero and genius, he had an internship in the law enforcement department. Moody fears him more than anyone. Doesn't know the inside story, even though he knows that Nelson is not a dark wizard, but this makes him even more awed. He raised a trembling arm, gripped his wand, and struggled to reach the spider. Standard movements, steady breathing, and coherent spells. This is the first lesson in your life. What Professor Sykes taught you. Nelson's lazy voice floated from the side. Moody, whose body was shaking, gritted his teeth and suppressed the trembling of his fingers, but he heard Nelson continue. "After talking with Mr. Bogart, I specifically checked your file. Moody, you were born as an Aura. The office put the name on the roster. Your Aura father and Aura mother fell in the anti-I drama created by the Saints using the Imperious Curse. They killed each other before your eyes and recovered at the last moment of life without reason. They are the heroes of the Ministry of Magic. As their son, why are you still so afraid of the Imperious Curse?" Nelson's voice was getting louder and louder. At the last word, it was already deafening. He put his hands behind his back and cast the soundproof magic of closing his ears to listen. He looked at Moody with provocative and encouraging eyes, and Moody's tears could no longer be suppressed, gushing out from his eye sockets. He pointed his hand firmly at the spider and shouted loudly, "The soul is out of my body." A brief green light passed, and nothing happened. As compensation, he used the transfiguration charm to help him weave the other half of the web, and hung a pepper on the web as a seasoning for his dinner. He turned around, looking at Moody, raised the corner of his mouth. "Do you think you will?" Moody widened his eyes, looked at the wand in his hand, and wanted to throw it to the ground. "Do you think you have successfully used black magic?" "Do you think you are a dark wizard now?" I don't think you are." Nelson shook his head, approached Moody, whose face was full of resistance, and patted him on the shoulder. "I'm not a good educator. Not long ago, I tried to teach my sister. It was to catch her fleeing mentor in front of her and let her accept legal sanctions. Unfortunately, I failed in the end, and she played herself to death, which also made my mutual friend with that person scold her. It took me 3 hours, and my sister was lying in bed for a week, and I can only tell you what you want to know in this intuitive and rude way. Is it Christian? Why do you seem to be getting better all of a sudden?" Nelson glanced at Moody suspiciously and shook his head. "The use of the Imperious Curse seems to be an unimportant point, but in fact nothing else is important. Strong emotions." "Strong emotions? Any kind of magic requires emotions. such as the levitation spell, which requires you to have a strong desire to make objects float, and black magic is no exception. The Imperious spell requires you to have a strong desire to manipulate others, play with others, and rob them of everything. Compared with the hatred of the Cruciatus curse and the rage of the killing curse, the Imperious curse needs more emotion, which is greed. Without greed, it will be like what you just did, like farting. Greedy. But when you have enough greed, everything else doesn't matter. Nelson turned to the wall again, looked at the shivering spider, and said softly, "I'm sorry, brother spider, I just forgot this. I hope you can be a Spider-Man in your next life." After all, he raised his arms high and made a weird martial arts movement like a white crane spreading its wings. A pink light shot out from the tip of the staff and hit the spider, who was still in shock. Hakuna Matata. In the next second, the spider showed its incredible artistic talent, weaving a Mona Lisa on the spider web until Nelson came into contact with the spell. "Does it matter?" he said, turning around, looking at Moody. "It doesn't matter at all." Moody had never imagined that Nelson was a wizard who was familiar with the black arts. He was so shocked that he could not speak. Magic power is bred by emotions, and emotions give birth to magic power and to magic with different manifestations. The reason why black magic is terrifying is that it only needs the assistance of evil thoughts, and it can easily accomplish things that were unimaginable: deprivation of life, plunder of wealth, harvest screams. Nelson walked up to Moody, looked down at him, and said seriously, "But something so easy to obtain must make the weak-willed indulgence in the pleasure of controlling others, and they will fall step by step until you become a slave to black magic. To be precise, you become a slave to your own evil thoughts. Unfortunately, most people in the world are such weak-willed people. Will. The criterion for judging black magic is not simply the green light or the ending of the killing. Some people can kill with their fists, but auras even use black magic when facing powerful opponents. Can you say that they can kill with their fists? Men are good men, and auras are dark wizards? No. Moody shook his head. Although it was contrary to his cognition, the logic seemed to be correct. "I know black magic. Many senior wizards know black magic. Professor Dumbledore also knows black magic. Are we dark wizards? No, not. Your standard should be crime, not means," Nelson said seriously. "The reason why auras want to arrest dark wizards and the Ministry of Magic bans black magic is also because it can quickly degrade people. The first time the wielder uses the first dark magic, he inevitably slips into the abyss of the dark wizard. So black magic still needs to be fought, right?" Moody asked eagerly, as if grasping at a straw. "Even if sometimes you have to use black magic to fight black magic?" "Yes, violence is not advisable, but sometimes we have to use violence to resist violence." Nelson agreed. "After this lesson, if you are still willing to follow me this holiday, come directly to me tomorrow. Find me in my office. You will have the opportunity to see what a real dark wizard is like. If you don't want to, I can inform the Department of Law Enforcement. Of course, you can also report me to the Ministry of Magic for using black magic. I won't stop you." After finishing speaking, Nelson turned around and left in the evening wind. Just as he opened the door of Niklaus's house, heavy breathing and footsteps came from behind. Nelson turned his head, and Moody chased after him, panting with a bag. I just went to buy a gift for Christian." He leaned on his knees and gasped, "Can I go directly to the Department of Mysteries tomorrow?" I believe it, you are strong-willed." "Of course." Nelson shrugged and pushed open the garden door. "Please come in, and be careful not to step on my gardeners." Moody followed awkwardly, treading Nelson's path carefully, avoiding gardeners he couldn't see. "By the way," Nelson said casually, turning his back on Moody, who was rubbing the soles of his shoes on the doormat and hanging his hat and coat on the coat rack, "that person I was talking about was actually you." "What?" "Strong-willed and righteous in heart." Nelson strode across the living room, waved his hand, and lit the remaining embers of the fire. His voice came from the kitchen. "I believe you will practice this quality until the moment you die." Chapter 566 Family Dinner. "Are there any guests?" Moody sat awkwardly on the sofa, his hands on his knees, kept spinning his wand, and his eyes flickered to the wall clock that was swinging overhead, and every time the pendulum swung, the small door of the wall clock would open. A battered owl was spring-loaded through the little door, flapped its wings around his head, and returned to its nest. He could hear Nelson cooking, but what came from the kitchen was not only the clash of knives and chopping boards, but also Nelson's shouts, as if an evil capitalist was oppressing a scrawny worker with a whip. "Does Nelson have elves at home?" Moody poked his head out curiously and looked towards the kitchen. Just as he turned sideways, the door opened, and the dusty Tom walked in carrying a heavy-looking suitcase, and asked casually, "Is there a guest coming?" Moody sat down quickly, watching Tom as he entered the living room. "Oh, it's Moody," Tom acknowledged, knocked on the locked door next to the hole with his wand, walked in sideways with the suitcase in his hand, came out empty-handed after a while, and locked the door. Looking at Moody, he said, "Just wait for a while. Christian should be back soon." "What is she doing?" No, I'm not here to find her." Moody pointed to himself, shaking his head vigorously. "I'm here to find Nelson." "Come on, young man," said Tom, pursing his lips, raising his hand, and pointing his wand at Moody's forehead. No one would choose to bring a bottle of 5-year-old French red wine when they visited Nelson. Exploded around his head. By the time he realized it, Tom had already fixed it for him new hairstyle. "I heard you want to be an aura." Tom squinted at Moody and put away his wand. "I have to remind you, Moody, if I were a dark wizard, your head would have turned into a ball of fireworks." "I just saw that you didn't resist," Moody argued with a blushing face. For some reason, when facing Nelson and Tom, the two seniors he respected, his proud calmness disappeared. "We're being teased like a little wizard who just entered school. Let me put it another way. If I were a dark wizard who used Polyjuice potion to turn into Professor Riddle, your head would already be a firework." "Oh, Professor Riddle?" Nelson came out of the kitchen carrying 3 steaming glass bottles, put them on the coffee table, looked at Tom narrowly, and said, "Don't tell me. What are you doing today? Did you go out early in the morning for an interview?" "Of course not. The interview is next week." Tom shrugged and looked at his usual sitting position. Moody was already sitting on it. He simply raised his hand and brought a chair from the study, pulled it to the coffee table and sat down, said, "I asked old Malfoy to take me to see the candidates for this position today. Did you turn this competition into an equal election?" Nelson raised his eyebrows and made a complicated gesture of wiping his neck. "You turned those candidates." Listening to their conversation, Moody felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and he began to think that Nelson was a dangerous person who tricked him into a trap to kill him. "I inspected their knowledge for Dumbledore first, and with all due respect, they are average, not even as good as Moody." Tom unscrewed the ring on the glass bottle, took a big sip, sighed in satisfaction, and said, "A boastful young man, a foreigner who was kicked out of school by Durmstrang, an old pedant who memorized textbooks backwards, and a tainted witness with a criminal record. Dumbledore would never choose them anyway. Has Britain's talents withered to such an extent?" Moody asked curiously. "Professor McGonagall said last semester that Professor Dumbledore will find us a talented and virtuous person after Professor Mellors retires. Excellent teacher. Isn't this about me? Speaking of it, it has something to do with Nar." Tom leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling and said, "Recently, there is a shortage of manpower in all walks of life, especially those who study magic factories. The very favorable conditions recruited a lot of wizards with high mana, and these few people are even considered to be good level among the people who wrote the cover letter. After all, Hogwarts can only pay such a small salary, and few people will have trouble with money. What about you?" Martha made it for her. Nelson let go of Adele's hand, and she quickly ran upstairs to see the pygmy bushes that Tom specially ordered for her from Nermengard. Smiled helplessly when she saw Adele for the first time today. She thought she was my daughter. Tom rubbed his chin and commented, "Isn't she eating?" 3 gradually shifted from Tom's work to Moody's ideals, and finally to Christian. Moody always felt a chill on the back of his neck, and he felt that Tom's attitude had changed somehow. It wasn't until Christian, who was wearing a black dress, stood in front of him with a smile and said hello, that Moody bounced from the clean posture brought by the comfort of the sofa, and frankly found the gift at his feet. "You, hello. I've never heard of you stuttering, Moody. Tom sat aside with a gloomy expression, and Moody also felt a feeling, as if he was being targeted by a poisonous snake. Are you free? I suddenly thought, when I was at the freshman mutual aid club, I still have one trick I haven't taught you. Moody's eyes lit up, but they were quickly blocked by Nelson's outstretched hand. Tom, he's going to help me these days. Do you want to experiment? I can go to the side of the road and catch a few people for you. Neither Moody nor Christian could hear their conversation. It's not like that, you know, said Tom, throwing his arms behind his head and crossing his legs. Although I sometimes wish I could bury Christian in the hole she dug, but seeing a brat make love in front of her, yes, I want to bury it with someone else. For the sake of you killing him later, let him go. I don't want to do that. Harry Potter is dead anymore. Nelson shrugged. Besides, it's supposed to be old Tom Riddle should worry about things. Be quick and help me move out the dining table. That hasn't been used for several years. It's been a long time since the Nicholas house was as lively as it is today. At the dining table, Nelson, who was sitting at the head of the table, raised his knife and fork and said, if you have any religious beliefs, hurry up and pray. I'm hungry. The other 3 people on the table shook their heads in unison. Only Adele put her hands together in front of her face mischievously and said in a low voice, thank you Nell for cooking for us. Immediately afterwards, following Nelson's silver knife with a crisp sound of the fork hitting the dinner plate, a small-scale family banquet began. This meal may be to celebrate Christian's recovery from injury or to receive Moody, a rare guest. Among them, powerful wizards like Nelson and Tom should have a unique meal, but this family feast is too ordinary, no different from a wealthy Muggle family in London. A delicacy that will increase the magic power, and there is not even a magic wand on the table. What's the matter, Alastair? Nelson looked at Moody, who hadn't finished his mouth, and asked softly, is it not to your taste? No, it's just that there are so many delicious ones that I don't know what to eat first. Moody shook his head, inserted a steak from the plate Tom pushed, put it on the plate and cut it. I'm a little curious. Nelson, is this your home? Forks. Nelson agreed. I designed the garden outside myself. How about it? Isn't it good? It's beautiful and warm, Moody praised, and inserted a piece of cut steak into his mouth. I'm just curious, why isn't it called the Williams house? Tom stopped what he was doing, looked at Christian, raised his eyebrows, and said to himself, this kid is really stupid. He just said this kind of thing when he came up, so I don't need to bury it with my own hands now. Well, that's because the owner of this house is Jonas Nicholas. He is my uncle. Nelson slowly cut the steak. He is no longer here, but everyone who lives in this house, it's his child. It's not appropriate to call it the Williams family, the Riddle family, or the Wurtling family, and my aunt is still there, so calling it this way makes me feel like I'm living in the past. Sorry. Moody realized that he had said something wrong, and buried his head. It's okay. I haven't seen Jonas either, Adele said with a smile, but I'm also his child. You're awesome. Nelson helped her wipe the vegetable soup from the corner of her mouth and rewarded her with a drink. Eat more. Jonas doesn't want to see a child as thin as you. I'm just growing, Adele retorts. But speaking of which, I haven't even seen him. Only one photo. That's what I wanted to introduce you to him. That's a great poet. Nelson shrugged, but he's never published a poem, so I can't find a masterpiece. He's unlucky. Yes, I think he might be the unluckiest man in the world. There was a brief silence at the table until Christian broke the deadlock. Gal, I ate a picture of your chocolate frog when I was shopping in Diagonal Alley today, Christian said as if taking credit. I also saw your bus. Where is it? Tom's eyes lit up. Show it to me. It's worth a lot of money. I've stashed it away, and if it's still rare, I'll give it to Adele when she comes of age, said Christian, clearly aware of Tom's style, and stashed it away before returning home. In the hut lying in the middle of the road in Slope Lane, the focus is on the bus. You mean the knights? Nelson asked. I was struggling with what to name them, and I got permission from the night bus to call them the knights. Did you make those big guys? Adele showed admiring eyes. They are very fast and flexible. I just improved the drawings of the Shafik family. Nelson rubbed his temples. It's a trivial job. Fortunately, they didn't cause me any trouble. Are they expected to replace the Hogwarts Express? Tom asked. Not enough grades. Nelson shook his head. The second half of his sentence was drowned in the firelight outside the garden, and with a violent explosion, Moody instinctively drew out his wand, held down Christian, bowed and hid behind the cabinet next to the dining table. The 4 people living in the house were very calm on the contrary, and Adele even took advantage of the chaos, and took the little tomato in front of Tom. Alastair, don't be so nervous. Christian pulled Moody up from behind the cupboard. It's okay. Moody's eyes widened, and he looked out of the window from the corner he could see. He could see a tall black shadow standing in the lawn he had just praised. Then, the dazzling magic light illuminated the room, and he saw a few guys who were hiding their heads and showing their tails were blown up to the sky. This. He had already begun to believe in Nelson's promise. Your vacation will be much more interesting than serving tea to your boss in the legal enforcement department. Why are you stuttering again, Moody? Tom's voice jolted him awake for a moment, and he straightened up, bumping against the cupboard. But he didn't feel any pain. The scene just now, and the performance of the 4 were really shocking. Alastair, Christian said, looking worriedly at the top of his bleeding head. Since Na returned to London, there have been 2 or 3 attacks like this every week, but you don't have to worry about it. Tom has personally experienced it. Even if he wants to break through the garden, it will take at least 3 minutes. I'm right, Nelson said, looking at Moody, who was still in shock with gauze on his head, and spread his hands with a smile when all the dust settled. Your vacation will be very interesting. Let's go to these people's hometowns. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Business Trip. Start from prison. When the first rays of sunlight fell on Moody's face, he rolled over and woke up instantly from the contrast between the soft sheets and the hard plank bed in the Hogwarts dormitory. His eyes snapped open, and he reached for the pocket, but the feel of his palm was empty. Moody threw back the covers and was in his pajamas, his coat neatly folded on the chair beside the bed, his wand resting on top of it. The curtains have been pulled open, and a small white figure is holding a foaming sponge to wipe the glass. Moody remembered what happened last night. He had dinner at Nelson's house, and along the way he finished the bottle of wine he brought. He drank almost all of this bottle of wine by himself, so that he was still a little confused when he woke up in the morning. Confused. Boom. 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 There was a neat knock on the door, and Moody jumped out of bed, wand in hand, and walked cautiously to the door with bare feet. I'm in a hurry today. When Moody opened the door, he saw Nelson holding a tray in one hand and watching the time on his pocket watch with the other hand. He handed the tray to Moody, put away the pocket watch, and took a picture. Pat him on the shoulder and said, "You have 10 minutes to wash, eat, and rest. After 10 minutes, I will wait for you in the living room." But now 6:50. Nelson agreed. Dark wizards are all nocturnal. You don't want to yawn and die gloriously. At least I didn't drag you to see London at 4 o'clock in the morning. Leaning less, Moody, who smelled of mint in his mouth, rubbed his eyes and walked down the stairs. He always felt that this was not a serious or a training. When he yawned and looked at the wall clock showing 59 on the wall, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Nelson's back as he opened the door and left. "I'm not late," Moody yelled, and Sayazi chased after him. Just as he was about to run to the gate, Nelson's voice came from behind him and stopped him. "The time is just right, Moody. Seeing you wanting so urgently, I'm relieved to go out." "Okay." Moody turned his head, and Nelson was sitting on the sofa neatly dressed, exactly the same as when he just went out. He put down the newspaper in his hand, picked up the hot milk on the coffee table, drank the last sip, and picked up the box at his feet. "Stand up. Are you kidding?" Moody looked at Nelson suspiciously, and then at the door. "I just saw you go out. Salary will be deducted for absenteeism." Nelson shrugged, buttoned the soft felt hat on his head, and strode towards the door. Moody ran out after Nelson, stepped on the water stains on the floor, and almost he slipped and fell, and Nelson held him up and said, "You don't want to see me make Christian eat hay every day, because I don't have money, do you?" "Of course, no. I thought you just went out. You read it wrong." Nelson shook his head and slapped the wall of the foyer with a slap. A group of Moody's familiar runes lit up under Nelson's call, and the sudden strong suction force pulled the door open. Moody looked intently. The scenery outside became hazy at some point, like a misty water curtain, as if he hadn't woken up yet. He rubbed his eyes, and before he had time to ask, Nelson pushed the door out. The cold touch across the water woke Moody up completely, and Nelson's voice came faintly from behind. After you fell asleep last night, I wrote to Mr. Boggart specifically, and now I can be told to be your temporary guardian, and I suggest that you call me uncle during the next journey. What? Moody's words were torn apart during the appearance. My name is Igor Karkaroff. You can call me Uncle Karkaroff. Moody turned his head and saw a black-haired man with a goatee coming out of a slowly closing water door. He stroked the beard on his chin. The darker iron bars were reflected in his black eyes like a fox. He was holding a gorgeous black cane, and he was dressed in a black suit that was out of season and looked very hot. PQIU looked at the iron cage where they were imprinted and clicked his tongue. Is this a place that is absolutely safe and absolutely impossible to be discovered? Tom, I have to say, you are really a great genius. It was only then that Moody realized the environment he was in. This was a dark cell. The iron bars were covered with rust marks and traces of unknown liquid, and the air was filled with a rotten rust smell. He wrinkled his nose. His eyes became serious. It was the smell of blood. This cell is not big, and some hay that is also stained with that kind of traces spread on the floor. He remembered what Nelson said just now. Let Christian eat hay without money, and couldn't help retching. Moody stretching out his hand to hold onto the wall. The greasy and wet touch caused him to throw away his hand immediately, and his fingertips touched some roughnecks. He took a closer look through the sunlight shining from the corridor, and the wall was densely engraved with the counting symbols. There are 4 vertical and 1 horizontal ones, some with pentagrams, and even characters he didn't understand. He realized that this cell had already sent more than one prisoner, and they came from all over the world. I don't know if there is a chance to see the sun the next day after leaving. Is this Azkaban? Moody felt cold all over and couldn't help shivering. He remembered the words his boss had frightened him when he was an intern in the law enforcement department. The fear spread by those pleasure-sucking monsters was exactly the same as what he felt now. He braced himself up, raised his wand, and carefully looked around. But just as the illuminating spell came on, a pale and relaxed face in the opposite cell was reflected in his rehearsal. His hand trembled, and he almost dropped his wand. Throw it out. Moody looked behind him beggingly, wanting to seek Nelson's help, but he was no longer here, and the water door on the wall only left an eye-catching water stain that quickly faded away. Azkaban? The resident in the opposite cell turned out to be an elderly witch. She gave a strange laugh like a vulture. British? There are no such scary monsters here. But Moody turned around and pointed at her firmly with his wand. The bewilderment caused by the change of environment had all disappeared. He suppressed the fear in his heart, and the wand in his hand gave him great courage. He knew that Nelson, who had disappeared, must be. He will not abandon himself, but before that, he must face everything here alone. But this place is far more terrifying than your Azkaban. The old witch giggled, licked her long filthy nails, and stared longingly at the wand in his hand. Young man, you'll soon be praying that the prison you're in is Azkaban. Unless what? Unless you give her the wand. A weak male voice came from the cell next to him, and a suppressed beast-like growl could be vaguely heard in his throat. Of course I don't think you are so stupid to come here. Those who come, at least will not do the stupid thing of handing over the wand to others easily. The movement here woke up the other prisoners in the cell. Shouts and curses in various languages came and went, but without a wand, this group of people couldn't do anything. Distraught by the noise, Moody simply closed his eyes and lowered the volume around him with the earplug spell that Tom had taught him. Squeak. The gate at the end of the corridor was raised, and 2 figures walked in side by side, interrupting the revelry of the prisoners in the prison. Moody, who was sitting on the pile of hay, raised his head and his eyes slowly lit up. Yes, that's my nephew. He's a good guy. The slippery and hoarse German sounded at the end of the corridor. He just didn't know what to do, and he messed with the bastards patrolling the street. Can the good boy come here? The rough man beside him snorted and said, can the good boy be your nephew? For us, He's a good guy, and those good kids can't even survive here. Haha, of course. Survival of the fittest. The rough man's footsteps were accompanied by the sound of dense shackles colliding, as if there were hundreds of handcuffs hanging on his body, and the violent and perverted prisoners heard his voice afterwards, as well behaved as a little white rabbit. He seemed very proud of what the other person said, and laughed loudly. What's his name? Is it Karkaroff? Of course, that's my nephew. Nelson's contrived voice was getting closer, and Moody could tell he was talking to a jailer or warden or something. His name is Lucas Carter. Karlov. I just don't know if letting him go will cause you trouble. No, there are usually fewer people here. Whether they escaped from prison or died on the way to escape from prison, our method is to go to the street to arrest people. Anyway, we only need to ensure that when you big shots come to pick people up, they will be in prison. It would be nice to have a guy who can breathe, said the rough man. What's more, even if it's troublesome, with Mr. Karkaroff's sincerity, this kind of trouble can't be called trouble, can it? That's good. Committed suicide last week by pulling his stomach, and the blood splattered all over the room. I hope your nephew is getting used to living there. The two finally reached the door of cell number 13 where Moody was. The light of the illuminating charm illuminated his face. Moody raised his head, and a man with a swollen face was holding a magic wand and poking at the iron railing. As he had guessed, the wizard's waist and back were covered with shackles, and they were dragged far away. Moody looked away from his face, gave Nelson a complaining look, and stood up. Very good, very energetic, you are right. He is a good guy. The man squeezed out a smile that was more ferocious than intimidating out of good intentions, and opened the door of the cell. Come out, your uncle is here to pick you up. Why don't you just rush out? Breathing the fresh air, Moody took a few sips from the water bottle hanging on his waist, wiped his mouth, and asked, there is only one jailer, and none of the prisoners have wands. The two of us should be able to type it out easily. That's too rough and troublesome, Nelson explained patiently. If you were an aura and wanted to search for a heavily guarded stronghold, would you choose to break into it? Unless you sincerely gave the people inside I left a chance to destroy the evidence, and I will save you a lot of trouble on the one hand, and let you experience what it's like to be among the black wizards. On the other hand, this warden has become the first significant witness of our identity. Oh. If I were you, I would like to take a piece of paper and write down what I just said. Sometimes it is more efficient to sneak in and disguise than to fight in. Nelson raised his arm and pulled Moody aside with his cane, avoiding a horse-drawn carriage that was galloping wildly. One more thing, you have to watch the road when you walk. Moody raised his head. At this moment, they were in a busy street. The street was full of pedestrians, but most of them were in a hurry, and they hardly had the desire to communicate with the passers-by. Moody was very upset. I don't go shopping, but I also feel that the atmosphere on this street is not right. I have noticed that the people here are dressed in different styles, and they seem to come from different countries around the world. The most spoken language on the street is German, which he is not very proficient in. In addition, people on the street are watching passers-by wands. They all looked like experienced auras, but a wave of the stink of black magic that he hates is slowly wafting in the street. Ta. Tat. Tat. The sound of the horse's hooves was getting farther and farther away. Moody raised his head and looked at the carriage that almost hit him just now. It was turning a corner. An old hand was slowly lifting the curtains on the carriage. An old man's face was peeking out from behind the window. It was exposed, looking at Igor Karkaroff walking on the street across the bustling crowd. Nelson raised the corners of his mouth and slid his index finger and middle finger across his throat. Moody's expression was even more shocked. I have noticed that the old man had a strange blue eye, which seemed to have an independent consciousness. While staring at Nelson, the blue eye turned to one side, staring at him firmly. Moody only felt a tingling in his temples, and he closed his eyes hard as the memory of not long ago was about to emerge. He didn't open his eyes, panting until Nelson's hand was on Moody's wet shoulder. Nelson was raising the cane to shield it from Moody's face. He patted Moody's shoulder and agreed. Said, the brain deafened technique is not bad. That is, you should have seen him, or heard of him, Nelson said, narrowing his eyes, looking at the corner where the carriage disappeared. The biggest dark magic dealer in Nocturne Alley, a man who loves tomb robbery or murder, and then in the basement the lunatic who created the corpse. Logically speaking, he just passed away in Azkaban last month, and thinking about it now, wizard prisons all over the world should follow the same set of rules. Boggin Burke. That's right, Nelson agreed. Let's go. Get me a carriage first. It's not good enough. Why don't you build 2 seats? Moody was driving a carriage on the dirt road in the suburbs. He said that he didn't need to operate much. Not long ago, I watched Nelson make this car out of water by the side of a stream. The carriage and even the 2 horses driving it were made of water. This shock lasted until he began to think about why he squatted on a horse harness as a coachman. Moody lifted the beaded curtain behind him and looked at Nelson, who was holding a cane in his arms, closed his eyes as if holding a sword, and meditated. After Moody hearing's question, Nelson suddenly opened his eyes, stretched out his cane, and pointed out the window, and several followers floated up like this. They hit the ground quickly, and Nelson's answer reached Moody's ears. Because I only have one ass. Chapter 568 Arrival. His eyes. Moody brandished his horsewhip and slapped it on the uprights in front of the carriage. He had perfectly integrated into the identity of the groom. What's the matter? Nelson asked in the carriage, accompanied by the rustling sound of the knob rubbing against the parchment. Hearing that Nelson had work, Moody tugged on the reins to slow down the carriage. I'm a little concerned, Moody said after thinking for a moment. That eye gives me a bad feeling. How to say? It's like a living animal. Moody lowered his head, and the feeling of palpitation when he looked at Borgenberg reappeared, as if in a place he couldn't see. The magic eye that seemed to be able to see through everything was peeping through countless walls looking at him. His body couldn't help shaking. The whip slipped from his hand and fell to the ground and was caught in the axle by the wheels in an instant, scattering debris all over the ground. As long as he closes his eyes, there will be that strange blue in his sight, that dreadful blue that seems familiar. By the way, I don't know where this is. What are we going to do? Moody's voice became smaller and smaller before he could get the answer to the question. He had already slumped on the pillar of the carriage, feeling sleepy like a tide. The carriage was advancing steadily on the streets of Berlin, passing through pairs of prying eyes with malicious intentions. Gradually, the eyes of passersby became more and more sparse, but the sense of dense surveillance seemed to have entered a spider's nest by mistake. It became dense and even substantial. The movements of the 2 horses were no different from those at the beginning. They ignored the stagnant obstacles, broke through those malicious eyes, and rushed towards the center of the city. Dust all over the sky. In the eyes of passers-by, there is another strange person in this city. A carriage even more expensive than Borgenberg's car is galloping on the road unscrupulously, and the reliefs with a different style from here seem to be it tells the story of the sun gods hunting. A young man with a round face is sleeping soundly on the driver's seat, as if he is experiencing a nightmare. Sticking to the scalp, drops of sweat or some other water stains dripped from the carriage, just like the breadcrumb trails left by brothers and sisters abandoned by their parents in the forest in fairy tales. But the water drops are also like being picked up by crows and birds. Like breadcrumbs, it was quickly absorbed by the dry soil, leaving only 2 deep ruts that were slowly being buried by the new dust. And the passengers in that gorgeous carriage did not open the curtains from time to time to show off their wealth and authority like Borgenberg, but closed the windows tightly without revealing the slightest thing inside. And they even felt that there were no passengers in the carriage, and the deep ruts were only because it was loaded with loads of goods. But before greed arose in their hearts, the carriage exuded an inviolable aura and whizzed past their eyes. People looked at the direction of the carriage, whether it was a wizard who was showing off his might, or a muggle who was cautious. All showed strange expressions in their eyes. Some were fearful, some were jealous. With more and more wizards and fewer muggles, the destination of the carriage is getting closer and closer. Behind the war-torn buildings, a church with a collapsed roof gradually appears in sight. Moody's breathing gradually changed from tense to even, and the sound of writing from the carriage also stopped amidst the faint snoring. Nelson opened a corner of the curtain and stared at Berlin, a city that was once prosperous due to the frenzy of war. The ruined walls he saw were no different from London before reconstruction, and even more dilapidated. The walls that have lost their original color are filled with malicious drawings, and the children's graffiti-like texts that can be seen everywhere are small advertisements all over the city. But unlike any city in the world, these small advertisements combine life and dignity. Prices are clearly marked, and things that should not belong to the writer are traded. The disgust in Nelson's eyes flashed, and the ground that the carriage passed was ups and downs like breathing for a moment, and then returned to calm. He looked down at the book with missing pages on his knees, and extracted a line of text on the patch floating in front of his eyes. Our aura injury report during operations against Gellert Grindelwald and his henchmen on the last page of the book. A bright red question mark blocked 2 black and white photos, and a line of text was exposed. Cannibalism. Imperious curse. He closed the yellowing book in his hand, sealed it together with a few pieces of parchment that still smelled of ink, and put it in his pocket. Here is the famous Prussia, a place that most auras in the world fear. Nelson finally began to answer the question Moody asked, before he fell asleep. He raised his hand, and the horse pulling the cart raised its front hooves high, its slender mane and tail flicked up, shining metallic luster in the sun, like 2 living sculptures. Not far in front of the carriage, Borgin box car was parked on the side of the road. The people in the car and the horses pulling the cart had disappeared. Only the golden laden silver covered carriage gleamed. The shifting speed of the carriage awakened Moody from his sleep. He only remembered that he seemed to have had a nightmare that was too terrible to recall, and then experienced a happy trip. But when he opened his eyes, he still saw Berlin. On the street, memories are slowly splicing together the experiences not long ago, and Nelson's voice came from behind him sporadically. Some official business, and some personal enmity. Moody rubbed his eyes and forcefully drove away the blue in his sight. He felt something hit his shoulder. He looked down, and saw that Nelson's cane was pressing on his shoulder. Starting with a large black gemstone, his clothes are rapidly morphing into something similar to Nelson's style. What? I also discovered, by the way, that this trip seems to be doing you a little favor. What? Help me out, dear nephew. The ignorant Moody took a deep breath of the not so fresh air, and wiped it on his face. Still remembering his duties, he took out a step from the hidden compartment under the seat, and placed it on the door of the carriage. Before he stepped forward, he bent down, and opened the car door, and Nelson's shiny leather shoes stepped out from inside. Boom. The hard heels collided with the wooden steps, and the crisp sound echoed on the sparsely populated street. The man with the goatee raised his chin, and walked onto the street with moody support. He patted the nephew's hand, proudly scanned the rested street, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. At this moment, the street was completely quiet, and the eyes hidden behind the windows or street corners all stopped on this man. He raised his head, took off the thick furry hat on top of his head, his fox-like slender eyes looked above his head, and a figure was disappearing from behind the window he was watching. This guy. Bojin Pokra closed the curtains, and covered his restless magic eyes. His face was distorted by the piercing pain. I have remembered this face. After so many years, the man who made a mess of Nocturne Alley reappeared just like the last time, when he suddenly disappeared without a trace, following him like a nightmare, dragging him from stability to fear every moment. He still remembered the great battle in Nocturne Alley, the fire that burned his servants to ashes, the crack in the sky. This guy, named Igor Karkaroff, and that ridiculous together with Chamberlain. He almost burned the foundation he had accumulated for hundreds of years. He couldn't forget the ridiculous look of those followers who were vulnerable to Karkaroff, and he couldn't forget that he was attacked all night in Azkaban. Fear of being attacked by dementors. He would patronize his dreams almost every once in a while, so that he could not sleep peacefully. Mr. Bok, do you know that man? Borgin Burke pressed the magic eye hard. Only this method could barely relieve his pain. After panting for a while, he took the glass of water handed by the Inquirer, sat back at the head seat of the banquet hall, and overthrew the person in front of him. With the candlestick still unpacked, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, I know him. It's not a good person. Have you dealt with him?" Well, Borgin Burke drank the water in his glass, and said through gritted teeth, "This is an antique dealer who only appeared twice in England, and took a piece of gold from the Gaunt family many years ago. An important item, we don't know what it is, and another time, He attracted auras and nocturnally, which almost caused me big trouble. Nearly causing big trouble? Hearing Borgenberg's explanation, the inquirer heaved a sigh of relief. An outsider had an accident. He helped Borgenbok fill up the water and asked, "Do you know his number? The purpose of this person should be some ancient magical objects." The pain eased, and Borgenbok's voice became much more relaxed. Of course, he couldn't tell the ally he had finally found that he was taken almost away by Nelson. He said lightly, "The Gaunt family is the only known blood descendant of Salazar Slytherin. I thought Igor Karkaroff was just a pseudonym for this person and I would never see him again, but now it seems he just doesn't move around very often. Is he an enemy, Mr. Bork?" "He's brought a helper," murmured Borgenberg. "I hope it's not Chamberlain. What are we doing now?" Moody had been standing in the hot sun for several minutes, holding an umbrella for Nelson, who was getting more and more aware that he was deliberately exercising himself. "Wait." Nelson handed Moody a leaflet that had come from nowhere. "Look at this." "What's this?" Moody took the flyer and struggled to identify the German on it. Fortunately, he could at least read the Arabic numerals without hindrance. "Is this the price list for the ranch? Horses, rats, turkeys, hunting dogs? The price seems to be much cheaper than in the UK, but I didn't expect that the most expensive thing here is the dog. Of course it's cheaper than in England, where life is the least valuable thing. Why can't I understand? Listen well, the fierce horse is an untamed muggle, the white mouse is a healthy muggle that can be used for magical experiments, the turkey is a newly captured wizard child, the hound, I think it must have been enslaved by magic, an adult wizard who can be commanded at will." Moody's face was full of question marks. He felt that Nelson was fooling himself with nonsense. "Do you remember when someone attacked our house at dinner last night?" "I remember." Moody nodded emphatically, and although the food was plentiful, each special at the meal made a deeper impression on him. "They got blown up, and then there are auras around our house who are responsible for picking up the expelled attackers, but unfortunately, nothing can be pried out of their mouths. The unbreakable oath is almost the most irreversible contract in the world." Nelson took a deep breath and said, "This is also the reason why Nobby Rich entrusted me to investigate here. The official intelligence has been controlled, and it is inextricably linked with Borgenbok above us. Even the minister, they were all kept in the dark. Those who attacked our house diligently every day were the hunting dogs they raised. Hound. You may have heard that the Hogwarts Express was attacked when sending graduates home not long ago," Nelson said slowly, squinting his eyes, staring at the dark alley ahead. "Melissa Sykes, who defected from here, leaked so much information that many interested people knew that real wealth could be obtained from me and those hound dogs who were not afraid of death. For them, just a costless attempt out where she was going, and I wanted to catch her, but she would rather die together. Fortunately, I found something useful, some important resources that will allow us to become part of Prussia soon. I have made preparations for a long time. After you came to report, everything was properly completed, so after all, you are the most important thing, Moody." But also driving Moody's ears moved, and before he could finish speaking, his body suddenly crouched down, his wand pointed at the bottom of the carriage. A wizard in invisible animal skin was roughly dragged out by magic and hung in midair. The door of the building next to him was pushed open from both sides, and Borgenbok had a spring-like smile on his face, and he greeted him with open arms. "Oh, Karkaroff, my friend." Nelson walked in his direction, and just as Borgenbok was about to hug him, the two passed by. Borgenbok's smile froze, and he turned his head angrily. The rogue gang killer whistled. She gave him a provocative smile. Chapter 569 The Best Witness. "Fritz Harriman?" Nelson raised his chin and looked down at Harriman, who was deeply bent over. His waist and legs formed a 90-degree angle, neither too much nor too little, like a doll controlled by a precise clockwork. Lifting up hard, staring at Nelson's face, his eyes swept across his body, and when he saw the ring on his middle finger, Harriman seemed to confirm his identity, and his eyes humbly looked to the ground. Under the watchful eyes of the four people on the street, I maintained this movement without even trembling. This former murderer was dressed in a plain black robe, leaving only traces of exaggerated makeup on his face that were hard to wash off, which made his eye sockets appear a light pink color, as if he had been beaten. The protruding cheekbones showed a cold sharpness, and the bloody smell on his body became heavier, so heavy that, even if he changed into new clothes, even if he didn't hold a wand, the keen Moody could still feel the strong odor on his body. This is? With a wave of his wand, he threw the wizard who was hanging upside down in the air to the wall, and iron ropes protruded from the cracks in the bricks, binding him there firmly. After doing all this, Moody moved closer to Nelson, stood between him and Harriman, raised his wand, and asked softly without looking back, "Dark wizard?" "Fine." Nelson put his wand on Moody's shoulder, and Moody stepped aside to get out of Nelson's place, but the wand was still tightly gripped in his hand, and his vigilant eyes did not let up. In Berlin, he had never seen this most dangerous person. Harriman still kept bowing like a doll, as if as long as Nelson didn't speak, he could stand here until he died. "I'm in good spirits today." Nelson raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "It's much better than when I saw you before. Mr. Reburn told me that we have a distinguished guest today." Harriman lowered his head and said humbly, without any waves in his cloudy eyes, "Hello, Mr. Karkaroff. The rascals have prepared for you a welcome dinner and a treasure trove that will surely interest you." "Treasure house." Borgenberg stood in front of the door, raised his stiff arms, and lowered them slowly. Everything Harriman said gave him a solid impression of Igor Karkaroff, an antique dealer and black magic collector. He clearly knowing how many rare objects the rogue gang backed by Nurmengard had collected in Prussia, and the person whom Liburn could treat with such prudence, besides extraordinary power, he must have a huge amount of wealth in his hands. After thinking about it, he walked slowly towards Nelson's back. Borgenbok, who has lived longer than most people, carefully considers Nelson. Nelson's clothes, accent, movement habits, etc. are intertwined in his mind, combined with those pitiful information, and gradually become full, and even involved some seemingly irrelevant but trivial information. A German named Igor Karkaroff suddenly appeared in the black prison of the werewolf, and fished out his nephew who was imprisoned there. It seems that he has been trained by a professional aura, and he is loyal to his uncle. He has an incomparably luxurious carriage, even surpassing his own. He first appeared in Hangleton, the old Gaunt house, that had long since decayed. He tampered with Morphin Gaunt's memory, so that until now he didn't know what he took from the Gaunt's house. The second time was in Nocturne Alley, walking with his regular customer Chamberlain, and severely damaged the stronghold of Nocturne Alley, after he failed to eat black. Chamberlain has sold many collections with the personal seal of Salazar Slytherin, which may be related to the Gunter family, the only descendant of Slytherin. And the antique dealer Karkaroff who accompanied him did not show any interest in those antiques. Interest, which proves that his vision is definitely not on simple antiques, but on those ancient objects that contain magic. Some of the antiques lost in that battle still appeared on the market. He should be active in the UK for a long time, or have a fixed partner. That Chamberlain. He has the ability to purify the undead, and his mana is powerful enough for two people to defeat his own followers and corpses. When casting large-scale magic, he needs to insert the wand into the soil, accompanied by incomprehensible chant, which is very different from the magic habits popular among British wizards. The image of a mysterious, wealthy, and powerful wizard slowly formed in his mind, and this Igor Karkaroff could hardly find any detailed information in the world. The so-called Karkaroff the family didn't know anything about his existence. This is a powerful wizard who claims to be a faction. He is isolated from the world, and has no clear position. He is a help that can be won. Finally, he's interested in his own eyes. Thinking of this, Borgenberg suddenly felt a sharp pain in the magic eye. He covered his eyes, and after a little relief, he took a deep breath, and walked towards Karkaroff. He believes that, as long as the price is right, no one who has had a quarrel with him will refuse to be his friend. If he does, then the price is not enough. Thinking of this, he forced a smile on his face, but the next moment, Moody, who had his back turned to him, turned his head. "Master Liburn assures you that there are enough things in the treasury to empty your wallet." Harriman still did not change his posture, bent over and introduced earnestly. "Haha." Nelson clapped his hands and laughed. "I'm afraid no one will be able to empty my wallet, unless you sell me the entire street, where I just ate." "Reborn?" Borgenbok suddenly intervened in the conversation between the two of them. At this moment, he was holding Moody's wand to his throat, raised his hands high, and put on a harmless gesture, smiling said, "Mr. Karkaroff, the wind and sand in Berlin are so strong that you didn't even see me just now. You are?" Nelson turned his head, just like Bogenberg said. He made an expression that he didn't see him at all, and doubtfully said, "Are you also a rogue of the rogue gang?" "Haha, you're joking." Borgenbok showed a sullen look in his eyes. He bowed slightly, suppressed his anger, and said with a smile, "Have you forgotten? Let me remember for you, England, nocturnally." I remembered. Nelson rubbed his chin, clapped his hands vigorously, and said happily, "You are the dragon egg seller? I liked the fireball last time. Do you have anything else?" Borgenbok froze. He didn't know whether the other party wanted to humiliate him, or he really didn't remember. There was some unhappiness between us. He finally smiled, and held out his hand to Nelson. "You may not care about my offense, but I paid a big price for my ignorance. My friend, Mr. Chamberlain, came to Nocturne Alley to sell some antiques, but some servants who served me were greedy, but I must be responsible for those who served me, so." He shrugged and smiled awkwardly. "I tried to use you to establish my prestige and subdue my servants. You should remember the following things. A fire bigger than Gel at Grindelwald. Nocturne Alley was blown up." "Oh, I remembered." Nelson pointed at Borgenberg and said in Karkaroff's signature startled tone, "You are the owner of that Borgenbok black magic shop you tortured fully released." "No," said Borgenbok frankly, "but you must understand that there is always a way for a man like me to get away with it." "So you came here?" Nelson nodded and tapped Moody's shoulder with his cane. Moody let go of Borgenberg's collar, snorted, and retreated behind Nelson. Nelson said helplessly, "My nephew is not very polite. I hope you can forgive him. I just hope you can forgive me for my previous offense." Borgenbok twisted his sore neck, put down his hand that had been held up for a long time, and asked, "I don't know why you came here. Don't you know what I'm for?" Nelson asked, "For some interesting antiques, of course. Of course, of course, Mr. Karkaroff." Borgenbok waved his hand. "Of course I know your preferences. In fact, I also have some extremely precious antiques in my warehouse. I'm afraid you don't know very well. After all, you sneaked up on me before we started talking about business last time." Nelson showed a regretful expression. "I'm not an antique dealer." Of course, Mr. Karkaroff." Borgenberg lowered his voice, glanced at Harriman, and whispered in Nelson's ear, "Those things are full of age, history, and magic. I'm here this time, and I brought a gift." Nelson's eyes lit up as Borgenbok thought, "I heard that you guys have been in trouble recently. Coincidentally, I know someone who has seen Meili Sarasik's last friend. You are really a shrewd businessman." Borgenbok experienced how uncomfortable and comfortable it is to be caught in a pain point. He approached Nelson and gave his own price. "It's just that I have an appointment with the rogue gang." "Ahem, you go back, Harriman." Borgenbok straightened his back and said to Harriman, "My warehouse is closer, and when Mr. Karkaroff finishes watching, I will send him to the rogue helped." "That fits, Harriman." Moody absently waved the new riding whip Nelson gave him, turned his head and asked, "Is he really one of yours?" After thinking for a long time, I finally remembered who he is. "Who is it?" Nelson lifted the curtain of the carriage and asked with a smile. "Before I came to you, I went to the Aura's office to tell me why I couldn't practice. I read the latest arrest warrant from the International Federation of Wizards. He is a black wizard who committed many crimes decades ago, fleeing from a Muggle attack in London not long ago," Moody murmured, "and his gang of rogues has been implicated in the poisons that once flooded Hero Village in the Highlands. Do you remember the spell I taught you yesterday? Seizing the Imperious Curse? What if I told you that this Harriman didn't use any unforgivable black magic at his height decades ago?" "Impossible." Moody retorts a little louder. In order to avoid the suspicion of the carriage leading the way, he lowered his voice and said, "His crimes are almost beyond description, and the aura of black magic on him is also extremely strong. Most of the targets of his atrocities are Muggles." "Moody." Nelson shook his head. "I may know what he has done better than he himself. When his evil thoughts are at their peak, he will only violence against the weak. This kind of low-level villain doesn't have much opportunity to get in touch with advanced things like black magic, but his research on black magic officially started from the rogue gang. Do you think he was a dark wizard in the first half of his life? Yes, it is. Very good. You have thought of a more reasonable standard. Then let me ask you again. Is it a dark wizard who used the Imperious curse on him? No. Moody's answer was much faster this time, but his tone quickly sank. I still think we shouldn't collude with organizations like the Rascal Gang, and shouldn't be united, in order to defeat the Borgin and Box. That ribbon, even if it's for a just cause. I don't know that ribbon, and I don't have the so-called treasure house sightseeing plan, Nelson said patiently. I just informed him about this when I was looking for the warden. Harriman's response falsified the image of a wealthy outsider and deliberately chose Igor Karkaroff, who once had conflicts with Borgin Bok, as my identity for this trip. Burns' confidant, who rarely shows up in front of people. His attitude can represent Libban's attitude to a certain extent, but it is impossible for Borgin Bok, who had conflicts with Libban not long ago, to seek confirmation from this person, whose interests conflict with him in the end. I happen to know what their biggest trouble was recently. Under the 4 hints of the enemy's attention, my own fear, the hope of solving the trouble, and my gorgeous coat, Borgin Burke would naturally set up a plan for me in my heart. Set a tall and important image, this target will become our most reliable witness in the infiltration plan. Moody's eyes widened at the sound of Nelson's simple yet wild plan. Now I can tell you what your internship at the Department of Mysteries will be during this holiday, Nelson said with a smile, playing with his cane and whistling. We will be a member of the Prussian elite, with its own disintegration, and the rupture of its alliances with the outside world. Nobby Rich, and I, cannot sit by and watch this saw grow and breed what we have just destroyed. Under the premise of accomplishing all this. 4. Why? Auras don't fight, Moody, and you'll thank me for letting you save your mana when you face Borgin Bok. Nelson patted his head. Drive well. I spoil my nephew too much. Chapter 570. Someone with love. Tom. In fact, Professor Mellis told me a long time ago that you have an extraordinary interest in the position of Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts. The principal's office was filled with an unpleasant smell of smoke, which was left by the previous interviewer. Although the tainted tobacco witness who had returned from evil was superb in magic, his life in hiding from with the help of them, he had a chance to sleep peacefully. So far, this interviewer is the one Dumbledore is most satisfied with. He doesn't drop book bags or talk like the previous ones. He also performed very well in the actual combat test, tying or beating for all the professors. His philosophy is more practical. Based on his personal experience, he promises that students will master how to protect themselves and escape from the Dark Wizard's pursuit. At present, this ability is indispensable, and several professors including Flitwick have also expressed their approval. Dumbledore sat on the office chair, rubbed his sore waist, frowned and pressed his temples. This was not because of the long-term work, nor because of the smell in the office, but because he always felt that the interviewer was less. He has nothing to do with his experience or his blemishes, but something he values more in education. He raised his head, looked at Tom who came in through the door, moved him to sit on the chair opposite him, squeezed out a far-fetched smile, and even if he had said hello, he was finally able to relax when facing his students. When I received your cover letter, I wasn't surprised at all, but I thought that for you now, Hogwarts would be difficult to be the first choice. Dumbledore waved, and a glass of steaming hot tea appeared in Tom's hand, and he drank half of the already soaked tea, and replaced it with new ones. Some school managers think you are a little too young. In fact, even if I'm your teacher, it is difficult I'll list you as the first candidate. I hope you can understand that I'm not questioning your ability. Actually, Professor, Tom unbuttoned, straightened his waist, and nodded. I think the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts is the most suitable position for me, and I'm also the most suitable for this position people. Really? Dumbledore rubbed his temples, and lightly brushed the crystal ball on the table with his right hand, and the crystal ball lit up, illuminating the conversation between the two. Being on guard against cheating, Hogwarts records the interview process when he hires, and I'm no exception. I understand and know the rule, Professor. Then now, you can try and start convincing me, the professors and the trustees. Professor Dumbledore, Tom was wearing an extremely formal suit, sitting right across from Dumbledore. The radiant crystal ball on the desk reflected his earnest and eager face, as well as his pair of black eyes full of curiosity. You know, I come from a place that is not very wealthy. In that environment, no one knows if they will die on the street one day, after they grow up, maybe in a gang fight, maybe falling under the stray bullets of war. Fortunately, in my life, I met many good people who taught me carefully. I still remember Mrs. Cole. Dumbledore pushed his glasses, crossed his hands on the table, and said in a low voice, "That is a responsible, kind and warm lady." I still remember the Duchess she bought me. Pine wine. It was almost the best thing in such an orphanage back then, and it was also the most delicious food I drank in those years. She was the first teacher in my life. She raised me from a baby to a person who can eat, walk, and think alone. I used to be a person with high self-esteem. You should understand that when a person suddenly has, what kind of person can he become in an older and bloodier age? Tom raised his head and glanced at the hanging picture behind Dumbledore. The living room in the book becomes clean and bright, as if a diligent person has been living in the house. He will become a warlord, a powerful person, and even an emperor. If the time goes forward, he may become a god. God. Dumbledore looked at the crystal ball in front of him playfully and asked softly, "What about now? This is not the bloody age." "No, it's the same, Professor. Unadorned power at any time and any place will turn the strong into a tyrant who relies on plunder for a living, and I almost became that kind of person." "Dangerous?" "Yes, Professor," Tom agreed, "because of education. Education gives people of different backgrounds and qualifications an equal, or at least approximately fair, opportunity to choose. You might be able to expand on that. Like the gentleman who just went out." "I have made mistakes," said Tom sincerely, "but isn't that what education is all about? To make mistakes recognized and corrected. The meaning of education." Dumbledore repeated Tom's key words. "I should have been an unfortunate person, Professor. I was abandoned by my biological father, and my mother died of dystocia. On a rainy and snowy night, I was born in an orphanage full of people who had the same fate as me. I've got nothing but the quaint name of Tom Riddle, and the magic that belongs to a wizard at birth." Tom didn't give Dumbledore a chance to interrupt. He spoke very quickly about his experience, as if he was telling a story about someone else. "But I'm also a lucky person. Mrs. Cole brought me up. Even if the children in the West Side orphanage don't have a family, we don't lack anything that should belong to childhood. Seeking help from those gentlemen who think they are noble, she taught me to read and write, taught me to rely on myself to grow up when I have nothing to rely on. She taught me not to be knocked down by a miserable life. We cannot change our origin, but we can change our future." I was lucky enough to meet my lifelong friend in the orphanage, Nelson Williams, who had family, but was still like us, who was magically blessed like me, but not out of the group like me. He told everyone in my world is the same, and everyone has the power and opportunity to choose. Tell me that all people are created equal, so that I will not become a slave to power when I'm very young. Help me when I'm in a deadlock, and reach out to me when I'm in crisis. I was lucky enough to meet people who light up my life. Jonas, Bella, they saved me from a dark fate, made me realize that there are other colors in the world, and let me no longer experience injustice. There is only a means of catharsis called rage." Tom's voice echoed in the principal's room. The portraits on the wall had different expressions. Salazar Slytherin sighed, as if he was empathizing with his descendants. Pulling on Phineas's sleeve to wipe away his tears, Phineas, who usually has a bad attitude, also showed a heavy expression, as if he was recalling his mistakes and omissions in coaching. "I can't imagine, Professor, what would I be like if I hadn't met these people?" Tom spread his hands, with a smile on his face. "When I was 11 years old, I was lucky enough to board the Hogwarts Express and took the bus to the New World. In this magical castle, I learned how to use my own magic. Power can not only be used to set fire or knock people into the air, it can also make life better. Professor Slughorn, Professor Mellors, and you, Professor Dumbledore, I'm lucky to have you. Your teachings kept me from slipping into the abyss. I know you always thought I was ruthless and mercenary, but today, I want to say that you are wrong." Tom took a deep breath and looked straight into Dumbledore's eyes hidden behind half-moon lenses. so I'm willing to share this luck with more people. Dumbledore stared at Tom blankly. He never thought that such words would come from Tom's mouth, even though he thought he knew this proud student very well. From the first time they met, from the first meeting of their eyes, he knew that Tom was a man without love. Tom's thoughts are always hidden in those bottomless black eyes. He lacks a loving family, a loving childhood, and even true love between his parents. According to the name of Marvalo, the story about Merope was found under the love potion or the Imperious Curse are born loveless. This has been the stereotyped consensus among wizards for years. After entering Hogwarts, Tom's performance also met Dumbledore's expectations. He longed for wealth, power, knowledge, strength. He longed for everything he never had, but he never longed for friends. In Dumbledore's view, the most important treasure of his student days, he never asked for love from others, and ruthlessly rejected those ignorant loves. He is indeed a person who lacks love. Dumbledore once thought so, which also made Tom the object of vigilance in Dumbledore's heart, and this vigilance even surpassed that of Melissa Sykes with ulterior motives, and the child who entered school with Tom, and was as deep-minded as himself Nelson. Dumbledore firmly believes that love is the greatest and most important thing in this world. Even if a person with love is depraved, he will only become extreme. At least there are weaknesses. But what about people without love? There is only one ending for him, to become a disseminator of despair. He never looked past it. But the meaning of stereotypes is to break them. When Dumbledore felt the love in Tom's heart for the first time, his heart was so shocked and blinded that he froze in the tavern for a while. As a student who had just entered school, legitimacy was actually stopped. He had seen Tom's love, his pain over Jonas' death, and his determination to stand by the side of his best friend, young and frail as he was, enough to blind Dumbledore. And he also paid the price for his arrogance. An extremely talented student left Nermengard, causing Grindelwald's power to expand rapidly in a way he had never imagined, and another student he thought had the devil, the student of fate, sprouted hatred in his heart. He once tried to repair his mistakes, but what happened could not be repaired after all. He began to worry that a person more radical, stronger and more terrifying than Grindelwald would appear in this world. Just like Commander against Grindelwald, cultivate a hero who can fight against Nelson, who may bring trouble to the world in the future. He saw Tom, and this was the first time he moved his gaze down from the clouds. The first time he saw the love in Tom's heart, the love that should not have been born, but was born. It's not that he doesn't have love, it's just this kind of love. Love is too proud, too absolute, too harsh, too stingy. Dumbledore imparted almost all knowledge without reservation. Tom greedily absorbs water like a dry sponge, and seeing all this, Dumbledore regrets it to this day. I'm willing to share this luck with more people, so that people like me have the right to choose. Tom's voice brought Dumbledore back from memory to reality, and Dumbledore's eyes were a little moist. As a person who had dedicated half his life to education, his desire for these words was more than anything else. He blinked, spread his hands, and smiled, but didn't speak. He was afraid that if he spoke, Tom would hear his throat choke. Dumbledore tilted his head, turned around, and looked at the painting behind him frame. A figure flashed behind the door in the corner of the living room, and there seemed to be some cooking smoke. When Dumbledore turned his head, he was already smiling like usual. After seeing his smile, Tom smiled too, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a big sip to moisten his dry throat. This cup is actually Veritaserum. Drinking so much, I should be poisoned and dying. After experiencing this little joke, the two laughed, and the atmosphere in the principal's room softened a lot. I have another question. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses and said seriously, if you have the chance to get this position, what do you think about defense against the dark arts? The meaning of defense against the dark arts is to avoid being violated by the dark arts. Tom said seriously, I will teach Hogwarts students the means to survive under the dark arts and all kinds of dangers from magic or magical animals, and to protect them. Yourself against the enemy. Fight against the enemy, Professor, Tom said. On my way home from vacation, the Hogwarts Express was attacked. I thought that in the face of malicious passivity, it is connivance with it. We must have the ability to protect ourselves, and have a heart to protect others. Salazar Slytherin hanging on the wall showed a retching expression. Phineas just wanted to say something when Dallas held him down. Dumbledore looked at Tom and remained silent for a long time. Until the light of the crystal ball in front of him dimmed, he nodded, stood up and said, "You can go home and wait for the notice, but Tom, the owl for the professor will be long before the admission notice. Although I think I have written very clearly, I have to reiterate that the author is not a male ketone." Chapter 571 Treasure. The sun is really nice today. After leaving the principal's office, Tom walked around the castle, wanting to share his joy with a familiar portrait, but the professor seemed to be avoiding him. Instead it was some certain knight or someone who had inquired about the gossip. A certain lady gave him blessings and applause. These old people who have lived in the castle for hundreds of years are full of affection for Tom, a dedicated boy representative. In their opinion, returning to their alma mater to work after graduation should be the greatest achievement and honor of a Hogwarts student. Tom left the castle with a satisfied smile on his face. The tall front door was opened as hard as possible, just like the ancient castle sent off by the members of the Slytherin family thousands of years ago. The strong sunlight poured into the entrance hall. Tom raised his hand to block the glare. The hot sun still shines through his fingertips and sprinkles on his eyelashes and face. The fashionable oil hair specially dressed up in myrtle is shining, and the low-key ornaments on the formal clothes are no longer low-key, proudly displaying their preciousness. Tom. A yell interrupted his narcissism. Tom lowered his head, blinked his eyes, and his vision blurred by the exposure became clear again, and he saw McGonagall and Flitwick sitting on the steps below the main entrance, posing beside them, holding a few huge wooden boxes tightly bound by magic ropes. Flitwick sat on the upper level of McGonagall, but he was still a little shorter. Tom smiled, walked down the stairs quickly, and stood below the two. They greeted each other. "Is there any good news?" Flitwick asked curiously. "Minerva and I were heading to the office for the teaching aids we will use in the next semester, and we happened to see you coming out. How did you play?" McGonagall handed Tom a red popsicle and shrugged. "I hope you are not too nervous to speak." "It's okay." Tom took a sip of the popsicle. His eyebrows instantly flew up. It tasted like tomato, which made him very happy. He took another sip quickly and said, "I think I'm doing well, at least better than the dude in front of me. That man is too dangerous. We don't need to let Hogwarts bear the malice of his enemy." McGonagall agreed, watching Tom eat the popsicle with satisfaction, then turned to Flitwick and said, "I'll just say you like to eat this weird taste, right? Just eat with you like Phileas. I don't want our friendship to deteriorate because of your slip of the tongue." McGonagall interrupted Flitwick in time and said to Tom, "Compared to the inconspicuous playboy at the beginning, I'd rather work with you." "Haha, thanks for your good words." Tom turned around, tied the popsicle in a lightning quick manner, held the only wooden stick left, and asked curiously, "What do you need to pay attention to when you are a professor at Hogwarts?" "Place." "Yes," McGonagall stated seriously. "I haven't developed the habit of calling Professor Dumbledore Albus, and I even suspect that I will still call him Dumbledore when I retire, Professor." Like Tom's reaction, Flitwick standing beside him showed an embarrassed smile. In such a dog day, McGonagall's cold jokes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Tom, although we haven't received an official notification that you will be the next defense against the dark arts professor," Flitwick said, breaking the embarrassment, "but I think you can already start adapting to the teaching career ahead of schedule." "Really?" Tom raised his eyebrows. "I thought the main reason is that your competitors are really unsatisfactory, Tom." Flitwick stood on tiptoe and patted Tom on the shoulder. "There are many people on the school board who support you, but I have to remind you, if you do get this position, you are a professor, and you have to give up some things that may be equally important to you." "I understand, Phileas. By the way, the defense of Hogwarts used to be in charge of Professor Mellors. In view of the recent situation, I think this work will be more serious than when Professor Mellors was still there. You must know that Grindelwald was already very tense when he was in office," Flitwick reminded. "Although you are a newcomer, judging by your reputation, the school director should be more willing to let you continue to carry that responsibility. Is that so?" "Magic defense." Tom was silent for a moment. "I think I need to go back and look up some information." "Aren't you sure?" Flitwick encouraged. It's okay, I'll help you. I need to understand the scale of defense, Phileas, Tom said seriously, so as not to cause any unnecessary trouble. Haha, Flitwick shook his head with a smile. Your joke finally warms me up, Tom. Tom smiled veilingly. And Flitwick patted McGonagall, who was looking at the coming from afar, and said, with your proficiency in calling me and Minerva by name, I believe that the trouble Minerva said is also true for you non-existent. Professor Slughorn was leading a group of people towards the castle. Almost all of them were the school managers of Hogwarts. After noticing the 3 people on the steps, the group speeded up and approached MCGONAGALL, who was never willing to deal with school managers, stood up and patted the dirt on her skirt. Seeing this, Flitwick helped her lift the box placed on the steps and walked up the steps after saying goodbye to Tom. Into the castle. Haha, Mr. Riddle, someone shouted enthusiastically when the team was still a long way from the gate. My family and I have been fascinated by you for a long time. Really, Mr. Karkaroff. In fact, long before you came to my shop, your name was already circulating in the wizarding circles in London. Borgenbok walked obliquely in front of Nelson obligingly, guiding him along a winding and serpentine path in the city. Moody followed the two silently with his head down, and Borgenbok lowered himself, as if seeing a big customer in an alley, like seeing a relative or even a father. He basically doesn't have any face. He walks like flying, far from the old, sick, and weak appearance before. He slightly raised his head, staring at Nelson's face from the corner of his eye. He tentatively said softly, a good friend of mine, Mr. Morfin Gunter. Met you a long time ago. Do you remember? Morfin Gaunt. Nelson stroked his beard, thought for a moment, and agreed. I did buy things from him. To be honest, all the antiques in their house are of high quality. If it wasn't for the lack of money, I would even buy that house full of treasures together. You are so humble, Borgenbok complimented in an exaggerated tone. The things you value must be the best of the best. Oh. Borgenbok stared at the ring in Nelson's hand, slapped his head, suddenly realizing, I remember this thing. Really? This is what Marvalo Gaunt liked to brag about most when he was alive. I'm afraid you were deceived by that rotten alcoholic Morfin Gaunt. It may be a good thing, but their family is not as good as the next generation, and I don't know when they pawned the part except the face. Don't you think it's strange? The clarity, size, color, and shape of this piece are absolutely perfect. The best black gemstones are set in such a rough wooden ring that looks like a child's handiwork. I think this ring is rather ancient. Nelson smiled and withdrew his hand. I don't care about the material and price. I only care about history and stories. What a pity. Borgenbok actually stopped Nelson's retracted arm, staring at the ring and sighing. The most important thing is the ring. Mr. Karkaroff, what you value must be this peerless black gem bar. Almost. Nelson shook his hand in disgust, stuffing it back into his pocket. I knew it, Mr. Karkaroff. This is a good material for casting spells. Although I can't judge the material, I can feel the magic power contained in this thing. But it can't be used. It can't even be processed. It can't communicate. It has become it's a piece of scrap. Borgenbok cursed, as if he had been stimulated by something. That family is a damned, incestuous fool. I bet it's that old guy Marvalo Gunter, who used to brag with his own background. Grindelwald's damn logo was engraved on this flawless gem. He thought he could pull the tiger's skin to scare others, but he didn't know that he had turned this gem from a priceless treasure into a selling piece. Scrap that won't go out. Borgenbok clutched his chest, panted heavily, and continued to yell. He's really confused. Maybe he doesn't even know what he's talking about. He told the Auror who went to his home to investigate that it was Peveril's badge, and when he brought it to pawn, he told me it was Salazar S. Liedlin's emblem. Said at a reception where no one welcomed him, it was stamped by Gellert Grindelwald. Why didn't Gellert stamp it on his damn forehead? He raised his head, looked at Nelson, and suddenly covered his mouth, as if realizing that he had said too many out of bounds words, and quickly added, but this does not prevent it from being a treasure. Nelson showed a slight sullen look on his face, which caught Borgenbok's hands. He was very curious about what kind of thing a person like Igor Karkaroff bought. Definitely do it for him. He answered the question that had troubled him for many years, and even relaxed his vigilance because of his frankness, and Nelson's reaction was exactly as he expected. Nelson stretched out his hand, like a professional and moody dark wizard, stretched out his wand, and pointed to the sky. The roof of the building that blocked the sun on the side of the alley was blown down. In the smoke and dust, the sun shone and fell on the hand he raised in front of Borginberg, landed on the ring that had been passed down by the Gaunt family for thousands of years. Under the light, the black gemstone on the face of the ring appeared deeper, as if it would absorb the light, and the symbol, that looked like a scar to Borginberg, was even more dazzling. I don't know if you have read the tales of Beadle the poet. Nelson squinted at him and said softly, with a hint of disdain for the "stid" in his tone, "As an Englishman, you should have read it." Of course, Borginbok asked suspiciously, "Isn't this the family emblem of Beadle the poet? If you have really read this book, you should have heard the story of the three brothers." Nelson sneered and raised his voice. "I found that the pride of the British is really inherent, not only reflected in the casual sneak attacks on customers who don't know their strength." Borginbok smiled awkwardly. "If you've heard the story of the three brothers, you definitely wouldn't associate this mark with Grindelwald at the first time," said the Deathly Hallows mark with an invisible silver glow in the sun. "But the second of the three Friel brothers was a proud man, and in order to humiliate death, he took from his hand a stone that would bring the dead back to life." Borginberg's eyes slowly widened from narrowing like a fox, and the excitement of the successful plan in his eyes was gradually replaced by shock. "You have been in the business of magic props for so many years. Don't you know that if a stone full of magic power is damaged, it should not be in a state where the magic power cannot be used, but it should have no magic power?" Nelson put the back of his hand close to Borginbok's face, watching the two eyes with different shapes turning in unison with his finger movements. "The scene is extremely funny. I still remember the time you sneaked up on me. Although it was rough, I could see that you really like disgusting things like ghosts. I think you should know that there is a legendary item that can greatly increase the inferior magic of the necromancer. It should be one of the treasures you most desire in this world." Nelson drew his hand abruptly. Borginbok's eyes followed closely until he reached his pocket. "Guess when I was looking for Morphin Gunter to buy antiques, did I hold it in my fingertips and turn it 3 times? Is this the resurrection stone?" Nelson raised 3 fingers, but the one without the ring was the only one. "You missed it 3 times, and now I doubt that there is a pile of scrap metal in your treasury." Snapped. A piece of broken brick fell from the top of their heads and hit the middle of the two of them. They raised their heads at the same time, and their faces covered with dust and blood shrank back suddenly. Borginberg moved very quickly and stretched out his wand, but the moment the spell was uttered, the disarming curse hit his wrist, and the wand swirled out, falling into Moody's hand not far behind. "My nephew is a bit edgy." Nelson shrugged. "And you don't want to score twice, kill the people who heard the news, and then get a group of mobs to sneak up on me, right?" Chapter 572 Bet. Nelson looked at the eavesdropper who ran away from the top of the building with a smile, and he could vaguely see a head of long hair raised. Perhaps a witch from some wizarding gang. Without thinking too much, he turned his head and looked at Borginbok, who was pointing at him and trembling. The magic eye had long been out of control due to violent emotional fluctuations. Blood vessels and veins sprang up around the eye sockets, and it was turning chaotically. The speed of reaction looked in all directions, but only avoided Nelson and Moody, who was blocked by him. A huge amount of information flooded into Borginbok's mind almost at the same time, which made his already old and decayed soul even more overwhelmed. Although he had a splitting headache, he couldn't even raise his hand to cover his temple. With his wand taken away by Moody, he couldn't even cast the simplest analgesic magic. Borginberg, who had lived for hundreds of years, felt the pain of approaching death at this moment. It was a pitch black nothingness that could not be seen, as if a struggling person was constantly pushed into the water by brute force, swaying repeatedly amid the stinging pain of choking water and breathing. The information of the whole city was captured by the ancient and powerful magic eye, recorded in detail, poured into his memory without screening, and the past that once belonged to him is about to be covered and erased by this horrible memory. He is about to lose himself in this passive observation of Berlin. The picture in front of him gradually became distorted and blurred, like pouring hot water on a newly completed painting. The colors are blurred, and the boundaries are blurred. This is the brain's self-protection mechanism. In a trance, Borgenbok seemed to hear the words of his ancestors. He even had a hallucination that he had never seen before. A brightly colored train was galloping across the endless white field, and the end of the railroad track was a black stone gate that could not see the whole picture, like a misty veil hanging over the gate. Floating on the beam, sound, light, and everything that enters the door are mercilessly swallowed. No trace of information can break free from it and escape from the unknown behind the veil. I have heard an ancient whisper that sounded like a snake struggling to crawl out from the missing corner of the veil, but the unknown gravitational force behind the door was too huge. The whisper was intermittent, and the last bit of timbre could not be heard. It was crushed to pieces, and the black door, like a huge mouth of an abyss, rushed towards him amidst the breathtaking wind. Hey, Borgenbok only felt his collar being grabbed by something, and he was pulled violently. Like a person who was rescued from drowning, he clutched his violently heaving chest and sucked the air greedily. The shriveled lungs were filled with vitality again and the severe pain. Borgenbok ignored the pain. His rickety body became thinner, and the luxurious robe on his body became as if it had just been fished out of the water. Drenched and heavy, from the field of view of his good eye, he saw the blurred figure of Igor Karkaroff, who was pulling his collar and raising his hand high. "Are you okay?" The fear in Borgenbok's heart was replaced by ecstasy, and he was certain that the power that brought him back from death to reality came from the resurrection stone. The previous doubts dissipated, and only the resurrection stone possessed this power. After he thought he had seen the fear and magnificence of death, Borgenbok's desire for the resurrection stone almost replaced the massive information absorbed by the magic eye, filling his mind. Keep all other thoughts firmly at the bottom. Seeing that the slap was about to fall, Borgenbok waved his hands again and again. "Mr. Karkaroff, cough. Cough, I'm fine. Give back the wand to Mr. Bok. Don't be so impolite." Nelson put down his hand in disappointment, but still patted his old face and said suspiciously, "Don't think I don't know. You are full of bad water. How dare I?" Borgenbok smiled and caught the wand thrown by Moody, his eyes avoiding Karkaroff's face in fear. The magic eye couldn't even see anything. He was afraid. He stretched out his hand and touched the eye socket, but the frightening thing was that not only could he not touch the magic eye, but he couldn't even touch the slit the skin made for the eyeball. My. Your eyes seem to be crazy, Mr. Bok." Nelson saw that he could still speak normally and let go of the hand that was tearing his collar, allowing Borgenbok to stumble backwards, leaning against the wall of the alley. Using to, Nelson shrugged his shoulders and said, "To tell you the truth, before I became an antique dealer, I worked as a Demstrang school doctor. If you insist on pulling it away, you will die." Even if he didn't want to believe Nelson's words, Borgenbok stopped and looked overly nervously. "It shouldn't be our eyes. We can't control ourselves not to see things we shouldn't see, let alone have a sharp and sensitive eye that doesn't belong to us." Nelson shrugged. "I can say that you are a talent, Mr. Bok. Even a person who loves antiques like me would not dare to put this ancient organ on himself. Do you think this is a shortcut for you to gain power? You implanted an organ in yourself with your own hands. It's a horrible parasite. I suggest you don't use an eye for something to open your eyelids until your emotions and magic power calm down. Otherwise, TSK. Borgenbok pressed hard on the eye socket containing the magic eye. The eye was still inside. His heart fell back into his stomach. He glanced at Nelson gratefully and called out Mr. Karkaroff emotionally, followed by a slip of the foot, and rushed towards Nelson. "Don't blackmail me." Nelson took a step back. "I won't follow your set." Of course I didn't." Borgenbok nearly fell over, leaned against the wall, and stood up gasping for breath, sweat dripping from his forehead and hitting the dry ground. This is an old problem, Mr. Karkaroff. It has nothing to do with you, but thank you for saving me. As I'm getting older, this thing is a little out of control." "What about your own eyes?" Nelson asked. "You probably need them more. That kind of useless thing was thrown away by me many years ago." Borgenbok smiled weakly. "Maybe it was fed to the dogs. Who knows? That's a pity." Nelson made a helpless expression, and he raised his hand to show the ring of the Gaunt family. Why don't you throw away your asterisk? Even if it's a treasure like the resurrection stone, there is no way to specify the resurrection of the eye you discarded. Resurrection stone. Borgenbok completely forgot that he had just walked on the edge of life and death, and his eyes were immediately locked on Nelson's finger. He didn't dare to pounce on it again this time, but just stared at it from a distance. Even if he tried his best to hide his greed, the swallowing appearance was really easy to understand. He can't be blamed for this. No matter how good an actor is, it's hard to restrain himself when his true feelings are revealed. But fortunately, there is something in this plot. A very patient director. Nelson patiently listened to him ask, "Is it really possible to resurrect the dead?" Wiped the sweat from his forehead and denied it flatly. "After seeing your power last time, I realize that this kind of low and vicious spell is not only ineffective against strong the enemy, on the contrary, is not so moral." TSK. Nelson shook his head. "I can hear this word here in my lifetime. I'm afraid you will fail, because you think your legion is not big enough, but it will get worse instead." How could it be? Borgenberg denied one after another. "I would venture to ask, Mr. Karkaroff, is a resurrection stone really the same as what is said in the Tales of Beedle the poet? Let me tell you a secret, Borgenbok," Nelson said proudly in an undisguised tone. "Grindelwald is invincible because of the Elder Wand, and the resurrection stone juxtaposed with it is a rare one throughout the ages. A rare treasure." Borgenberg fell into the dream of using the corpse to create a group of invincible dead army after obtaining the resurrection stone. They are no longer walking dead, but full of wisdom because of the gift of death. They can use the magic of life, the magic in the eye socket. The eyes are connected to him, the emperor of the dead. They are like beasts, fearless of pain and death. They are an invincible army that conquers the world. This is a treasure born for him. For this reason, he is willing to give everything and make all attempts. Even if he knows that Igor Karkaroff and Igor Karkaroff are not good people, he is willing to step into the trap himself. In the gamble of Resurrection Stone, I, who has been operating in Berlin for a long time, will become the final winner. Smile. It's just that the price is not enough. I'm afraid you will get a huge price tag. My treasure house, I guarantee your satisfaction. After the accident, the three of them went on the road again, and the wizard who hid under the carriage downstairs in the banquet hall was still hanging on the wall alone. It's so brave. Before turning away from the alley, Nelson stopped and turned to look at the roof that had been blown down not long ago. After staring at him for a second, an eye hidden behind the broken brick shrank like a frightened rabbit. Going back, he shook his head, raised his arm, and pointed there with his wand. After noticing his movement, the woman who had run away before suddenly stood up from the ruins, turned her head, and fled like flying away. Not only is this woman not as hidden as a witch who is used to black magic, but she is handsome, even a little beautiful, and the dust and blood on her face cannot conceal her youthful appearance. She was preparing for an apparition pose, but her face didn't show much horror of being discovered, but instead revealed a trace of unexplained expectation and joy. The stone that raised the dead. In the process of running away, the woman talking to herself seemed to hear Nelson's voice, and she turned her head in horror. Fortunately, Nelson didn't follow, but she didn't notice that a silver dragonfly had quietly landed on her on the hairpin. It became a carved flower like the rest of the decoration on the hairpin, and just after she escaped, by apparating on the roof of another building, Nelson's spell fell on the spot where she was standing. Boom. What's wrong? Borgenbok turned his head vigilantly and confused, looking at Nelson who put away his wand and the collapsed house behind him, wondering what he was doing. Did someone attack you? What do you think? Nelson shrugged. This place is truly hospitable. To tell you the truth, Borgenbok continued to lead the way. The muggles here are even more vicious than those outside. They even attacked and killed a few wolf cubs while ago. God knows what they used to do it. Is it really a novel? The silver-plated crossbow bolts in the movie? You might be confused with the vampire novels. Moody lowered his head and followed behind the two of them. When he knew that he was in Prussia, the legendary magic cave full of black wizards, he had already made no less than 20 battle plans in his heart, including but not limited to when Nelson fell into the trap. Because of his arrogance, the hero appeared to save the senior. But all this seemed to be very different from what I had imagined. Moody stroked his wand. He had only used it twice since arriving in Prussia Man, and the other time when he took Borgin Box 1 not long ago. In his impression, apart from changing a carriage, shooting 2 impediment spells meaninglessly into the sky, and blocking Borgin Burke's eyes with a transfiguration spell, Nelson did not perform any magical actions. The bloody battle and the collision of spells did not appear at all, and he even began to doubt the significance of his presence here. After all, only from the goal of penetrating into the enemy's interior, Nelson relied on his mouth, and the crudely made the ring already does it all. He seems to be just a prop called nephew. Even if it is a Shibarinu raised by the Karkaroff family since childhood, it will make no difference. Is this how auras really work at their best? Moody scratched his head, beginning to doubt the aura manual he knew by heart. Why are you standing there? Nelson's call brought him back to reality. Moody raised his head, and not far ahead, Nelson was standing at the entrance of the alley, and beckoning to him. Are you going to let your most beloved uncle go deep alone? Is it the devil's lair? Moody curled his lips, and chased after him. He didn't doubt at all that Nelson had the ability to wipe out the devil's lair alone, and even had a chance to trick this group of black wizards into killing each other, just like. Moody shook his head, and put bad thoughts were expelled from his mind, and now he slowly solidified a guess. Nelson called him to find a boring toy during the boring journey. As he pondered how long it would take to sneak around the secret vault the aura way, Moody ran after it. Chapter 573. Are there not many people here? Looking at the empty streets, Nelson sighed. Has it always been this small, or has it only become so small since you came here? It used to be very rare, said Borgin Bok, stopping in front of an old shop facing the street. A dummy bowed in salute in the dusty window, which was also scattered with some German fashions from 10 years ago. Accessories and rags. The original bright dried flowers have long since become dull, and look like they will be broken when touched. This seems to be a clothing store that has closed down more than 10 years ago. Borgin Bok raised his hand, and put his palm sticking to the creaking wooden door. He turned his head and said, didn't the Germans like to fight in the past? People who didn't want to go to the battlefield or moved out of their capital, and what was left behind that could carry it? Guns. Yes, any man who could carry a gun was captured and killed by that crazy Muggle, and when we came, there was no one here. Looks like it too, Nelson agreed. Look at this clothing store. It hasn't been opened for about 10 years. I know that the Muggles in Germany have always had a bad economy. Do you also have research on this? Borgin Bok cheerfully fiddled with the wooden door. The metal decoration on the door was sharp and hard. He took a breath and pressed his palm firmly on the pattern. After a while, his face turned pale. Getting up, he looked at Nelson and said with a smile, but you've been mistaken this time. Oh. Until I bought this shop with the money that can only buy a toilet in London, it is still open, and it can even be called the busiest shop on this street, selling some cloth, hardware, kerosene, etc. A consumable or something. The metal pattern on the wooden door protruded outwards, clasping his fingers like a vampire's teeth. The skin oozes blood from every place that can be touched. The wooden door made a horrible swallowing sound, and Borgin Bok also showed an expression of unbearable pain. In order to distract his attention and ease the pain, he forced himself to continue. Men have gone to war, and even some women and children who can carry guns have also gone to the battlefield and died inexplicably. Among the Muggle officials who gamble, there are not many people left who can earn a few big bucks. During the famine years, these poor widows bought a piece of cloth to make clothes for the whole family, and the price was too high, not to mention the loss of blood. Armored Borgin Bok and almost fell down. He thought Karkaroff would come up to help him, but Nelson just stood there watching, and it took him a lot of effort to recover. He waved his hand and continued, what's more, who can see those beautiful clothes? I used to have a niece, probably hundreds of years ago, who dressed up every day to show my sweetheart. Later, her father buried the kid. Now, that girl never wore beautiful clothes again. I can probably understand. When I was young, the girl next door was sick for a few days, and I went out in pajamas during that time. I don't know if Muggles can talk. It's about love, but that's probably how it works. The door sucked enough blood, let out a sigh of satisfaction. The sound of the hinges came from behind the door. The wooden door seemed to be much heavier than an iron block of the same size. After slowly moving out for a while, a deep tunnel of pungent perfume. TSK, that's the smell. Borgenbok took out a bottle of crimson liquid and quickly drank it up, pointed his nose at the tunnel, fanned it a few times, and said intoxicated, "It's so delicious. Every time I smell it, I feel like it's delicious. Reminds me of the beautiful face of Henry II's wife. Is it the perfume that Henry II gave to the Queen?" Nelson sniffed the scent and raised his eyebrows, looking like an eager antique collector. "Is that cursed magic perfume that glass spent 15 years making? You really know the goods." Borgenbok bent down, stretched out his hand towards the tunnel, and said in a deep voice, "Welcome. You are the number one guest who has set foot in the treasure house. Okay." Nelson walked up to Moody, handed him a pocket watch, patted him on the shoulder, and said bluntly, "You wait outside, and if I don't come back within an hour, you will take this. The shop and its foundations were blown up to the sky. Don't worry, the objects worthy of your eyes won't take so long." Borgenbok walked into the tunnel and led the way. A familiar voice came from the slowly closing door. "I will remind you of the time. I just hope you don't want to linger." Moody found a bench by the side of the road and sat down. He wanted to close his eyes and rest for a while. In his opinion, Nelson didn't need his vigilance at all, but he opened the pocket watch and checked the time. Moody only felt a huge force coming from his hand. The pocket watch seemed to break free from his palm. He clenched his fists quickly, but in the next second, a pair of silver elytra protruded from between his fingers. Moody felt his feet were empty. Under the traction of the pocket watch, he flew into the air together with the bench under his buttocks, shuttled over the sky of Berlin. He felt a kind of icy cold touch on his body. Lowered his head. The scattered pedestrians did not notice the sky and this flying chair. Moody didn't know where this pocket watch would take him, but the tension and happiness in the face of danger had made his blood flow quicker, his forehead hot and alive again. "Hey, are you here again?" As deserted as the streets of Berlin are, Diagonal Alley is as bustling. With the arrival of summer vacation, there are countless children here, little wizards or Muggle children, as well as their parents who lead them. Christian, dressed in a black dress, as if attending a funeral, stood on the side of the road in the middle of Diagonal Alley, staring at the glass-enclosed house, submerged in the coming and going of families. A familiar voice disturbed her thoughts. She turned her head, and Abo from the chocolate frog shop stood behind her, and asked happily, "Come to play in Slantside Alley? Have you fallen in love with this place?" "Well," Christian bowed his head politely and said, "I'm here to take a stroll." "You had fun watching today, ma'am," Abbott said excitedly, pulling Christian aside mysteriously. "Haven't you always been curious about the auras in the Ministry of Magic? Today the Minister of Magic Nobby Lee I'm going to come to Dipside Lane with the Mayor of London to give a speech and announce some new policies that will help the development." "Really?" Christian asked in a low voice with a surprised expression. "Minister of Magic?" "Yes." Abo raised his eyebrows. "There will definitely be a lot of auras coming to protect them, so you can watch as much as you want." "Aura? But isn't the point the Minister of Magic?" "TSK, you haven't seen it anyway. Aren't you more interested in auras?" Abo said, "I will give you a few copies of the Daily Prophet today, and there are 4 Minister Rich's faces in every 3 issues on average. I'm tired of looking at it. When is it?" "About an hour and a half later." Abo said cheerfully, "I didn't expect that. I came to Diagonal Alley twice this month, and I ran into you every time. Miss, let's go to the store later. We customers are invited to try some new products." After introducing the new products with great interest, Abo, who started to suggest Christian to buy some bright colored clothes, noticed that she had a troubled expression on her face, and her voice gradually quieted down, asking, "Are you doing anything later?" "Well," Christian agreed, and said, "I'm going to pick up someone at King's Cross Station, and the bus will arrive in an hour. I'm thinking of buying some desserts for him here." "Him?" Aibo's face changed, and he became eager when he spoke. Christian noticed his strange color, smiled and stroked a lock of hair hanging from his forehead behind his ear, and shook his head. "It's my brother." "Oh." The smile on Aibo's face came back again. He patted his head and said, "How can you pick up people by yourself? I'll take you there. It just so happens that my family just bought a Muggle car, which can hold luggage. Christian wanted to decline, but under Abo's various invitations, she still walked into the Chocolate Frog specialty store. Seriously, I strongly recommend that you buy some brightly colored clothes. It will make you look more beautiful, miss. I just prefer black. Believe me, miss, to tell the truth, I'm a painter, and I have a keen grasp of color. It's even harder for me to believe you. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what do you do, miss? Abbott leaned against the mottled hood of the car that looked like it had just been battered by a transformer when it was brand new 45 minutes ago and asked with his hands in his trouser pockets, is your brother a soldier? Why come back at this time? I'm a student. College student? That's what muggles call it, right? Abo raised his eyebrows. I guess you're a student of art or literature, and you can see that kind of temperament at a glance. Christian thought for a while, not knowing how to answer him, shook his head, and continued, my brother is looking for a job, and he's going for an interview today. I hope he can be hired. Of course, I'm personally willing to help you cast the confusion spell on his supervisor. The confusion spell, don't worry, it's not black magic, it just makes people make decisions in a daze, noted in the note after Christian's expression became more and more strange. Abo changed his words again. Actually, our family is quite short of people now, you know, we are expanding our business, maybe we can ask your brother to help. I think he should be a person with outstanding ability and knowledge, so he will have a sister like you. Yes. Christian was confused by Abo's strange speech. She shook her head and said, he went to interview for the position of teacher, which is his dream all along. Scholarly family. Abo was in awe, and sent Christian a chocolate frog by the way. There was a faint siren sound in the empty station, but no passengers came out. After a while, a young black-haired man in a robe came out with a suitcase. The moment he saw him, Abo's expression changed. Tom Riddle. Tom didn't seem to notice anyone on the road, or didn't expect that someone would pick him up at the station gate at this point. He looked around, but didn't see Christian and Abo behind the car. After confirming that there were no idlers, he stroked his hair, reached his neckline again, and loosened his tie. While he was making movements, the robe on his body quickly transformed into a set of common clothes that can be seen everywhere in London. Tom walked out of the station and walked along the sidewalk towards the west side. When he passed the alley where many stories happened, he took 2 steel coins from his pocket and threw them in front of the beggar. Why is he here? Just when Abo was curious about Tom's whereabouts, Christian jumped out suddenly, waved at Tom's back, and shouted, Tom. Okay. Tom and Abo made doubtful sounds almost at the same time. Except for the first 2 years. Tom has never been home alone or with Nelson, and he has never enjoyed the feeling of being picked up. He stopped, turned around, and looked at Christian with some embarrassment, but soon he smiled and walked towards her. After noticing the car and Abo beside Christian, his expression changed quickly again. Didn't you just ask Na to send one to Germany? He shook his head, looked at Abo, and walked towards Christian. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Abo looked at Christian and asked suspiciously, your brother is Tom Riddle? Forks. Are you a witch? Forks. Why didn't you tell me? He was swallowed as soon as it came to his mouth. He thought about it and thought that the other party was a muggle all along. He didn't even give her a chance to refute. He smiled awkwardly, looking at the unfriendly Tom. Have you finished asking? Are you the painter who painted me? I'm not a painter yet. Abo rubbed his hands, obviously a little older than Tom, but he was more nervous. I still need some time. The atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward, and there was curiosity in the silence, but none of the 3 people spoke. Compared with when he came, Abo's momentum of catching and bumping was gone. I have gripped the steering wheel and silently recited the driving formula below. The silent car drove slowly across the street, and people expressed their full curiosity about the bruised accident car. When passing through the inclined side alley, the amplified voice of Nobby Rich floated slowly. The result of a handshake is mutual progress. I'm honored. Tom leaned against the rear window and listened to Rich's speech, occasionally glancing at the 2 people in the front row. We replace efficiency by non-magical means. Oh, it feels like something is going to happen. Tom said casually, and took out his wand from his pocket. eliminated, abandoned by the times, protecting precious magical animals and resources, mass-produced alternative materials. It's not like the speech now showed me. Tom's eyes burst out with alertness. He raised his head suddenly, leaned forward, and pressed Christian on the co-pilot. After hesitating for a second, I pressed Abo's face on the steering wheel as well. "What are you doing?" Before Abo's voice reached Tom's ears, it was drowned out by the aftermath of the explosion in the direction of Diagonal Alley. When he recovered, Tom had disappeared with the box, and the commotion in Diagonal Bean Alley poured into his ears. "You can't do that, Richie. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 574 Margaret Trio. I feel like I must be looking like a fool right now. Moody on the bench, flies helplessly through the sky of Berlin. He looks at the daunting height under his feet, and carefully retracts his feet back on the bench, looking like a lazy lady in a famous medieval painting. The bench flew across the sky like a flying carpet, and rushed towards the outskirts of the city. Moody stared at the trauma on the ground, and fell into a state of sobs. But when he lamented the cruelty of war, the bench shook violently, and his hands there was a tremor in his pocket watch, and Moody gripped it tightly, resisting the suction from nowhere. Suddenly, he felt a soreness in his arm, and when he looked closely, a curse shot from his feet, rubbed against his arm, and bounced into the air. As soon as his fingers were loosened, the pocket watch slipped, and flew towards the suburbs at high speed. But Moody, who didn't catch it, lost power together with the bench under his buttocks, and fell towards the ground. There is a suburban street under your feet. Compared with the center of Berlin, there are many more people. Moody reacted during the rapid fall, and wanted to draw out his wand to deal with the fall, but the wand got stuck in his butt pocket, and Nelson Moody, who stayed together, was a little lax, and even put his wand in such a place that must be avoided. The moment the wand was pulled out, the bench fell to the ground, and a strong flame burst out from the flaming wand. When Moody woke up, he found himself lying in the middle of the road without any broken bones. The bench was opposite him, and a somewhat familiar woman was sitting on the bench with her back to him. A strange woman stood opposite her, seeming to be discussing something. He felt a burning sensation in his buttocks. I resisted the burning pain, and reached out to touch the wand. The strange thing is that, even though there are people coming and going around, they all turn a blind eye to this strange scene in the middle of the road. "Don't worry," said the woman with her back turned away from Moody, who seemed to sense her movements, and said in a strange singing tone, "They can't see our images, just like we can't see their hearts." Moody, who had touched the wand, jumped up from the ground, raised the wand with both hands, and pointed it at her back. "Don't move. I have seen you." Alas to Moody. The woman stood up, and Moody raised his wand even more nervously, but when the tip of the wand lashed the back of his hand like a whip, he realized that something was wrong, and looked down. The wand that gave him a sense of security did not know when it changed. It has become a rubber-like soft material, and it is bouncing back and forth in his hand as he draws his stick, like the springs connecting the clown's lower body in a Halloween scare box. The woman stood up, supported by another older woman, and turned to look at Moody. "You are Bogus Buttons." Looking at the familiar face of the woman who turned around, Moody's face showed a look of reminiscence. Suddenly, the memory on the campus hit him, and the scene of the Triwizard tournament appeared in his eyes. The business card flying out of the goblet of fire called out its name loudly. "Yes, we met once." Margaret nodded and smiled at Moody. "I'm glad you still remember me. Why are you here?" Moody asked vigilantly. Even without a wand, he didn't intend to sit still. He took out the small silver ball Nelson gave him from his pocket, and made a throwing gesture. "Aren't you French?" Question mark. How do you know? Moody couldn't believe that Nelson's disguise had been seen through, and he subconsciously thought that there was an insider in the Ministry of Magic. "Don't worry, Mr. Moody, please allow us to introduce ourselves." Margaret spread her hands, indicating that she was not malicious. Moody was silent for a moment, then calmed down, as if under the imperious curse. We don't have to be ourselves, Mr. Moody, said a younger woman, the same woman who had been lying upstairs to eavesdrop on Nelson's conversation with Borgin Burke not long ago, and her dress style made Moody thinking of Christian. She was dressed in solemn black. She shook her waist-length black hair. Under Moody's gaze, this beautiful long hair suddenly turned into a dazzling golden color. The woman twisted her neck and turned to Moody. He stretched out his hand. My name is Nina Kant, and I am the widow of Ludwig Kant. As you can see, I'm a disguise magus. Ludwig Kant. Recalling another Triwizard warrior, Moody shook Nina's hand and asked confusedly, did he marry so early? Wait, why a widow? Moody didn't know the news of Ludwig's death. His eyes were confused, and a bad guess soon surfaced, and then he became serious. I used to be a Nora here. Nina wiped away her tears and retreated behind Margaret, covering her mouth and sobbing. Margaret and another older lady did not rush to comfort her, but hoped that she would cry well one game. Moody didn't know what happened to Ludwig, but only based on the word aura and the current situation in Berlin, and then contacted Nina's widow claiming to be, he quickly figured out the joints. The warrior who is so brilliant is almost a warrior who resists beatings and beatings. Cry, child. The older lady patted Nina's head lightly. Under her comfort, Nina quickly calmed down. She turned her head to look at Moody and said softly, secrets also it can no longer be a secret. My name is Queenie Goldstein, just a nobody. Moody didn't understand what Tina meant by that, but that didn't stop him from asking Margaret something he was desperate to know. We've been here for a while. Margaret looked at the passers-by who passed between her and Moody, but turned a blind eye to the two talking, and said patiently, when I was young, I suffered from a strange disease. That disease made my magic power very different from ordinary people. My consciousness, my body, my magic power, even my smell and even my eyes can confuse people and things. I cast the confusion curse on everything around me almost all the time without distinction. When I participated in the Triwizard tournament, it gradually began to affect me, confusing my own understanding and making me lost, until I met my mentor, Tina Goldstein, during the breakout session. She was originally a comrade in arms with Newt Scamander, and you know the opponent, not far to the south, Gellert Grindelwald. Like me, she is troubled by her innate magic power, but unlike me, she does not affect others, but can listen to the voices of those around her every moment, which is why we know that the disguise the almost perfect Mr. Igor Karkaroff is none other than Nelson Williams. You actually told us this, but he was extremely cautious, and seemed to have expected this possibility long ago. Carry out a complete plan and purpose. She was also almost driven crazy by this force. You know, people's hearts are full of darkness. When your ears are filled with these ravings, it is difficult for you to feel that the world is colorful. She chose to accept this force, power, and then handed over this method to me, which is why we can stand in the middle of the road and chat without being noticed by others. No, we really only have these three people. Tina brought me here. She wanted to give herself and the person she loved a chance to embrace each other openly. William's plan facilitated the first step, and we, as the people who responded to him, although he didn't know it, but we are willing to do our best. At first, we all thought it was Grindelwald's conspiracy, but soon we discovered that Nermengad's attitude towards this place was laissez-faire. After the Secrecy Act, they experienced an intricate selection process, and some wizards were exiled or came to Berlin on their own initiative. I focused on a big gang in Berlin, the Rogue Gang. A few months ago, they controlled more than half of the black business. Get entangled. It was there that I met Nina, who was Ludwig's lover in Durmstrang, who also came to Berlin with him, and got into the gangsters even before us. When Ludwig just proposed to her, but on the second day, he encountered an accident. We have collected a lot of intelligence here, but we can only do some small damage due to lack of manpower. But this situation changed 2 months ago. Most people didn't pay attention to the Muggles who relied on simple magic to resist wizards in the venue of the World Expo in Paris, but it was hard for me not to notice in Paris. It reminded me of my former opponent, Williams. He created some magical helpers to assist him in complex spell casting and tasks requiring human hands. They have a similar smell. I think this is the biggest reliance for him to have the confidence to challenge the secrecy law. Only since the day when the World Expo ended, this skill disappeared until 2 months ago. We noticed that a mixed team of wizards and muggles had sneaked into Berlin and settled down in a forest on the outskirts of the city. Every time we went there to investigate, we would be sent out in a daze. A missionary composed of melons, but led by a witch also entered the forest. It was from then on that I knew that we were no longer alone and had no achievements. Nelson finally came and directly led to the Born of the Badlands is coming to mend the blemishes of his creation. Soon, there were many incidents of muggles using magic to attack wizards in Berlin. I used my confusion spell to help them hide their traces. They quickly became proficient, and even the magic they used became more complicated. The power is far beyond my imagination. I think even one day, muggles will be able to explode with the same fighting power as auras. Your dream should be to become an aura. You must know what that means. Other countries and Nurmengard are finally interested in this place. Queenie was a former saint. She hindered Nurmengard, but she couldn't stop Bojinberg and those who stood behind the old order. I asked a friend to investigate the muggle faces in Berlin. You know, the aborigines here want to run out. The reputation of Prussia is much more terrible among muggles than among wizards. America and Paris, and a few other countries. I think Williams built his army in the void of the Ministry of Magic, and one of the active witches is even a student of your Hogwarts. Don't know if you know her, but her name is Jacunda Sykes. They raided many of the warehouses here, freed many of the prisoners held in them, and disguised these attacks as firefights among dark wizards. But then the attacks became more frequent, and I could no longer hide these traces, until a few days ago, left tales from their attacks on several werewolves. Although they rely on rescuing these poor people to continue to grow their strength, the dark wizards in Berlin have already noticed their existence, and it is only a matter of time before they are exposed. We try to communicate with this group of people, but they always return in vain. The power of wizards, even auras, must be handled with care. This group of liberators, who are still very weak, may not be able to bear their next offensive. I must find Williams, which is why I dragged you from the sky. Nina told me about Williams' conversation with Borgenbach, and I sort of figured out what his plan was. He did not hide the fact that he held the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows, and even prevented Borgenbach from clearing the field. He probably wanted to spread the news in this way, so as to provoke internal friction in Prussia, so as to find an opportunity to defeat them. But he is a person after all, a person who needs help no matter what, and I believe that he will recognize our reasons for helping him. Is that enough? Moody closed the small silver ball that recorded video and sound and asked Margaret in front of him. After getting an affirmative answer, he thought for a while and said, "I will pass it to Nelson later, but as for whether he believes it or not, or whether he is willing to accept your help, I don't guarantee it." "I understand." Margaret nodded and said, "I think he will understand too. But the problem is that your attack caused me to lose that watch. Maybe Nelson wants me to complete some tasks alone. Now I don't know where he wants me to go, and I can't guarantee that before his business is over, I can touch him." Margaret obviously didn't think of this trick either. "Mr. Moody," Nina was the first to break the silence, "is that ring really the Resurrection Stone?" "I don't know." Moody shook his head, "but I think it might just be a ring." "Why? Nelson wore it a long time ago," Moody said, shaking his head. "If it is, why doesn't he resurrect someone important to him?" Nina fell silent and murmured, "But Borgenbach believes it is." "I really don't know," Moody shrugged. "I think it's just a bait. It's also said in the Aura manual that this kind of bait usually only uses fake products. You might as well wait until you see him and ask yourself." Chapter 575 Assassination of the Minister. What happened? The once prosperous Zibian Lane has now been engulfed by billowing smoke and dust. There are collapsed shops and cracked roads everywhere. The pipe network buried underground is exposed to the air. Sewage and clean water gushes out, twisting into lines on the ground. The rushing stream was full of screams and cries, mixed with the whoosh sound of magic spells flying through the air. Tom clutched his mouth and nose and quickly passed through the smoke and dust, pushing away the fugitives and heading towards the direction of Nobby Rich's speech. Flames popped up in the distance from time to time, but the two sides in the battle seemed to have negotiated, except for the sentence you can't do this, and there wasn't a single bit of harsh pre-war words that came out. He quickened his pace and ran against the crowd. As he walked quickly through an alley, a hand reached out and grabbed his trouser leg. Tom paused, turned his head, and saw a wounded man hiding in the alley and struggling. He was holding on to Tom's trousers tightly, and his chest was gradually stained red. Tom took a closer look and saw that the wounded man was wearing an aura robe with a sharp shard of glass stuck in his chest, and the part exposed to the air was a full foot long. He bent down, took the aura's hand away, and looked. There was also a gradually expanding pool of blood under him, which was a penetrating wound, and although he was staring in his direction, Tom didn't feel that he was being watched. Aura's pupils had already spread. Tom shook his head and squatted next to the aura, holding him by the neck and letting him rest on his lap. What happened? Quick, run. Don't go in. Aura groped for Tom's sleeve and grabbed it tremblingly. There are too many people inside. If you see a wizard, I'm a wizard. Tom stretched out his wand and pressed it against the aura's chest. A green light suddenly appeared, and a ball of glowing mucus covered his bleeding wound. He pricked the blood-stained glass and squeezed his wrist. Be patient. Puff. The aura's body convulsed violently, and the blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Tom wiped his blood-soaked face with his sleeve, which made the blood smear instead, making his face look like it was painted over. The red mask of the battle pattern is average. He continued to use his wand to manipulate the green slime to repair Aura's body, but it didn't take long before Tom put down his wand and gave up. He shook his head. Aura's heart had been torn. I'm afraid only a senior healer could do it. Repair. He only has a few words left. Thank you. Aura raised his hand. His eyes regained a little clarity. He saw Tom's face and smiled. I seem to have seen you in Chocolate Frog. Poof. Chocolate Frog on the picture. Blood spewed out of his mouth, as if he didn't want money, mixed with pieces of internal organs and glass shards visible to the naked eye. Do you have anything to say? Tom asked in a deep voice, looking at him in his eyes. Is it hopeless? The aura was stunned for a moment, and quickly saw the situation in Tom's eyes. His pupils narrowed rapidly due to despair, but quickly dilated, and his eyes deviated to on one side. Damn. Brown-eyed in vain. Tom followed his gaze, and further down the alley, a person dressed similarly to him was sitting on the ground, leaning crookedly against the wall, lifeless. I think I can still be saved. I still have to support his wife and children. The aura in Tom's arms murmured, looking away, and smiled dryly, his voice muffled by the blood accumulated in his mouth. But after his chest was glued to Tom, his speech finally stopped intermittently. He seemed much more energetic, grabbed Tom's sleeve, and said forcefully, damn, you get out of here. There are too many people inside. Rich. Minister Rich's speakerphone has been cursed. This was a premeditated attack. Who is it? Azkaban. The guards were under the Imperious curse as early as 2 months ago. Ahem. The aura said while coughing. This is a premeditated attack. The Dementors not anymore. Just here. At 7 o'clock this morning. 7 o'clock. Tom keenly captured the time and asked, and then? But we didn't receive the news until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At that time, Minister Rich had already arrived at Inclined Alley. Aura spoke faster and faster. It stands to reason that I will know as soon as possible. But was the attacker a fugitive from Azkaban? The people we can catch. Of course we can catch the second time. The aura's voice became smaller and smaller until he uttered run again and closed his eyes completely. Tom stood up and put him and the aura named Brown together. After a moment of silence, he used his magic wand to create a brick wall to mark the entrance of the alley, then turned and continued walking in the direction of Nobby Rich. Don't die. The movements under his feet became faster and faster, but as he approached the bustling area, the flow of fleeing people became more and more dense. After Tom pushed away a gentleman who was fleeing with his secretary, he was about to bump into a crying child. The mother of the child saw the madman rushing towards him and grabbed the child's hand in horror, but it was too late. Just when she closed her eyes and couldn't bear to see the scene where the child was knocked into the air, Tom waved his wand, jumped up, and jumped over the child's head with a big stride. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tom did not land after the jump, instead turned into a black whirlwind in the air, and the strong wind pressure brought by the whirlwind instantly crushed the surrounding smoke and dust to pieces. The fleeing muggles and wizards seemed to be watching miracles, looking at the black smoke roaring and rushing towards the direction they were escaping from. Behind Tom, a dull vortex slowly formed in the high sky, and the dark clouds like the top of Mount Tay were accompanied by the thunderous sound of dragons, and they moved towards the direction of the slope with an unstoppable momentum. Rolled over. Although it was shocking, it didn't look like any decent magic. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd fled amid even more terrified screams. "Aren't we going to do something?" Christian got up from the backseat in disgrace, looked at the empty co-pilot and Abo with the steering wheel printed on his face, and whispered that the dark clouds in the sky were getting closer and the surrounding temperature was much lower. She curled up under the seat, clasped her knees tightly with her hands, lowered her head as hard as she could, and looked out of the car window vigilantly from time to time. This attack reminded her of her previous experience. The car also started shaking. Abo took a look at the marks on his face in the rearview mirror, turned around with twitching corners of his mouth, and asked, "What do you want to do? Help the ministry, or helping the Ministry of Magic? Or treat the wounded?" Christian whispered, "And do what we can. Rescue the wounded? Are you serious? We can't just sit here and watch." "Yes, we can't do this. I should send you home." Abo's chest heaved violently, his hand holding the steering wheel turned white from long-term oppression. He turned his head and gasped, saying, "Tom Riddle has already gone. He is a strong contender for this year's Hogwarts defense against the Dark Arts professor and the champion of the last Triwizard tournament. If there is something that even he can't do, do you think we will go? Is there anything I can do to help? We can't look at it like this. We can't do anything," said the pampered young master who had never experienced such a thing. The most recent attack was at the Triwizard tournament, but he had just graduated that year, and the whole picture of the matter was only in the newspaper. Seeing it in the newspaper, he closed his eyes tightly, so if he could not see the situation outside the window, we don't need to do anything. There is a division of labor in society, and we don't have to do things that are not in our control. I didn't expect you to be a coward, Abo. Christian's vocal cords were as dry as a leek, and she angrily yelled at Abo, "Don't think I don't know, you playboy. You are afraid of death. What, are you kidding?" Abo turned around, while clutching the steering wheel, glaring at Christian. "There are ministers and auras in the alley. There are defenses set up before, and Tom Riddle's reinforcement. Simple, the riots can be quelled very easily, if even they can't do it. What use are we? I'm not good at fighting at all, and if you go, you'll only add to the chaos for your brother. I'm not a trouble." Abo's words stung the deep scar in Christian's heart. She covered her head and let out a hysterical roar. The sound echoed in the small enclosed space in the car, ringing in the ears. "I'm not one trouble. You're so reckless," Abbott babbled in a chanting tone. "Yes, I'm a coward, but I'm not a playboy. I don't even have the nerve to ask your name. Your safety is the most important thing. Yes, your brother must think so too, but I don't think so." Christian screamed. The justice she believed in did not allow her to watch the disaster happen before her eyes, but her past inability repeatedly emphasized, "You are a useless person." Boom. There was an explosion sound that could be heard clearly from the outside, and the street they were on began to tremble. Dark clouds drifting from the sky had already covered most of the street. The clouds are like countless poisonous snakes entangled together, which is daunting and disgusting. When a more tragic cry came, she pressed the door handle and opened the car door. Seeing this, Abo took a deep breath and got out of the car first. "Are you going?" Christian was a little delighted. "I apologize for what I just said. Give me a hand." "Thank you. Are you still a student at Hogwarts, miss?" Abo closed his eyes again as he did in the car. He took a few breaths, rolled up his sleeves, and closed the car door forcefully, wanting to rush out of the car. When Christian came out, his face hit the thickened glass. She ignored her Ednos and turned the handle of the car door with all her strength. Abo watched her silently through the window. Cursed. He shook his head helplessly, and after fumbling around on the car door for a while, he found a button and pressed it lightly. "Wait here. Let the graduates figure out a way." Christian wanted to break the car door violently with magic, but Abo seemed to think of it and showed Christian her wand. Before getting out of the car, he got it. The sound inside the car cannot pass through the outside, and the sound outside the car cannot enter the car either. Christian frantically slammed on the locked window, watching the slowly rising steel plate with runes engraved on the outside of the car door. Covered by the scene, only the back of Abo can be seen in the gap. Soon, the inside of the car became like a secret room, with only a group of faint lights above the driver's seat. Christian looked at the light, angry from the heart, and wanted to pull out the wand, but remembered that the wand had been taken away by Abo. Annoyed, she touched a hard object beside her, which was Abo's belt, before picking up Tom. The toy she bought was a monkey that could play with a horizontal bar with its tail. She threw the monkey towards the light vigorously. Boom. Zizzy. The light flickered weakly, but Christian actually missed it. The inside of the car was quickly plunged into darkness, and Christian curled up helplessly, sobbing sounds that could not be heard outside. In the depths of the alley, the Knights buses that usually cruised around the stage, where each gave a speech, and the remaining auras relied on the built terrain to resist the attacks of the surrounding enemies. Rich leaned against the podium with his hands on his chest, and an aura squatted beside him, bandaging his wound. How long can it last? They are not attacking violently, Minister. Aura raised his head, looked at the surrounding battle situation, and said, the distress signal has been sent out, and now we can only stand firm and wait for reinforcement. I shouldn't have asked him to. Rich closed his eyes in pain. Not far across the street, a fat wizard was hiding behind a bench, fishing in troubled waters under the firepower of his teammates. Hey, haven't you shot down yet? A hearty voice came from behind him. What are you talking about? The fat wizard retorted. Have you drunk too much? Do you dare to fight it? We'll hold it off until they get it. What happened? No, were you not there when the battle plan was made? Or was your brain sucked away by a dementor? The fat wizard turned his head and saw a handsome black-haired young man smiling at him, thinking that he was the same when he was young. So handsome, he said patiently, if your hands are really itchy, just catch a few muggles and kill them. Don't make trouble for me, do you understand? We need to give the group who sneaked into the Ministry of Magic. Wait, who are you? Thank you. Tom smiled and put his wand against the fat wizard's chest. A ball of blood splashed on the fat wizard's back. Tom held his shoulders, as if hugging. He gently put the fat wizard down on the ground, stuffed under the bench. I watched the fierce firefight not far away, thought for a moment, took out a small silver ball from my pocket, aimed at the bus Knights piled up, and threw it over. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.